A boy sat curled up by the side of the road, knees hugged tightly to his chest. His black hair was wild and unkempt, shrouding most of his pale, almost sickly face. He looked no older than 10, barely 4 feet 8 inches in height. Hidden beneath the thick strands of hair were faintly pointed ears, barely visible to the average passerby. To the world, he was just another homeless child, nameless and forgotten. In truth, he was far more. He was the last of the Blood Elves, a race thought extinct for centuries, erased from memory and myth alike. Of course, none of the humans bustling through the cobbled streets would ever know. Only wizards, those attuned to the hidden layers of the world, could perceive the faint magical aura around him or glimpse the true shape of his ears. Each day, the boy sat in the same spot, watching the world go by. He stole to survive, fought when he had to, and killed when pushed too far. Ruthlessness had become second nature, an instinct forged from desperation. Not because he held pride in being the last blood elf, but because he refused to die. Living was a habit. The rest, his bloodline, his legacy, was just coincidence. No one had ever asked for his name. Not that he had one. Why bother? He had no one to speak to, no one who cared. The thought made him chuckle to himself. A dark, amused sound that made the nearest pedestrians flinch and give him a wide berth, whispering that he was mad. Strange or not, the boy was sharp, too sharp for his age. Elven heritage had its perks: heightened intelligence, rapid adaptation, and most notably, a unique gift. His eyes, crimson red like blood under moonlight, didn't just see the world, they perceived it differently. Like now, a couple strolled by, holding hands with 2 young girls. One looked about his age, the other was slightly younger. The boy's eyes narrowed, focusing on the younger child. A flicker of something ancient flashed across his vision. "Maledictus," he murmured, tilting his head. The man halted, eyes sharp as he turned to face the boy. "What did you say?" The boy repeated himself, still staring at the girl. "Maledictus." The girl blinked in confusion. "Mommy, can we take it with us? He has cool ears." The woman gave her husband a helpless look and eventually nodded with a soft smile. The man approached cautiously, crouching in front of the boy. "Do you want to come with us?" The boy didn't respond right away. He didn't understand their language. His tongue knew only Elven, a language lost to all but a few. Still, he could sense their emotions: warmth, pity, hope. It was unfamiliar. It was unsettling. He responded in Elven. "Do you want me to come with you? Do you have food?" Of course, the man didn't understand a word. He took out a notepad and sketched a crude drawing. A man holding a child's hand, leading him toward a house. The boy's eyes widened as the sketch shimmered and came to life with magic. "Fuck, that was cool," he muttered in Elven, mesmerized. He touched the animated image, then pointed at his own growling stomach, then at the house in the drawing, mimicking an eating motion. The man chuckled and nodded. The boy stood up, patting his chest proudly. "I will follow you." The children giggled. The man smiled and led the boy away. As they walked, the boy studied the younger girl. Astoria, he would soon learn. He leaned close and poked her cheek. "Don't you know it's rude to touch people like that?" she said indignantly. The boy tilted his head, trying to decipher the words. The man chuckled and told her gently, "Astoria, he doesn't understand English." She blinked. "He's an idiot?" The boy frowned. He couldn't understand the words, but something about her tone irked him. Then she leaned in dramatically and said, very slowly, "Don't you think it's rude to ouch people like that?" The boy knocked her lightly on the forehead and grumbled in Elven, "I'm not stupid, you are. We're just speaking different languages." Daphne, the older girl, smacked her own forehead in embarrassment. The man quickened his pace, mortified. Later, the boy entered a spacious house, his crimson eyes wide with awe. "Better than the streets, that's for sure," he muttered. A plate floated past him. He gawked. He had never seen anything fly before. The man smiled. "Welcome. What's your name?" The boy tilted his head, confused. Before the man could try again, a short pink-skinned creature with long ears and rags stepped out from the kitchen. "Master, Madam, Grundle has prepar." The creature froze. Its wide eyes landed on the boy, and it immediately collapsed, coughing blood. "Grundle," the couple shouted. The boy knelt beside him, inspecting the ears. "What kind of elf are you? You're not high blood, dark, or what elf?" Grundle weakly replied, in fluent Elven. "I'm a house elf, your highness." "House elf? You look terrible. Why are you so weird-looking?" "If your highness is displeased, Grundle shall kill himself." The boy smacked his head. "Enough about killing. Just answer." The family was stunned. Grundle spoke a language they didn't understand, and he was clearly reluctant to translate. Grundle looked at Marcus and asked, "May I explain what he said?" The boy groaned. "You're so annoying. Just do what you want." Marcus asked Grundle to introduce the family. Grundle turned to the boy. "That is Marcus Greengrass, his wife Alyssa, and their daughters, Daphne and Astoria." The boy's gaze settled on Astoria. "She's a maledictus. Why aren't they treating her?" Grundle choked. You know how to cure her?" "Of course. The memory came with my blood." "Oh, and you never answered. What exactly is a house elf?" Grundle explained that house elves were the result of forced hybridization between humans and elves. The boy's face contorted in disgust. "That's sickening." Eventually, Marcus asked, through Grundle, if the boy had a name. "I don't." "Then, may we give you one?" Marcus offered. Grundle flinched, expecting fury. Instead, the boy nodded. "How about Cross?" "See, Crow. Cross," the boy repeated slowly. Marcus smiled and patted his head. "Welcome home, Cross." That night, Cross was shown to a modest guest room. "This will be your room now," Marcus said. Cross nodded and said to Grundle, "Ask him if he wants his daughter cured, and if he wants to witness an experiment." Marcus agreed eagerly, until he saw what Cross meant. The boy bit his finger and dropped a speck of blood into Grundle's mouth. "Your Highness!" Grundle gasped, trembling. Cross rolled his eyes. "Relax. It's a gift." Grundle collapsed, encased in a cocoon of blood. When it cracked, Grundle emerged, taller, handsome, and visibly stronger. No more drooping ears or ragged skin. He looked like a noble elven youth. Marcus's jaw dropped. "What happened to you?" "I have evolved," Grundle said, eyes shining. "His Highness shared his blood with me. I am now a high house elf." Marcus grabbed Cross by the shoulders. "Don't ever do that again. You don't understand. People will hurt you for power like this." Grundle translated softly. Cross's crimson eyes widened. No one had ever scolded him out of concern. He teared up, and without thinking, hugged Marcus tightly. Marcus's heart softened. He picked him up gently and whispered, "Tomorrow, I have a surprise for you." Cross sniffled and nodded, a genuine smile blooming across his face. His stomach growled. Marcus laughed and said, "Let's get you something to eat, kiddo." Together, they walked out, a family slowly beginning to form. The next day, Marcus led Cross into a quiet, rune-inscribed chamber deep within the Greengrass estate. A faint, magical hum pulsed from the walls as Marcus gestured for the boy to sit in the center of the circle. "I'm going to adopt you," Marcus said gently, kneeling down to meet Cross's gaze, "and pass down my bloodline. Is that okay with you?" Grundle translated, and Cross blinked, stunned. "But why? You only met me yesterday." Marcus chuckled warmly. "You helped Grundle, and maybe even my daughter. That's more than enough. You've already proven your worth." Grundle continued translating, and Cross's guarded expression softened. After a long pause, he whispered, "Okay. Thank you, Father." Marcus smiled and began chanting in an ancient tongue. As he poured a goblet of blood into the center of the circle, the runes lit up, swirling with magic. The blood lifted into the air, forming a crimson orb that hovered for a moment, then shot into Cross's chest. He gasped, his body tensing in pain, but the discomfort quickly faded. A strange warmth spread through him, and he could feel Marcus's essence mingling with his own. Surprisingly, his pure blood elf lineage didn't reject the greengrass blood. It accepted it, integrating seamlessly. His blood remained unchanged in purity, but now it was tethered to another. "Are you all right?" Marcus asked, concern etched into his face. Cross nodded slowly. "I feel connected." Marcus exhaled in relief, his smile returning. Cross turned to Grundle. "Can you bring me books on English?" Grundle bowed deeply. "At once, Your Highness," then paused. "Shall I bring the Occlumency volumes as well?" Marcus answered before Cross could. "All of them." Grundle vanished in a shimmer of magic. Cross bowed slightly to Marcus and excused himself. As he left, Marcus sat back in a chair, glancing at the healing cut on his palm with a soft smile. Back in his room, Cross stared at 2 stacks of books, one towering, one pitifully small. Grundle reappeared. "These are the Occlumency volumes, Your Highness. The English books are over there." Cross eyed the 3 thin books with a wry smile. "So much for difficulty." Grundle beamed. "It is Grundle's pleasure to serve," he said before disappearing again. To Cross's surprise, English turned out to be remarkably easy. Within 5 days, he was speaking fluently, reading, writing, and even joking. Marcus was stunned by his progress. One evening at dinner, Cross responded to his story as teasing in perfect English. "I could have done it in 4, she huffed. "Want to learn Elven?" Cross grinned. "How hard could it be?" She scoffed. 10 seconds later, she stormed off muttering, "It's impossible." Cross chuckled. Her stubbornness was oddly charming. Over the weeks, he grew especially fond of her. Astoria couldn't yet control her transformations, and often sprouted a fluffy white foxtail and ears without warning. Cross teased her every time, and she would pout, swat at him, then laugh anyway. Even Daphne, usually aloof and quiet, cracked the occasional smile watching them bicker. Marcus and Alyssa, ever patient, guided all 3 children, teaching magic theory, wizarding politics, and pure blood customs with grace. Cross, lacking magic at first, had little to ask, but that was beginning to change. He could feel something building inside him. 1 month later, something clicked. His body thrummed with power, and his mind was flooded with ancient knowledge. Raising his hand, he concentrated. Thin, silvery strings of energy flickered into existence, dancing between his fingers. Cross gasped in awe. The strings moved with his thoughts. They drained his energy, but responded flawlessly. He ran to find Marcus and Alyssa. After demonstrating his newfound ability, Marcus stared at him with a puzzled frown. "Cross, what race are you exactly?" "Pure blood elf," Cross answered honestly. Marcus exchanged glances with Alyssa. Neither recognized the term. "Hide your identity," Marcus warned, placing a firm hand on Cross's shoulder. "For your safety." Cross nodded solemnly. From then on, Cross practiced relentlessly. Each day, he trained his string manipulation, learning to control their thickness, reach, and shape. He discovered they could attach to anything, allowing him to walk on them like tightropes in midair. He began teleportation training with Grundle, zipping around his room like a flickering shadow. It wasn't useful in combat yet, but he was learning. He also unlocked one of the greatest strengths of his bloodline, an impenetrable mind. No spell could manipulate or intrude upon his thoughts. Still, Cross diligently studied Occlumency, not just for skill, but for camouflage. If anyone discovered his mind was immune from birth, he'd become a specimen or a target. "I'll surprise them," he told himself. And when they dropped their guard, "I'll strike." A phrase Astoria taught him came to mind. You surprise them, then kill them while they're sick. He hadn't understood it at first, but now he got it. His secret weapon? Invisible strings. So sharp they could sever a limb in silence. So thin they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He practiced at night, slicing falling leaves mid-air with precision. He could likely decapitate someone in an instant, and they wouldn't even know until it was too late. But Cross wasn't planning to kill anyone, not yet. He was just a happy little elf, after all. One morning, Cross was in the middle of training when Marcus opened the door. "Come with me today," he said. "You and Daphne." Cross blinked. "Where are we going?" Marcus smiled. "Somewhere fun. You're going to school soon. You'll need supplies." Cross perked up. "A wand." "Exactly." He quickly changed and followed Marcus downstairs. Daphne stood near the entrance, a massive backpack slung over her shoulder. "Are you going on a trip?" Cross asked, poking the bag. "Shopping," Daphne replied, deadpan. "Did you just come back from it?" Cross teased. "What are you, a merchant?" Daphne blushed and snapped. Shut up. I'm excited, okay? Cross grinned. Of course. Big Sis is always right. Marcus laughed, giving him a thumbs up. And just like that, the three of them headed out together. One wizard, one cold older sister, and one elf with a heart finally starting to heal.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Marcus said with a smile, "This is Hexatorial Square." Daphne and Cross looked around in awe at all the shops and people. Marcus flashed a proud smile and brought them along with him as he explained everything on the streets. Cross listened to Marcus say everything you need for school is here, and you can even get your own custom wands. Cross asked, "But I don't have a lot of money." Marcus looked at him and said, "You have money?" Cross nodded and took out a bag from his pocket before pouring out the bills and coins, showing Marcus. Daphne laughed, and Marcus said with a smile, "Cross, this is Muggle money. Nobody will take it here." Cross was confused and said, "What's a Muggle?" Daphne said, "Humans." Cross was even more confused, and Marcus clarified, "People without magic." Cross scratched his head and said, "Humans sure are weird. You all look the same to me." Marcus froze and said, "Cross, most wizards and witches don't like Muggles. This is considered an insult to them." Cross said, "Oh, sorry." Marcus smiled and rubbed his head as he said, "Don't worry about it. Put away your Muggle money. You can use it if you travel to the Muggle world in the future." Cross nodded and put his money back in the bag before putting the bag in his pocket. Marcus said, "First we have to make a trip to Gringotts." After he said that he patiently explained to Cross and Daphne, Gringotts is run by goblins and is the most secure bank in the entire wizarding world. They are very serious and greedy. Marcus walked to the bank and said seriously, "Under no circumstances should you ever steal from goblins. They are very dangerous." Cross and Daphne nodded along, and they walked into the bank. There were high desks with goblins working at them in 2 rows, leading to an even bigger desk in the middle with a goblin at that one as well. The bank was empty except for the goblins walking around and working. It was a very peaceful scene. Until Cross walked in, that is. Cross looked around, and all the goblins snapped their heads in his direction, staring at him intently. Cross picked out a pamphlet by the door and started reading as he followed Marcus to a teller. Marcus had noticed the goblins staring at Cross and frowned. The head teller goblin hopped off his chair and walked over. Marcus watched the goblin walk right in front of him and say respectfully, "May I speak with this child alone, sir?" Marcus frowned and was about to deny. When Cross spoke Elven, "What do you want?" The goblins looked excited, and the goblin standing in front of Marcus said directly, "I wish only to speak with your highness." Cross tilted his head, revealing his ears as he said, "Okay." He looked at Marcus and said, "I'll be right back, father." The goblins gasped and looked at Marcus in surprise, before treating him even more respectfully than before. Marcus was overwhelmed, and Cross walked to the side with the head goblin. The head goblin looked around before getting on one knee and saying in Elven, "Your Highness, Bogrod is at your service." Cross waved his hand and said, "Bogrod, why are you like this? Even house elves treat me like this. Isn't it good to have freedom?" Bogrod chuckled and said, "Your Highness, you cannot possibly understand the importance of your race. The elves have gone extinct ages ago. To my knowledge, you are the only one remaining. Though I can only feel the suppression from your bloodline, it is enough to prove your origins." Cross-eyed and said, "Rise, Bogrod." Bogrod stood up, and Cross pinched the bridge of his nose as he said, "If at all possible, could you help my father? I was on the street before he gave me a home. In many ways, he is my benefactor." Bogrod bowed and said respectfully, "Of course, your highness. Is there anything else?" Cross patted his shoulder and said slyly, "Come on, Bogrod. Who are you trying to fool? I'm smarter than these humans. Tell me what you wanted to talk about." Bogrod chuckled nervously and rubbed his hands together as he said, "Your highness is sharp. Bogrod just wanted to offer you a royal vault and free use of all Gringotts services in the future." Cross tilted his head with a smile and said, "And the last thing?" Bogrod gulped and said, "And and for you to meet our king. Cross touched his chin and said, why? Bogrod said quickly, Your Highness, our king would kill me if he found out I didn't take you to meet him. It won't take long, I swear on my life. Cross sighed and said, very well. Have someone inform my father I will be away for a few minutes. Bogrod was excited and said immediately, of course, before disappearing. When he reappeared, he led Cross to a cart and sped away extremely quickly. Cross watched the surroundings change as he crossed his legs and leaned his elbow on the cart, rested his head in the palm of his hand. Bogrod asked, Your Highness, why are you here today? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Cross replied, I'm preparing to go to school. I need supplies, a wand, animal, enchanted robes, etc. Bogrod hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Your Highness, are you sure you would like to go to school? The only one I know of is Hogwarts. Cross frowned and said, What are you saying? Bogrod was scared and said quickly, Your Highness, please treat my words as fart. Cross rolled his eyes and knocked his knuckles on Bogrod's head as he said, Relax, I'm just talking with you. Bogrod let out a breath of relief and explained humans. They're not very trustworthy. Historically, humans have stolen from our goblin race before. He paused and added, I'm afraid that your Highness would be in danger. Elves have long since disappeared, and you may attract a lot of unwanted attention. Cross said, I already have a solution for this. Simply saying I'm a metamorphmagus should suffice. Physical appearance can be changed, and oftentimes permanently. I was simply born like this. Bogrod thought about it and said, This is a solution, however, it's really dangerous. What if your Highness was exposed? It would be extremely easy for your Highness to stay within the goblin race and mature. Cross shook his head and said, Bogrod, what is the most sought-after thing in the world? Bogrod replied, immediately money. Cross smiled and said, But what is the most precious? Bogrod was confused and said again, money? Cross shook his head and said, It is freedom. I simply want to be free and live my own life. Staying with you goblins will keep me safe, but I will feel caged. I only wish to be free and unfettered. If my life is put in danger, then so be it. Bogrod was amazed and knelt on one knee as he said with awe, Your Highness is wise. Cross chuckled and raised his hand as he added, Of course, for you I assume you would much rather money. Bogrod chuckled and scratched his head, saying, Your Highness is correct. Cross laughed and patted Bogrod's shoulder, saying, That's right. Ha ha! Bogrod smiled, and they stopped at a giant vault inlaid with gold markings. Bogrod said, This is your Highness' vault. Cross looked up at the giant 714 on top of the vault before asking curiously Bogrod, How many vaults are there? Bogrod replied, Your Highness, the number is countless. A single Bogrod couldn't kill them all, even with 3 lives. Cross whistled in awe and said, Cool. They both heard a voice, Hagrid. Who is that? Cross looked over and saw a boy with round glasses and a scar on his forehead with a very tall man, who had a big beard and long hair. Hagrid shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's hurry up. We need to get your things, Harry. Cross looked at Harry with interest and said in Elven, Bogrod, Do you know who that boy is? While keeping his eyes on Harry. Bogrod was silent for a moment before replying, Your Highness, he is the boy who lived. Cross was doubtful and said, Could you explain? Bogrod explained, He survived an attack from the Dark Lord. This is the origin of his scar. Cross red eyes stared at Harry, who was staring back, as he said doubtful. Perhaps the intention wasn't to kill him in the first place. Bogrod was confused and asked, What does your Highness mean? Cross shook his head and said directly, It seems like the boy doesn't know either. I won't spread his secrets. Let's go. Bogrod nodded and went to work the cart. Cross smiled at Harry and waved as they sped away. Harry looked in Cross' direction in doubt. Hagrid looked at him and said, What's wrong? Harry said, That boy was very strange. He can speak a different language just like me. Hagrid smiled and said, Maybe he's going to Hogwarts too. You can be friends. Harry made a small smile and nodded as he said, Yeah. Around 5 minutes later, Cross and Bogrod got off the cart and walked into a giant building. There was a throne in the middle of the building with a goblin, who was wearing a crown, sitting on it, while currently the goblin was sleeping and snoring. Bogrod was embarrassed and shouted, King. The goblin snorted and woke up. He looked around saying, "Huh?" Bogrod coughed and said, "My king, his highness is here." The goblin king said, "Who's the highness other than me?" Bogrod felt his eye twitch, and he pointed at Cross. Cross waved and said in Elven, "Yo." The goblin king said, You're an elf." "Whoa." Cross laughed, and Bogrod almost threw up blood. Cross walked over and hooked his arm around the goblin king as he said, "Hey, man." The goblin king laughed and said, "I've never seen an elf before. You're hurting me, though." Cross backed off and touched his nose as he said sorry. The goblin king coughed and said, "My name is Ragnock. Nice to meet you, your highness." Cross smiled and said, "Cross Greengrass. Nice to meet you, too." Ragnock chuckled and said, "What brings you here?" Cross smiled and explained that he was shopping for school supplies, and Bogrod brought him here. Ragnock clapped and said, "Good job, Bogrod." Bogrod smiled happily and bowed. Ragnock hopped off the throne and brought Cross with him as he said, "Come with me. I'll give you a gift." Cross said, "Really? I didn't even do anything." Ragnock shrugged and said, "Who cares? You're our highness. Don't worry about it." Cross sighed and followed him. Ragnock grinned and said, Other than money, we goblins love to collect things." Cross looked interested and said, "What kind of things?" Ragnock replied, "All kinds of things. Even rare things that have never been seen before or have disappeared already." Cross said, "Surprised, disappeared." Ragnock smirked and said, "Interested? Let me show you." "Open the vault." The giant door in front of them slowly rolled open, and Ragnock and Cross walked inside. Cross looked around and saw tons of gold coins, but there were also random things laying around, as if they were garbage. Ragnock looked around before grabbing a few things and stuffing them in a bag before giving the bag to Cross. Cross noticed that Ragnock did not even put a single gold coin in his bag and felt his mouth twitch as he teased, "Can't part with a single gold coin?" Ragnock chuckled and said, "You're right," before giving Cross a single gold coin. Cross laughed and put the gold coin in his pocket, saying, "What's in the bag, Ragnock?" Ragnock smirked and said, "Things for your wand and a little surprise for me." Cross rolled his eyes and smiled as he said, "How do you use these bags?" Ragnock brought him out of the vault and said, "You can see the things inside. They appear right in your mind. It's a special space bag, not made of extension charms." Cross was stunned and said, "Wait, really?" Ragnock grinned and answered, "You thought I was stingy?" Cross laughed and said sincerely, "Thank you, Ragnock." Ragnock smiled and said, "You're welcome, your highness." Cross smiled and they walked back to the cart. Ragnock suddenly said seriously, "Your highness, you must be very careful if you're staying with humans. If something happens to you, I will not hesitate to come help you." Cross smiled and nodded as he said, "Don't trouble yourselves." Ragnock shook his head and said, "No, I'm serious. You are very important." Cross was confused and Ragnock said, "Don't think about it. Just take care of yourself, your highness." Cross nodded and boarded the cart with Bogrod before speeding away. Cross asked Bogrod, "What did Ragnock mean?" Bogrod shook his head and said, "Even I don't know, your highness. The king knows the most out of all of us goblins." Cross hummed and nodded before pulling out his storage bag from Ragnock. Cross looked inside and saw a block of black wood, a blue feather, a red feather, a blue egg, and a rainbow-colored ribbon with a small golden bell on it. Cross didn't know what the ribbon was, but the rest he was somewhat familiar with. The black wood was African blackwood, the rarest wood in the world. The blue feather was an ice phoenix feather, and the red feather was a normal phoenix feather. As for the egg, he couldn't be sure until it hatched, but it was something related to ice, judging from the coldness. Considering he had an ice phoenix feather, it must be an ice phoenix? Only time would tell. As he was looking at the items, Bogrod got back to the bank floor before bringing him back to Marcus, who was getting worried. Cross smiled and said, "Thank you, Bogrod." Bogrod smiled and nodded before leaving. Marcus smiled and said, "Let's go." Cross nodded and followed him out of Gringotts. Cross walked on the street with Marcus, who asked Cross, "Are you okay?" Cross felt warm and nodded, saying, "The goblins are actually very nice." Marcus smiled and patted his head, not speaking further. Cross looked at Marcus and said curiously, "Dad, you don't want to know what happened?" Marcus shook his head and said, "These are your secrets. I won't pry." Cross teared up and wiped his eyes as she smiled warmly. Daphne smiled on the side, and Marcus ruffled his hair. Cross took out the bag and said, "The Goblin King gave me some gifts." Marcus was shocked and quickly stopped his hand, saying, "Cross, not here." Cross said, "But I have something for Daphne." Marcus smiled and said, "Later." Cross nodded and put away the bag. Marcus nodded and brought them to the wand store, saying, "Here we are. You both ready to get your wands?" Cross and Daphne nodded excitedly, and Marcus smiled as they walked in. An old man was sitting behind the counter, and Marcus smiled as he said, "Mr. Truss, how are you?" Mr. Truss smiled and said, "Marcus, it's been a long time." He looked at Daphne and Cross and smiled, "Yours?" Marcus nodded with a smile as he said, "They're here for their first wands." Mr. Truss smiled gently towards the kids and said, "Custom wands." Marcus nodded and Cross said, "I'll wait." Mr. Truss looked at him, and Cross pulled out a big block of black wood from his bag before putting it on the counter. Mr. Truss was shocked silly and said, "African blackwood?" Cross didn't stop there and took out 2 feathers. He handed the red one to Daphne and took the blue one for himself as he said, "Can you use these?" Mr. Truss was almost stunned into retardation as he said, "What?" Marcus was also shocked silly and was glad that he stopped Cross before. Daphne was shocked as she looked at the phoenix feather in her hands. She looked at Cross and smiled beautifully. Cross just smiled, and Mr. Truss said with a shaky tone, Can I see those?" Cross nodded and gave him the ice phoenix feather. Daphne handed the normal phoenix feather. Mr. Truss held the phoenix feathers very carefully and looked at them in a daze. Marcus coughed and said, "Mr. Truss." Mr. Truss woke up and said, "Excellent. There's enough wood for 2 wands here." "Perfect." He was extremely excited. He never had the luck to use African blackwood or phoenix feathers before. Mr. Truss said seriously, "I will make the best wands for you too." Marcus smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you, Mr. Truss." Mr. Truss smiled and nodded before leaving to the back room as he said, "Come back after you've got everything else. This requires patience and delicate hands." Marcus just nodded and said, "Next up, pets." Cross and Daphne cheered and followed him. Cross followed Marcus. Daphne scooted over and said softly, "Thank you." Cross smiled and said, "You're my sister. It's only natural." Daphne smiled with a blush and didn't reply. Cross said to Marcus and Daphne, "If anybody asks, just say I'm a metamorphmagus." Marcus patted his head and said, "Good idea." Cross smiled happily and Daphne nodded at Cross, albeit shyly. Marcus saw her actions and shook his head with a smile. Cross naturally saw them too, but he didn't think about it much. They were siblings. Marcus brought them to a pet shop and let them loose. Cross followed Daphne as she walked to a black cat and said, "This one." Cross pet the cat and smiled. Daphne smiled up the cat. Cross walked around and couldn't find anything that interested him. He kept walking around before stopping in front of a cage. The cage bars were extremely thick, and the animal inside was black with white fur on top of his head to just before his tail. It looked extremely aggressive and snarled at Cross, who chuckled. He picked up the cage, and the animal inside smashed against the bars angrily. Daphne said, "Are you sure you want that one?" Cross nodded and said, "He's pretty cute, no?" Daphne looked at the seemingly crazy animal and smiled wryly as she said, Sure." Cross nodded in satisfaction, and they both went back to Marcus. Marcus looked at Cross Animal and said, "A honey badger? Are you sure?" Cross nodded and said, "Of course. He's cute." Marcus felt his lips twitch and said, "Sure." He paid for the animals and left the shop. The rest of the time, Marcus brought them to the rest of the stores, buying up all their school supplies. Marcus got Daphne a bag with an extension charm from his pocket. He already had 2 for the kids, but Cross unexpectedly got 1 on his own. Cross put all his stuff in the storage bag and put it in his pocket. Marcus brought them back to the wand shop, and Mr. Truss was waiting around anxiously. He saw Marcus and waved over as he said, "Come quickly." Marcus smiled and walked over with the kids. Mr. Truss said, "Here you are, kids. These are my masterpieces." He took out 2 boxes and handed 1 to each of them. One was blue and the other was red. Cross opened the blue box and saw a pitch black wand with 3 dark blue rings near the bottom. There's also a dark blue phoenix carvings in the spaces between the 3 rings. The dark blue phoenix flew through the clouds in the first space and froze the forests in the second space. Daphne's was the same, but instead of dark blue, it was dark red. The second space carving was of a phoenix burning a forest. Mr. Truss said proudly, "They're separate and unique wands. There's only been enough phoenix core wands made to barely fill a whole hand." Cross was shocked, and Daphne looked at her wand in a daze. Mr. Truss said, "Especially yours, young man. This ice phoenix wand has never been seen before. At least, I've never heard of anybody having an ice phoenix feather as a core." Cross held the wand in his hand, and the wand buzzed before the dark blue parts started glowing. Cross was amazed, and the glow died down. As soon as the glow disappeared, he felt like the wand was a part of him. He waved the wand excitedly. Marcus smiled and patted his head as he said to Mr. Truss, "How much do I owe you, Mr. Truss?" Mr. Truss shook his head frantically and said, "What? Nonsense. You gave me the opportunity to make the best wands of my life. I couldn't charge you a single galleon." Marcus was stunned and said, "Huh?" Mr. Truss nodded seriously and said, "I'm serious, Marcus. Plus I kept the rest of the Blackwood. Consider that my compensation." Marcus sighed and smiled as he said, "Thank you, Mr. Truss." Mr. Truss smiled happily and said, "Anytime. Come back again." Marcus nodded and said, "Let's go, kids." Marcus brought the kids back home and took their robes with him before leaving them to their devices, saying, "We'll be leaving in a month." Cross went back to his room and looked at the honey badger in the cage. The honey badger looked up and glared at Cross angrily. Cross opened the cage and let free. The honey badger came out and looked around before snarling at Cross, who chuckled and reached his hand out. The honey badger growled and jumped at Cross, who didn't even flinch, and slapped it in the head, smashing it to the ground. Cross laughed and patted its head softly. The honey badger groaned and tried to lunge at Cross again, only to get smacked down again. This was a first for the honey badger. He had never faced such a challenge in his life. He was determined to get a victory against Cross, no matter what. A few days later, the honey badger had given up. He couldn't do it. Even when he tried to run, he felt something tie around his body and drag him back. He was depressed. Why was he so unlucky? Cross actually quite liked the honey badger and named it Carl. Carl wanted to find a lake and jump in. That's how sad he was. Cross laughed at Carl's depressed look and stroked his fur as he read a spell book he found about changing the size of things. Another week passed. Cross pointed the wand at Carl and said in Elven, "Shrink." A light surrounded Carl, and he shrunk to the size of a palm. Carl was stunned and jumped around in shock and fear. Cross laughed and swung his wand again as he said in Elven, "Revert." Carl went back to normal and let out a breath. Cross laughed again and said, "Grow." Carl got as big as a lion and was once again stunned, but he liked this form better as he nodded. Cross shook his head with a smile as he said, "Revert," and then "Shrink," before placing Carl on his shoulder and drawing on the ground with a piece of runic chalk. Cross placed his robe in the middle and started mumbling in Elven, "Tree of Life, grant me thy power and bless these robes." The rune circle lit up and gained a green hue before sinking into the robes. Cross smirked and put the robes on, putting Carl on the desk. Carl looked curiously, and Cross chanted change. The robe glowed, and the sleeves gained golden flower patterns around the cuff. The hat changed into a blood-red crown. Carl was so shocked he directly played dead. Cross looked in a mirror and smirked. He looked pretty good. He had cut his hair shorter and displayed his face completely. He was extremely handsome, if not beautiful. His hair was silky, his red eyes were bright, and his skin was white and smooth. He almost looked like a girl. That was just the way elves looked, however. Cross was fine with it. He thought he looked good. The crown and sleeves made him seem even more handsome. It gave him an earthly feel. Cross smiled slightly and said, "Revert." The robe and hat changed back to normal, but kept the blessing. The ritual Cross just performed was an elven ritual for clothes. They protected his clothes from any tracking, charms, and most curses. They were also constantly kept clean. Cross smiled and changed out of them before stuffing them in his storage bag. He also took out the egg he got at the same time. He held the egg close to him, and his hands felt a little cold. which was a good thing, because if the egg was warm, it would be considered dead. Cross put the egg next to his wand and left it on his desk before going back to reading books and playing with his strings. Finally, a month since they came back for shopping, Marcus called Cross and said, "Cross, let's go." Cross picked up Carl's cage and brought him with him as he went down the stairs. He saw Daphne smiling at him, Marcus doing the same, Astoria was crying, and Alyssa had a warm smile on her face. Cross smiled and joined Marcus. Astoria hugged him tight and cried loudly as she complained, "Who's going to play with me now?" Everyone felt their mouths twitch. Cross hugged Astoria and whispered, "You have to grow up quickly, and you can come to school and play there." Astoria nodded and said, "I'll see you tomorrow. I'll grow up overnight." Cross laughed and nodded with a smile. Alyssa fixed Cross and Daphne's clothes with warm and watery eyes. Cross and Daphne smiled, and Marcus took them with him out of the house. A while later, Cross was walking holding a cage with Carl in it as they stood in a train station. Cross looked around and was confused. Marcus smiled and led the two through a pillar, and the three disappeared. Cross got through the pillar and saw a new train station. Cross was absolutely stunned as he said loudly, "How did nobody see that?" Marcus looked at him and smiled as he said, "Magic." Cross felt his mouth twitch as he said, "Oh, right." Daphne giggled, and Marcus laughed as he brought them to the train door. Daphne saw a friend and waved as she ran over and started talking with the girl. Cross looked at Marcus and smiled wryly. Marcus laughed and said, "Study hard, Cross. I hope you'll become a great wizard." Cross smiled and nodded as he said, "I will, Dad." Marcus smiled softly and ruffled Crosshair as he said, "Now get in there. Hopefully you'll come back looking like a man." Crossface turned black and Marcus laughed loudly, before sighing and adding seriously, "You also have to make friends." Crossface fell and he said, "What?" Marcus nodded and said, "Don't think I don't know you don't like talking to people. You have to make at least 4 to 5 friends." Cross complained, "But I dash." Marcus said, "No. You'll make friends. Try, and be friendly." Cross was about to nod when Marcus added, "Even if they aren't interesting." Cross grumbled, nodded reluctantly, and got on the train before finding an empty room and sitting down. The train whistle blew and the train started moving. Cross put down the cage and let Carl out. Cross pointed his finger at Carl and said in Elven, "Shrink." Carl shrank down, and Cross put his hand down in front of Carl, who jumped onto his palm and ran up his arm before sitting on his shoulder. Cross put the cage in his storage bag and looked out the cabin door to see a toad hop by. Cross waved his hand and tied up the toad with strings before pulling it over to himself. Cross held the toad in his hands, and Carl started growling at the toad. The toad was so scared it played dead. Cross poked it and wondered if it did just in fact die from fear. Carl had a complacent look on his face, as if to say, "Yes, I did just kill a frog from fear." Cross chuckled and kept the toad in his hands as he walked around the train, mostly looking for Daphne and partly looking for something interesting. Cross walked through the hallways and saw a bunch of people of different shapes and sizes. It seemed like these kids were ignorant to his pointed ears, which made him let out a breath of relief. The less he has to explain, the less he would be bothered by people, which made him happy. Don't look at Cross' attitude towards goblins and house elves, or even towards the Greengrass family. He actually didn't like people. He found that they were really annoying, well, unless they were interesting people, of course. When he was around Marcus, he would be as polite as possible to please Marcus, but really on the inside, he just wants to leave and not be bothered by these insane wizards and their strange habits. Very strange, these wizards. Cross thought it was funny how they treated normal humans as inferior despite being humans themselves. From his memories, he knew that elves weren't a happy and loving race, but there were natural divisions, like high elves, blood elves, wood elves, dark elves, etc. But they all had one thing in common, and it was that they would band together if there was a threat against the Tree of Life. Cross classified his own race as semi-united. They didn't really bother each other if there wasn't a crisis, when was completely understandable because not everyone likes everyone else. But these humans, they divided themselves because of magic. Cross couldn't understand it, and if he was being honest, he didn't really care. They all looked the same to him. In his own thoughts, he bumped into a girl who was giving a speech about something. Cross was brought out of his thoughts and looked at the girl, who was staring at him. Cross tilted his head, and his long, pointy ears twitched before he turned to look into the cabin and saw a ginger kid and the boy with the glasses, Harry. The girl had bushy hair and buck teeth. She looked like a beaver, albeit a cute one. Cross' good feeling about this little beaver was immediately washed away when she opened her mouth. Don't you watch where you're going? You know it's very dangerous to be out of thoughts on a moving train. Also, Cross looked at the girl and then at the two boys in the train cart, who looked away, obviously not wanting to get involved. The further they got away from this girl, the better. Cross pinched her lips closed as he said, "Excuse you. Are you my mother?" The girl was stunned and subconsciously shook her head. Cross nodded and said, "Then why are you lecturing me? Do I look like I need a lecture from you?" A boy on the side chimed in, "Yeah, a filthy mud blood." The girl looked like she was about to cry, and Cross looked over at the boy and said, "Scram, you all look the same to me." This was probably the most arrogant thing anyone on this train had ever heard in their lives, but Cross meant they all looked like humans. Thus a huge misunderstanding was made. The boy choked and said angrily, "You think I look like a mud blood?" Cross held the girl's cheeks with one hand, making her mouth look like a fish as he pointed it at the boy and said, "Humans, you're all the same to me. Do you think that your ancestors were magical fairies? Let me tell you something. Fairies don't exist anymore. They died out ages ago." Cross shook the girl, who talked too much his face, and added, "By the theory of evolution in Muggle history, all humans evolved from monkeys, which makes you a monkey as well." The girl said through fish lips, actually it was Neanderthals. Cross pinched her lips together and said, "Who cares? Point is you're all the same. Plus now you have magic. Why bother anyone else when you could focus on yourself?" Cross shook his head and let the girl go before waving his wand, closing the cabin door on the boy, who looked like his world was crumbling around him. The wand was purely for show. He found out something during his time with humans. If you want to survive and not be bothered, you have to remain low-key. In reality, he didn't even need a wand, but everyone else used them, so really he had no choice but to pretend. Or else it was a smooth carriage ride to the experiment lab for him. Another boy popped out of nowhere and looked at the toad in Cross' hand before saying, "Hey, you found my toad." Cross threw the toad at the boy and looked at Harry in the cabin and thought, not even sparing the boy, who found his long-lost toad friend, a glance. Cross was interested in this hairy boy. He had so many things on him, it was impossible to not notice it with his eyes. The girl looked at Cross and said, "Why are your ears like that?" Cross replied, "Metamorphmagus," while keeping his eyes on Harry and thinking about something else. The girl nodded and said, "That makes sense." Harry said, "Can I help you?" Cross tilted his head and said, "Actually, you can't. But I'm curious, do you know you have around 10 wards and charms placed on her body?" He mumbled in a voice only he could hear, as well as another soul living in her body. Harry was stunned and said, "What?" Cross sighed and said, "Forget it. I don't care enough." He looked at the rat in the ginger boy's hands and had a funny face before saying to the ginger boy, "Is that rat a family member?" The boy joyfully held up the rat and said, "Yep, this is Scabbers." Carl started going crazy and snarling at the rat. Cross chuckled and said, "Another strange boy." He turned to leave when he caught the girl's thinking expression and said directly, "You girl, train in occlumency. This seems to be your strong point." The girl said, "I don't have the money to study in that." Cross turned over his storage bag and books piled up on the floor neatly and said, "You owe me now." The girl was stunned and Cross walked away, adding, "I will find you if you skip out on your debts." The girl looked at Cross back and thought as she wondered what this guy was thinking. In the end, she pulled the books into the cabin with the two boys and started talking with them before reading. Cross actually didn't care for these books as he had already memorized them so well he could recite it backwards. Also, these were the copies he had taken with him. He felt like giving out copies for a favor was pretty worthwhile. Plus, this was one of his attempts at playing nice. Cross walked through the train carts before finally seeing Daphne and smiling as he walked over. Daphne looked over and smiled as she said, "Cross." Cross waved and looked around the other carts as he said, "I found some interesting people before." One of them even had an animagus as a pet. He saw a girl, who seemed to be angry, with purple hair, sitting in a cabin of her own. He He had never seen a girl with purple hair before and thought she was an interesting person too. Cross was excited. So many interesting people. If this trend continued, then his school days might be really exciting. Daphne waved her hand in front of Cross' face and said, Cross. Cross came back from his thoughts and said, yeah. Daphne smiled and said, these are my friends. Cross looked at all the kids inside and found nothing different about them. They were run-of-the-mill, pure-blood wizards and witches. He got bored quickly, but still held a smile as they introduced themselves. After all, they were his sister's friends. He should be polite, no? After they gave him names he barely remembered, he introduced himself. My name is Cross. Daphne is my sister, and if any of you hurts her, I will kill you. Also, I like interesting things. Daphne felt her whole being twitch as he looked at Cross, completely speechless. She soon smiled wryly and remembered that Cross got bored very easily and didn't like most people. The rest of Daphne's friends were startled, but Daphne said, anyway, why did you come? Cross pointed his thumb to the hallway and said, some kid lost a toad, and I found it. Then some kid called a girl a mudblood. Then I told him they all looked the same to me. Then I did the girl a favor and came here. Daphne really felt like slapping him as she said, you're bored? Cross smiled and said, extremely. Daphne laughed and shook her head as she said, I'll see you later then. Cross waved goodbye, and he spun around, walking over to the purple-haired girl's cabin. Daphne sat back down, and her friend, named Pansy, said, that's your brother? Another girl, named Tracy, added, he sure is strange. A boy stared at Cross back. His name was Blaze, and he chimed in joyfully, he's so handsome. Tracy shot back, and Daphne isn't? Daphne's face turned black, and Pansy added, have you seen Draco? He's so dreamy. She had an intoxicated look on her face. Cross opened the door to the purple-haired girl's cabin and sat in front of her, just looking at her curiously. The girl looked at him and said, seen enough? As she looked at his pointed ears, Cross shook his head and said, I've never seen purple hair before. Were you born with it? Is it a side effect of your metamorphomagus birth? The girl said curiously, are your ears the same? Cross nodded and said, I'm Cross. The girl said, Tonks. Cross said, that's a strange name. Tonks said, I don't like my first name. Cross asked directly why. What is it? Tonks spat, Nymphadora. Cross was confused and said, what's bad about Nymphadora? Nymphadora said, it's the nymph part one don't like. Cross shook his head and said, nymphs are extinct. They were actually docile fairies. Nymphadora was stunned and said, you don't get it? Cross shook his head and said, what is there to get? Nymphs are very beautiful and live in forests. It's a shame they died out. Nymphadora countered, they were also lustful spirits. Cross gave her a weird look and said, not true. They were just sexually mature and inspired lust in men. Do you know how hard it is to even catch a nymph? Much less capture her heart. Cross clicked his tongue and shook his head. Nymphadora was stunned and felt like they weren't talking about the same thing. She changed the topic and said, so why are you here? Cross said with a smile, I like interesting people. So far I have found two on this train. You are the third. Nymphadora tilted her head and said with a smile, should I be honored? Cross smiled and said, take it as you will. I'm just bored. By the way, can you change your hair color? Nymphadora asked back, can you? Cross hair changed from black to silvery white to golden yellow to blood red, then back to pitch black. Nymphadora smirked and her hair changed to almost every color in the rainbow. Cross clicked his tongue and said, my hair changes naturally during the seasons. Nymphadora said, let me guess, black right now, white in the winter, red in the spring, and yellow in the summer. Cross shook his head and said, black in the fall, white in the winter, yellow in spring, and red in the summer. You were close, though. Nymphadora clicked her tongue and said, can you shape-shift easily? As his nose turned into a pig's snout. Cross frowned and twitched his fingers. Bunny ears shot out of his head, and Nymphadora laughed as she said, you're pretty interesting, Cross. Cross released the string-made bunny ears and smiled. You too, Nymphadora. Nymphadora said, just call me Dora or Tonks. Cross corrected Dora. Nymphadora smiled and said, this is your first year, correct? Cross nodded and Nymphadora said, let me teach you a few things. Cross listened attentively and Nymphadora started. Basically, there are 4 houses. A hat sorts you into the house you are most suitable for. Nymphadora went on, and Cross listened to her speak. When she was finished, Cross said in doubt, "A hat that sorts you? How does it do that?" Nymphadora said, "It can talk." Cross looked startled and said, "Don't tell me you put this hat on your head?" Nymphadora nodded, and Cross said, "Pardon me, but may I touch your head for a moment?" Nymphadora looked alerted and said, "Of course not." Cross smiled and said, "What's the difference between a person and a sentient hat?" Nymphadora was startled and looked at Cross, who just smiled and said, "I have been studying legilimency. Who's to say that hat isn't?" He clicked his tongue and said, "Best way to be safe is to be alert at all times." Nymphadora hummed and thought about it before saying, "You're saying the hat is evil?" Cross shrugged and said, "I don't know. But a sentient hat that sorts a person based on their personality can most likely also see memories and maybe even influence them." Cross poked her forehead and said in Elven cleanse. A green aura shrouded Nymphadora and cleared her mind of any harmful elements. Cross immediately said after that in Elven again, "Nature's protection." Another green aura with a tint of gold surrounding it flashed, and Cross pulled his hand back. He smiled and said, "Consider this a greeting gift. You are very interesting. I like you." Nymphadora felt refreshed and said, "What did you do?" Cross smiled and said simply, "Cleanse your mind and put up a barrier. It should protect your mind 3 times before dissipating." Actually, this was one of his race's ancient mind spells. The Blood Elves were the strongest elven race, protecting the Tree of Life a long time ago. The only reason they were called Blood Elves was because they had killed so many intruders to protect the Tree of Life that they were constantly covered in blood. It was a big secret in the elf race that the Blood Elves were the most powerful and had gained many blessings from the Tree of Life for their constant protection and service. One of them was powerful mind magic on top of the innate nature magic. Later, they were blessed with blood-related abilities. Cross knew all of this, but had only just started training his magic. He was basically an ant in front of a blood elf raised by elves. He had no blessings from the Tree of Life he would have had if he was raised by his own kind. Well, he did, but he didn't know that it was an ultimate blessing from the Tree of Life. His strings weren't from his blood elf race. It was from the Tree of Life when he was born. They were called the Strings of Life. Really, the name was misleading. They had nothing to do with life. They were basically called that since they were given by the Tree of Life. Until Cross, the only known elf to have them, was the elf god, Clotho. Of course, Cross knew nothing about this. So, completely ignorant, Cross chatted with Nymphadora about random things as the train sped towards Hogwarts. The train stopped, and everybody got out of the train with their stuff. Cross left Carl on his shoulder. The badger was snarling and growling at everyone, putting up a tough front as he jumped around Cross' shoulder and head, threatening every man, woman, child, and animal he saw. The girl he gave the books to walked over and said, "My name's Hermione. Thank you for the books." Cross looked at her and patted her head, saying no problem, while whispering in Elven, "Nature's protection." A green and golden aura flashed for a split second, but nobody saw it. Hermione blushed and touched her head, saying, "I am not a child." Cross smiled and poked her nose, saying, "Actually, you are," before returning back to normal as he said, "Anyway, don't forget you owe me a favor." Hermione nodded and left with her things and a big pile of books. Cross followed the crowd and got on a boat, traveling to the giant castle like school. Coincidentally, Nymphadora had told him about a tracking veil under the bridge going to Hogwarts. Cross looked around and saw that nobody was paying attention to him and jumped into the air, disappearing into the darkness. He jumped over the bridge and veil by jumping on strings that were connected horizontally under his feet. He practiced this hundreds of times. His strings could connect to anything and even tunnel into the ground. He landed back on the boat, and nobody even knew he was gone. Cross smirked to himself, while Carl was holding on to Crosshair for dear life. Cross sat on the boat and crossed his legs as he leaned his elbow on the edge of the boat, resting his head in his palm. Cross looked at the rest and saw a few kids going under the bridge. He felt a magic fluctuation and confirmed his thoughts. Seems like there was something fishy going on around here. They got off the boats and Cross followed behind a massive crowd up the stairs into the giant castle. He looked around with interest. Carl sat on Cross' head and similarly looked around in awe. Never in his badger life did he think he would see something like this. Daphne slowed down and waited for Cross to catch up with her. Her friends also waited. Cross bumped into Daphne and came back to his senses as he said, "Did you see the ghosts flying around?" Daphne giggled and said, "Come on, we need to catch up with the rest." Cross nodded and followed her group up another flight upstairs. They were suddenly stopped and heard a female voice. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Before you step through these doors, you must be sorted to your houses, which are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you're here, your house will be like your family. Your triumphs will be rewarded with points, and breaking rules will be deducted points." She looked at everyone and said, "At the end of the year, the house with the most points will win the House Cup." Cross looked at the woman, who added, "The sorting ceremony will start soon," before walking away. As soon as she left, Cross heard a voice say, "It's true then, what they're saying on the train. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Pansy gushed and said, completely enamored, "It's Draco." Daphne gave Pansy a glance before dragging Cross through the crowd towards the front. Cross was helpless as Daphne dragged him to the front, towards the threatening spotlight. Slowly they made their way to the front, and Cross heard Draco speak again. "You'll soon learn that some wizarding families are better than the others, Potter. You don't want to be making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there," as he stuck his hand out towards Harry. Cross' ears twitched, and he said he sure has a strange way of showing his sincerity. Daphne replied, "He's just like that. Some people think he's being an asshole." To prove her words, Harry said, "I think I can figure out for myself, thanks." The old woman came back and said, "We're ready for you now. Follow me." The students started moving again, and Draco looked angry as he walked over to Daphne and Cross. Daphne said with neutral face, "Hello." Draco gave her a nod, completely used to her cold attitude. Draco looked at Cross and said, "Who's this?" Daphne said, "My brother." Cross' ears twitched, and he said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Cross." Draco looked at him and said, "What's with your ears?" Cross chuckled and said, "I'm a house elf, do you believe it?" Draco scoffed and rolled his eyes as he said with a smirk, "If you don't want to tell me, just say so." Cross chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Metamorphmagus." Draco nodded, and they stood in the middle of the cafeteria. The old woman announced, "Before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words." Cross ignored her and looked around curiously, mumbling, "Another thing that flies. I knew I should have started a book." Daphne felt her lips twitch and curl up as she giggled a little. An extremely old man stood up and said, "I have a few start-of-term notices I wish to announce. The first year, please note, the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden for all students. Also, our caretaker, Mr. Flitch, has asked me to remind you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Thank you." Cross was stunned and whispered, "Just like that." Daphne was startled and said, "I guess so." The old woman held up a hat and a scroll as she said, "Now when I call your name, you will come up and I will place the hat on your head. You will be sorted into your houses. Hermione Granger." Hermione walked up and mumbled something to herself before sitting on the stool. The woman placed the hat on her head, and the hat said, "Gryffindor." Hermione smiled and went to the Gryffindor table. The old woman continued, "Draco Malfoy." Draco walked up and sat down. The hat didn't even touch his head, as it said immediately, "Slytherin." Cross frowned, and he heard the ginger kid say, "There's not a witch or wizard that went bad who wasn't in Slytherin." Cross looked over at Harry, who nodded along. Cross watched everyone go, and finally, after everyone was sorted, he was the last one left. The old woman said, "Cross Greengrass." Cross looked around and chuckled as he walked up and sat down. His eyes scanned the room, and everyone was paying attention to him. He closed his eyes, and the woman put the hat on his head. He felt something attack his mind, and he ripped the hat off his head immediately, frowning extremely hard. The woman said, "Is there something wrong, Mr. Greengrass?" Cross looked at the woman and said, "No, just nervous." The woman smiled kindly and said, "That's natural. Let's try again." Cross put the hat back and didn't feel anything as it said Slytherin right away. Cross took the hat off and went to the Slytherin table with a straight face. Some of the students were laughing at him, but he couldn't care less. Gotta remain low-key. Cross sat next to Daphne, and Dumbledore stood up saying, "Let the feast begin." Food appeared on all the tables. Daphne looked at Cross in confusion, and Draco teased, "Nervous, are we?" Cross was not amused and said quietly, "Sure." Daphne said, "What's wrong?" Cross said seriously, "The hat tried to pierce into my mind." Daphne frowned, and Draco narrowed his eyes and said, "What?" Cross nodded and looked around to see nobody looking at them. He whispered, "You both are proficient in occlumency, correct?" Draco and Daphne nodded. Cross continued, "Occlumency has more uses than just setting up barriers. You have to hide everything about yourself and dip into legilimency to display all the effects. Traps, detection, security, etc. They are all extremely useful." Cross turned to the hat and added, "The sorting hat is a legilimens magical artifact and can break into the mind of unguarded wizards. If it can break in, it can change it." He got serious and continued as he turned back to the other two. "Never trust anyone other than yourself. Legilimens are extremely dangerous. Think about it. Your mind is the most fragile part of your body. You could unknowingly end up as a brainwashed slave if you're not careful." Daphne and Draco got serious, and Cross leaned back as he said, "Just remember to be careful. Anyone who is not yourself is an enemy, no matter who they are." Before biting a bite of the food and immediately spitting it out, his eyes narrowed at the food, and he refused to eat. Daphne looked at the food, and Draco asked, "Something wrong?" Cross said, "The food has aggression potions in it." He looked over to the other tables and saw that they gradually started glaring at the Slytherin table. Cross' expression was grave, and he turned back, saying, "All the food is drugged." Daphne looked at the food and frowned, saying, "For what purpose? We're just first years. Why will we be targeted?" Draco thought Cross was thinking too much and ate his food, as he said, "You need to relax." Cross shook his head and said, "Maybe the target isn't us, but someone else." Daphne looked around and suddenly felt that Hogwarts might not be that safe after all. Cross whispered in her ear, "Find me later." Daphne nodded, and they both sat still, not eating. A while later, the prefect of Slytherin brought them to the staircases as he said, "The stairs change every now and then. You have to pay attention and memorize all their patterns. This way, before leading the ground of first years through several changing staircases to a door with a snake pattern on it." The prefect said, "Serpents ad vitam." The snake hissed, and the door opened. He brought them all into the common room and said, "Up these stairs to the left is the boys' rooms, and the right is the girls'. This is the common room." He started to tell the history, but Cross ignored him. Currently, he was looking around the room. He tapped the ground with his foot. An invisible string shot out in a spider web pattern, scanning everything in the room, even going into the floor and checking for anything hidden from sight. By the time the prefect guy stopped speaking, Cross had already scanned the entire common room and focused his attention on the green fireplace. It felt like it was trying to push him away. This made him feel strange. He suddenly asked, "Where's the library?" The prefect said, "On the second floor, past the dining hall." Cross nodded and turned around, leaving the common room to the library by himself. Daphne watched him go before going up the stairs to the dormitory rooms with the rest of the group. Cross was walking the halls looking for the library. He had already memorized the staircase patterns as soon as he got here, but would much rather a map. Nevertheless, he was fine on his own, for now. As he walked, he left countless strings behind him, covering every square inch of the hallway and walls. There was nothing out of the ordinary so far. Cross got suspicious. Perhaps directly setting wards everywhere in the school was the bottom line. Then again, he didn't think whoever was drugging the food would care about bottom lines. If anything, they would be too confident to even put up surveillance, firmly believing the potions would work. Cross couldn't care less what plans were being unraveled, as long as he wasn't in them. Daphne too, of course. As for the others, it wasn't his problem. He helped Nymphadora and Hermione on a whim. They were barely acquaintances. He wasn't going to risk his neck, stretching it out for someone else. That would be retarded. If he was dragged into the plans unavoidably, then it was a different story. Cross was confident in himself to take care of most problems, but it was always better to know your enemy first. Even if he wasn't part of the plans, knowing what they were could help keep him out of them. He decided he was going to start ramping up his magic studies by himself and perform averagely during the day. If everything went well, he would be using wordless magic proficiently by his 4th year. The stronger he was, the safer. Coming out of his thoughts, he was standing in front of the library. He walked inside and saw a massive room full of bookshelves, stocked with hundreds of books. There was also a woman sitting at a desk by the door. Cross walked over and said, "Excuse me, are there any books on languages and a book of general spells?" The woman looked up and said, "Accio, World Languages and General Spells for Wizards and Witches, Volume 1 to 5. 6 books flew over and landed on the desk. Cross took them and said, "Thank you." The woman smiled and went back to her work as Cross walked to a table with the books. Cross opened the first general book and placed Carl on the table, telling him to be quiet before reading the spell books. The general spell series was packed with simple and easy-to-use spells. It had only taken a few hours to finish the entire series. Most of the spells were already known by him, but the rest were new. Cross increased his knowledge of spells and memorized them in his mind. They were only the simplest kind of spells, so it was relatively easy. He moved on from the spell books and focused on a language book. He opened the book and started reading through it. To his surprise, the book not only had a series of languages, but their descriptions, an example, the race that uses it as their main language, and the history behind the language as well as famous users. To Cross' confusion, Elven wasn't in the book at all, as if it didn't exist. This puzzled him as he could clearly speak Elven. How was it that the language disappeared? This did, however, confirm his suspicions that something did happen to the elves, causing them to be forgotten about by almost everyone except a few humans and some old races. Cross kept reading and found Parseltongue. The reason it attracted his attention was because the founder of Slytherin was a proficient Parseltongue speaker. He suddenly remembered the green fireplace in the Slytherin common room. There was a secret behind the fire. He could feel it with his strings. He decided to learn Parseltongue and see if anything changed. Seeing the connection between Parseltongue and the founder of Slytherin House, maybe it would be worthwhile to learn Parseltongue regardless. He picked out a few more languages to learn. Most of them were common European languages like French, Russian, Italian, Spanish. Then he chose Gobbledygook and Draconian. Cross didn't know if there were any dragons still left alive, but he still chose Draconian regardless. It was more of a cover-up for Parseltongue and Gobbledygook. What business did a first-year student have learning Parseltongue and Gobbledygook? He could just say he was curious about the language, and if he targeted Parseltongue and Gobbledygook specifically, he would appear suspicious. Cross brought the books back and asked with a smile, "Can I borrow books on French, Russian, Italian, Spanish, Parseltongue, Gobbledygook, and Draconian, please?" The librarian looked at him and said, "What use do you have for these?" Cross pretended to be shy and scratched his head sheepishly as he said, "I like to study languages. I find they're very interesting." The librarian sighed with a smile as she said, "Very well. Don't spend too much time studying these languages. It's better to study on your magic directly before calling the books over." Cross nodded in appreciation and took the books with him back to his table. Cross started with Parseltongue and read the book until the sun came up. The librarian knocked on the table, and Cross looked up. He looked perfectly fine, and the librarian smiled softly as she said, "It's time for breakfast, young man." Cross nodded and said, "Big sister, could I borrow these books?" The librarian gushed and said gently, "Just remember to bring them back." Cross smiled cutely and said excitedly, "Thank you so much, big sister. You're my favorite." The librarian blushed at his flattery and shooed him out of the library with a warm smile. Cross put Carl on his head and scooped up the books, heading out of the library. When he was alone, his smile straightened out to a line, and he scanned around him with his strings. Finding no one and nothing, he pulled out his storage bag and dumped all the books, except Parseltongue, into it before putting his bag away and walking towards the kitchen while reading. Cross walked into the kitchen, and the house elves working in there immediately fell to their knees. Cross looked the kitchen and noticed that only house elves worked in there. Cross spread his strings out everywhere and checked every nook and cranny of the kitchen before saying in Elven, "Why are you putting potions in the food?" The elves coughed out blood and pleaded fearfully, "We were ordered, Your Highness." Cross nodded and continued, "From now on, you will make potion-free food and mark the plates with this symbol." He drew a circle with a line through it before adding, "Only to Slytherin and only enough for a few people with notice me not charms on the plates." Cross looked around the kitchen and said coldly, "In addition, speaking about our meeting and my identity will be treated as treason of the highest order decreed in elven law. Spread the word to the other house elves. If I hear so much as a peep about this to anyone, including your master, I will not be forgiving. Is that understood?" The house elves fearfully nodded. Cross didn't want any chances and waved his hand in the air as he said in Elven, "Cleanse." A green aura sprinkled down on the house elves and cleared them from any legitimacy placed on them. Cross spread out his fingers and spoke in Elven as his eyes gained a golden hue. "Hear my words as law. The conditions have been met. Descend. Seal of the divine tree." The green aura turned golden and sprinkled down on the elves, turning into little hidden tree insignias behind their ears. Cross returned to normal and spoke coldly, "You know the consequences of treason," before teleporting out of the kitchen, stunning the elves. Cross reappeared outside and went back to reading his book as he walked to the dining hall, as if nothing happened. He covered his tracks very well and searched for every possible hidden device. So far, he hadn't found one. He was sure there were none on him, so his movements were in the clear. Again, Cross was sure that he was okay now, but he couldn't be sure about the future. Hence, he was preparing before having limited movement placed on him. He couldn't just teleport everywhere, and after he was limited, he wouldn't be able to teleport, period. Cross walked into the dining hall with his attention on the book, but his strings were constantly spread out, searching everything for him. To the normal eye, he looked like a regular nerd. If someone was able to see the strings, they would indeed be shocked. The strings were everywhere and constantly expanding. Despite the fact that Cross wasn't paying attention to where he was going, he could feel everything in front of him. A kid sneered at him and stuck their foot out. Cross jumped over it and flexed his finger without even looking. The kid's pants exploded to pieces, leaving his lower half naked. Everybody around him started pointing and laughing hysterically. Cross didn't pay attention to the fly that decided to bother him today, and walked to a table before reading by himself as he searched for a plate with the insignia on it. He found one and flicked his finger, summoning it over. He had to say, the house elves were extremely efficient at their tasks. It had not even been 10 minutes, and some on the plates already had the insignias on them. As Cross ate and read, the dining hall slowly filled up. Even Harry and his friends walked in, as well as Daphne and her friends along with Draco and his goons. Hermione, Daphne, and Draco walked over to Cross and sat down. Cross was holding a book in one hand and eating with the other. He looked up and saw Daphne and Draco, but he was surprised that Hermione was there too. He looked at her and touched her head, noticing that one of the uses of his barrier was broken while the second use was waning. It seemed like the potion's effects were negated as well and didn't use much of the barrier's second block. Hermione pushed his hand away and said, "Why are you away touching my head?" Cross smirked and said, "Because you're cute." Hermione blushed and buried her face in her books. Cross went back to a straight face and glanced at Daphne and Draco, who were looking at him weirdly. Cross rolled his eyes and went back to reading his book and eating. Daphne whispered, "You like her?" Cross shook his head and said, "I put a barrier on her mind. It has 3 uses, and the first was already used. The second use is constantly negating the effects of the potions in the food. I was checking it." Daphne said, "Oh," feeling relieved. Draco just ignored them and ate, feeling that it was impossible for Cross to randomly like a girl. Daphne had told him yesterday that Cross only liked interesting things. This mudblood was as normal as it got. Harry and Ron walked over and said, "Hermione, why are you sitting with Slytherin?" Hermione looked up and said, "Why not? They didn't do anything to us." Cross looked up at Harry and Ron and narrowed his eyes, looking at their facial expressions very carefully. Harry frowned, and Ron directly expressed hatred for all things Slytherin. Carl, on Cross's shoulder, got annoyed by Ron's voice and jumped at Ron, snarling as he flew through the air. He got into Ron's shirt and started to run around and bit him in several places. Cross covered his face with his book and chuckled silently. Draco laughed and slapped the table as he watched, cheering for the honey badger. Harry and Hermione looked concerned, and Cross said, "Carl, enough." The little honey badger jumped out and strutted across the table arrogantly, as if he was king of the world. Cross kept a straight face and slapped Carl in the head, throwing him back to his shoulder, then going back to reading as if nothing happened. Ron got up and was terrified as he said, "Bloody mean bugger, ain't he?" Carl bared his fangs again, and Ron yelped. Cross tapped his fork on the plate, and Carl immediately stopped. Cross said, "He usually doesn't attack, but he doesn't like rats. Perhaps he smelled your pet rat on you and was looking for it." Ron rubbed his body and said, "I'll say. Scabbers is in his cage." Cross looked at him deeply and said, "Is that so?" Before becoming disinterested, as ending the conversation, saying, "Maybe he got out," before ignoring the rest and focusing on the book. Whether the rat was the source of everything, he didn't know. But he did know the rat was a prime suspect. Whatever if the rat didn't bother him, he didn't care. Hermione felt something was off, but Ron scratched his cheek, saying, "Anyway, Hermione, these guys are bad guys. Come eat with us somewhere else. You won't get attacked by a crazy badger there." Hermione looked at Cross. From the books on occlumency she had been reading, she realized this pointy-eared boy was much smarter than he let on to be. Occlumency granted her a photographic memory. Everything she ever read or saw was stored in her brain. She knew he was the same. But the thing she couldn't understand was why he was keeping quiet about everything and staying low-key. She felt like it was her job to find out. In the end, she left with Ron and Harry after their insistence, feeling mildly annoyed by Ron's whining. Cross watched them leave and stood up, going to the first class of the day. Daphne and Draco were coincidentally in the same class and followed along. Cross said, "Are your robes enchanted with tracker protection?" They both nodded, and Cross turned the corner, spreading out his strings looking for every possible hidden trap. Finding nothing, Cross put his hands on Draco and Daphne's head, cleansing and putting up a nature's protection on both of them. They both felt refreshed, and Cross walked away saying, "Welcome to the Protection Agency." Daphne smiled slightly at his joke and noticed he became a lot colder when they got to Hogwarts, almost never joking like he did before. Draco was confused and said, "What's that?" as he ran after them. They made their way to class, and Daphne explained that Cross made a joke, but also wondered how many other people he protected. Cross answered that he did the same to 2 other people. He didn't know where Nymphadora was, but Hermione was one of them. After hearing what Cross told Daphne about Hermione's barrier, he got serious. He didn't believe it before, but now he could clearly feel the barrier in his head. If one of the uses dropped, then there was a serious problem, especially that her second use was blocking the food. He became alarmed and felt that he was indeed being more aggressive than usual. After the cleanse from Cross, he felt much better. Cross shared with them the insignia for safe food, but kept the details to himself. They really didn't have to know. Plus, if even he was eating them, then the food was safe. Cross walked into class and saw there was just a cat sitting on the table. He could easily see through the disguise, but he ignored it and sat down in his assigned seat. Daphne and Draco took their seats and said, "Where's the professor?" Draco shrugged and turned to Cross, who glared at him dangerously. Draco ate his words and didn't say anything, realizing something must be wrong. Cross put Carl on the table and started reading again after saying, "Don't move." Carl did a military salute and laid on the table before falling asleep. Cross ignored him and focused on his book, trying to master the language as fast as possible. The cat hopped on Cross' desk and sauntered around on it, pressing on Carl and looking at Cross curiously. Cross ignored her and kept reading. He reached out his hand and pressed Carl down on the desk, making sure he wouldn't move as he read. Time passed quickly. The rest of the class filled in, and Hermione's seat was actually next to Cross. Cross didn't care at all, but Hermione was happy, feeling like she might be able to get his secrets from him. Obviously not. Cross barely even felt like she was more than a stranger to him, which was something Hermione didn't know. Harry and Ron were running late, and when they finally ran into the room, they sighed in relief as they didn't see the teacher. Ron said, "Thank God. McGonagall would have killed us." Hermione shook her head at them, and Cross ignored everything as usual. The cat jumped off the teacher's desk and transformed into McGonagall. Ron and Harry were shocked. Ron said, "Bloody hell. That was amazing." The class looked astounded, and Cross rolled his eyes as he kept reading while McGonagall chided Ron and Harry. The time passed, and Cross was in his second class, potion making. Cross was still reading when the door flew open and a teacher draped in black robes stormed in saying, "There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect much of you to appreciate the subtle science and the exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few, that posse's the predisposition." His gaze lingered on the Slytherin kids as he continued, "I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession and abilities so formidable that you feel confident enough to not pay attention." He raised his voice by the end of it and threw a piece of chalk at Cross while looking at Harry. The man walked forward and said, "Mr. Potter, our new celebrity." Cross caught the chalk and put it down while reading. Obviously, this teacher had a grudge against Harry, and that was none of his business. The teacher turned to Cross, who was still ignoring him, and said, "Do you know the answers to my questions, Mr. Greengrass?" Cross looked up and said, "Draft of the living death, a goat's stomach, and they're on the same plant," before going back to his book. The teacher was surprised and said, "That's correct," before going into further detail and explaining to the rest of the class. The bell rang shortly after, and Cross collected his books, holding them under his arm as he walked out of the class with his eyes glued to the pages of his book. Daphne waved her hand in front of his face and said, "What are you reading anyway? You haven't put it down the whole day." Cross said, "Parseltongue." He showed her the pages, and she couldn't even read a little bit. It was a thick book too, but Cross was around 30% through it. Daphne was confused and said, "Why are you learning Parseltongue? You want to talk to snakes?" Cross answered, "The founder of Slytherin spoke Parseltongue. It might be good to learn it. I have nothing else to do anyway." Daphne nodded, and Hermione was coincidentally near him and overheard his conversation. She had a thoughtful look on her face. Cross and Daphne walked to the small lunchroom and sat down. Cross hooked his finger, and all the plates with the insignia flew over, landing in front of him. Daphne and Draco started eating. Hermione also joined them and ate from the plates Cross brought over, thinking they were much better than the others, making her think again. Cross was eating when he heard an explosion. He looked up and saw a kid with a face covered in soot. He went back to his book, uninterested in whatever the kid was trying to do. Suddenly, a bunch of owls flew in and started dropping packages in front of the students. 2 packages fell in front of Cross. One was a box, and the other was a letter. Daphne also got a letter. Cross opened the letter and smiled slightly. It was from Astoria, saying that she had unfortunately not grown up overnight and couldn't come play with him at Hogwarts. He could imagine her bitter and sad face as she wrote the letter. He laughed softly and put the letter in his storage bag before opening the box. Hermione was stunned. Cross laughed. It was not something he had seen him do before. Then she went back to thinking about the implications. Cross opened the box and smirked at the letter that it came with. It was an elven from Ragnarok. It basically said, "How's that school? Probably not as good as my goblin palace. I even have plenty of women here. You should have stayed. Anyway, I sent you a gift. I forgot to give it to you before." Cross opened the box, and there was a glass cylinder with a bluish metal bottom, and the top of the cylinder was rounded shut in a dome-like way with an ornate glass teardrop shape on the top. Cross knew what it was for and looked at the letter again, reading, "By the way, it works in your bag." Cross took out the egg and put it in the glass container. The bottom started glowing slightly, and Cross put the whole thing away. Daphne smiled at the letter from Astoria that basically said she missed her, but she missed Cross more. By the time she finished the letter, her face was completely black. She looked over and saw Cross already reading again with a blank face and felt her eyes twitch. Cross was standing outside, next to a broom, reading his Parseltongue book. Daphne and Draco were standing on his left and right. A teacher walked past them and said, "Welcome to your first flying lesson. What were you waiting for? Step to the left side of your broom and stick your right hand over the broom and say up." Cross read his book and reached his right hand out as he said, without feeling up. The broomstick didn't move, and Cross let out a breath of relief. If he did it on the first try, he would definitely be noticed. Harry did it in one try. Hermione looked at Cross and thought. She could hear the disinterest in his voice, but she was confused. Why didn't he try at all? Was there something for him to hide? If he performed exceptionally well, then he would be favored and get focused teaching. Isn't that a good thing? Hermione watched carefully. She saw his eyes look around, and when enough people brought up their brooms, his tone changed, and he said up. The broom immediately flew into his hand, and he went back to reading. Her eyes trembled, sure enough. It was extremely easy for him. She wondered if she was the only one who noticed that he wasn't trying. Cross stepped over his broom and sat down on it, pretending to struggle. If you looked closely enough into his eyes, you would notice that there were no fluctuations in his eyes. He was completely calm. Hermione was frustrated. Suddenly, Neville Longbottom, the boy with the toad, flew up into the air and sped away. Cross spared him a glance before changing his seating position. He dangled a single leg off the side and crossed the other, leaning his elbow on his crossed knee, resting his head on his palm, and reading while hovering off the ground with the broom. Since the teacher was too preoccupied on Neville, she didn't even notice. Hermione did, however. Neville was out of control and flew all over the place before falling off the broom and landing on the ground, groaning in pain. The teacher ran over and checked on Neville before saying, "All of you stay here while I bring Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. If I see so much as one of you flying, you will be expelled faster than you can say Quidditch," as she left with Neville. Cross watched them go, and Draco was playing around with a glass ball. Hermione looked at Cross and said, "Why didn't you help him?" Cross looked at her and said, "Why should I help him? I'm not his father. It's not my problem if he can't control his magic." Maybe the red cloud in the glass ball was telling him he forgot his brain when he woke up this morning. He shook his head and added, "Putting myself in the spotlight for a thankless act? Yeah, right. Even if he died in front of me, I wouldn't do anything," before going back to reading, sliding back with his broom hovering to the ground. Hermione couldn't refute. Yeah, why should he care? She thought to herself about what Cross said. Why doesn't he want to be in the spotlight? Could he have noticed something strange going on? Hermione narrowed her eyes and looked around suspiciously. Seems like there really is something going on behind the scenes at Hogwarts. If she was being honest with herself, she really didn't want to get involved with it. She's safe now. Is there a need to throw her life in danger for nothing? Obviously not. Harry started arguing with Draco about the glass ball. Draco was confused by the obvious antagonization from Harry, but he wasn't one to be slighted. He had his own pride too, so he provoked Harry and threw the glass ball away, making Harry fly and go get it. Cross stayed out of it and read his book. Daphne was still trying to fly on her broom. She looked at Cross and asked, "How do you do it?" Cross kept his eyes on the book and gave her some tips. Control the balance of the broom. The bottom half is heavier than the top. Sit in the middle and slightly lean forward. Keep your magic around the bristles and you'll hover. As he moved forward, backward, spun around, and added, "Very simple." Daphne tried it, and to her surprise it worked. Daphne smiled happily and hovered off the ground, practicing her control. Carl jumped off Cross' shoulder and stood on the edge of the broom, pointing forward as if he was commanding a ship. Cross rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. A bristle flew out of the broom and appeared under Carl before flying him around. Carl cheered in badger language as he flew around. Daphne laughed and fell off her broom. Cross smiled softly, and Daphne gave him a pitiful look while rubbing her ass as she stood up. Cross waved, and Carl flew back to his shoulder, the bristle going back into the broom. The teacher came back and said, "All right, let's continue. Where's Mr. Potter?" Draco said Professor McGonagall took him away. The teacher nodded and continued with the lesson without him. Cross went back to unable to use magic mode, and the class ended without any more surprises. Cross walked away, Daphne went with her friends, and Draco went somewhere else. He was currently alone. Hermione popped out of the void next to him and said, "Why are you always pretending to be mediocre?" Cross kept walking and said, "Why do you follow me around?" Hermione answered, "Because you're a strange boy." Cross felt it was funny and said, "I'm a strange boy? You're two friends. You don't find them strange." Hermione said, "Ron is a nag and Harry is just." "Well, Harry." Cross chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Haven't you learned that nothing is as it seems with magic?" He raised his hand and a green aura appeared on his palm as he added, "Don't use your eyes to see. You have to use your mind." He crushed the aura and it exploded into beautiful green snowflakes, sprinkling onto Hermione's face. Cross went back to reading as he said, in elven change, his robe shined and the golden flower pattern appeared. Hermione was shocked and pulled out a mirror before noticing her buck teeth had disappeared. She looked up to see Cross was gone. She turned her head around, but he was nowhere to be found. Cross had already left, teleporting away. He was tired of talking to her. She was just annoying him, and he was currently focused on reading. The secret of the green fire was itching at him. He needed to find out what it was, or he wouldn't be able to sleep. Slowly like this, a few days passed. Cross finally closed the parcel-tongue book and let out a breath. It was tough for sure, but with his mind, it was quicker than normal people. He was also shocked to see that it was only the beginner's book. It seemed like nobody else knew this fact, as he couldn't find the advanced one. But he erased his thoughts and brought the parcel-tongue book back before going to the Slytherin common room. He spread out his strings and scanned the entire common room. He didn't find anything suspicious other than the fire. He looked around to see nobody coming in. He walked to the fire and crouched in front of it before whispering in parcel tongue, "Show me your secrets." The fire changed into a snake that spoke in parcel tongue. "Answer the riddle for the entrance." Cross was confused. He didn't know there was a riddle too. The snake spoke again, "I have cities but no houses. I have mountains but no trees. I have water but no fish. What am I?" Cross thought about it for a moment before answering in parcel tongue, "A map." The snake hissed and the fire disappeared, revealing a door. Cross entered the door, and behind him the fire erupted again. Cross entered a room and looked around. The room was huge. It had a single bed, a bookshelf, a desk, closet, everything a bedroom needed. Even a bathroom. Cross was confused and saw a painting on the wall. It was of an old man with a long gray beard and a bald head. Under the painting was a name, Salazar Slytherin. Cross was stunned and mumbled to himself, "The founder? Why is there a room with the founder's picture in it?" The painting started talking as it said, "This is the first visitor I've had in ages." Cross was spooked and spread out his fingers, strings shooting out and forming a snake. The painting laughed and said, "Relax, boy. I'm long dead. You're talking to a collapsed soul fragment." Cross narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you?" The man in the painting had a mysterious smile as he said, "Can you not read, boy?" Cross tilted his head and said, "You're Salazar Slytherin?" Salazar nodded and said, "And you are in the founder's room." Cross was confused. The string snake coiled around him, and its head split into 9, looking out in every direction and at Salazar, who clapped and said, "Good boy. You're a genius. My Slytherin house does have good students," as he wiped a tear from his eye. Cross stared at him and said, "What's the founder's room?" Salazar smiled and said, "The only single room in each house is hidden and only those who can find it can use it. That old coot from Ravenclaw decided we each had to put one in our houses. Each of the rooms are special, and they can only be used by the person who opened them." Cross was still dubious and spread his strings out in a spider web around the room. Salazar sighed and said, "Why are you so careful, boy? Others would be jumping with joy right now." Cross replied, "I don't trust you, nor do I trust anyone at this school. How can you verify that what you have said was true?" Salazar was stumped and said, "I don't know. I'm just a soul fragment. I can't even take over a body. The bookshelf has a bunch of magic spells that aren't in the library, and there's a map for the school with everything on it, as well as a token to get into this room by just activating it." Cross flicked his wrist, and the map and token flew from the desk into his hands. Salazar was stunned and said, "Boy, what year are you in?" Cross said first year. As he looked at the map, it was extremely detailed and even had room he had never heard of before. Meanwhile, Salazar's entire worldview was crumbling as he mumbled, first years sure are terrifying now. Cross ignored him and looked at the token before saying a port key. Salazar puffed out his chest and said, "That's right. Come here from anywhere." Cross shook his head and said, "Useless," before throwing it in his storage bag, even if it was useless for him. It was useful for someone else. If the token got into someone else's hands, would he suddenly have a roommate? Not ideal. Salazar was stunned again and said, "What do you mean useless?" Cross touched the painting and felt that what Salazar said was true. He really was just a fragmented soul. It would be better if he was dead, though. Cross didn't really want to have someone looking at him while he was sleeping and practicing. If Salazar knew what Cross was thinking, he would vomit blood and die. Coincidentally, just what Cross wanted, but Cross didn't know that if his thoughts were spoken they would come true, so he kept them for himself. Cross said, "I can just teleport in and out. The token is basically a variable that could hurt me in the future." Salazar opened his mouth and Cross disappeared before reappearing. Salazar choked on his words and cursed, "Fuck me. What can you do, boy? Why does it seem like this room is useless to you?" Cross shook his head and said, "The books are good, and there's you. What other secrets do you have?" Salazar said, "Acknowledge me as your teacher, and I will tell you." Cross' face turned black, and he said, "That's okay. I'll figure it out in the future." Salazar said, Wait. We can talk. What's the harm?" In his mind, he was thinking, with my knowledge, this boy will be so amazed he will change his tune and take me as his teacher. Hey, then those old fools in the afterlife can only envy me for my disciple. Cross said, "Speak," as he looked through the books on bookshelf. Salazar said, "There are many rooms hidden in Hogwarts. So many even I don't know them all, but I know of, debatably, the best one. It is on the 7th floor in front of a dancing orc painting. Its name is the Room of Requirement." Cross was interested and said, "Room of Requirement?" Salazar had a proud look on his face and said, "I worked on that room with that Gryffindor codger. Truly a mad fellow, that Godric. Let me tell you something, that Gryffindor fellow would always go overboard on everything. He even wanted the school to be built with gold bricks. Insane. There's not enough gold in the world for that." Cross felt his mouth twitch. If Salazar was telling the truth, then Godric Gryffindor was really... Salazar continued, "Anyway, the Room of Requirement was one of our ideas. Basically, whatever you need or want, as long as you're standing in that room, you will get it. Within reason, of course. You can't just wish for god powers." Cross looked at Salazar and asked, "Where does it get these things? It can't be that the room just makes them." Salazar shook his head and said, "If you want knowledge, it will give you the books you seek. If you want gold, it will give you gold. The items are all from the resources brought into Hogwarts. Once they pass the barrier, the room replicates them and stores them for later usage." Salazar sighed and said, "Every book and item from the moment the room was made till now is replicated. Dark magic, forbidden magic, trinkets, baubles, everything except living beings." He paused for a second before adding, "And you can't make special items, nor can you take anything out of the room." Cross' face fell, and he said, "So it's useless?" Salazar choked and said, "It's not useless. You can train, read forbidden books, and spy on anyone in the castle. The room will create tunnels to wherever you want to go, and once you leave, all traces will disappear." Cross rubbed his chin and mumbled something before looking at Salazar with narrowed eyes, having a serious question for him. Cross looked at Salazar and said, "Do you know anything about elves?" Salazar looked at him and said, "I assume you're not talking about house elves." Cross shook his head and Salazar got serious as he said, "This is an extremely forbidden topic, boy. Even more serious than dark magic." Cross' ears twitched and he said, "Tell me." Salazar shook his head and said, "I can't. I have already sworn an oath. The other 3 have as well." Cross frowned and said, "What could have possibly been so bad that you can't speak about it?" Salazar asked, "Why are you so curious, boy? Isn't it better to just be a happy child?" Cross pointed to his ears and said, "Look with your cataracts, old man. I am an elf." Salazar was shocked and said, I thought it was a Nimigus mutation. How can this be? They all died in that war dash before shutting his mouth. Cross narrowed his eyes and said, "What war?" Salazar refused. "I cannot speak of this. I am soul-bound to secrecy. If I speak, my soul will be tortured for the rest of time." Cross frowned and said, "So serious?" Salazar said seriously, "Listen, boy. You must hide yourself well. If someone finds out your true identity, even the gods won't be able to save you." Cross was confused and said, "Only a handful of humans even know what elves are, and the goblins will not speak." Salazar spoke seriously. "You are a fool if you think there are only goblins, humans, house elves, and beasts in this world. Even your history books don't dare to write down every race there is." Cross was silent and narrowed his eyes at the implications of this news to him. There was obviously a conspiracy going on not only within the school, but with the elves as well. He didn't care about the elves, he only cared about his own life. He snorted to himself and said, "Regardless, or who comes if they find out, they will only become corpses if they want me dead." Salazar smirked and said, "Confidence is good, boy. But what happened was beyond your imagination. Do you think magic has an end?" Cross looked up and Salazar sneered as he said, "Magic isn't applicable on a scale. There is never an end to the heights you can reach. You can go as far as you can imagine. Me as well, as the other three old coots were closest to the top of the funnel." Salazar chuckled wryly to himself and said melancholically, "By the time we reached that level, we realized we were only frogs in a well. Unable to make the final step and tread on a greater path, we decided to build Hogwarts." Cross was confused and said, "Final step?" Salazar said, "Listen carefully, boy. Magic that you know now is only the beginning. Past the final step is a whole world of magic. That's why Hogwarts was born, to give the chance to the younger generation to hopefully reach the peak and take the step past the barrier." Cross asked, "What is the barrier?" Salazar shook his head and said, "It can't be explained in words. If I had to give it a comprehensible name, it would be godhood." Cross' mind trembled in shock as he said, "Godhood?" Salazar waved and said, "Relax, boy. That is too far for the current you. Just focus on your studies. Keep your elf heritage under wraps, or you won't even have a chance to cry about it." "Understood." Cross nodded and threw the shocking god revelation to the back of his mind. Salazar nodded and stroked his beard as he said, "The boy can be taught." "Very good." Cross asked, "What happened to the forbidden curses? Why are they forbidden now?" Salazar said, "Avada Kedavra, Crucio, and Imperio." Cross nodded and explained, "In my memories, these three curses were used by the entire Blood Elf military." Salazar said, "Times change, people change. What was okay then isn't now. If I remember correctly, they are now completely forbidden." "Well, there's a book with them in it. I'm sure you're smart enough to know when and when not to use them. Also, if you wish to enter the room of requirement, you must walk back and forth in front of the dancing orc painting and think about what you want 3 times. Cross nodded, and Salazar sighed as he said, "Live well, boy. I have fulfilled my purpose. Behind the painting is a surprise." He smirked and said, "Maybe you'll find it useful," before the whole picture frame dulled and Salazar went to normal. Cross kept his guard up and touched the painting, feeling that it was just a normal painting now. But he was unsettled and took the painting down, turning it towards the wall before leaning it on the wall. He looked at where the painting was to see a vault-looking thing with a snake on it. Cross spoke parcel tongue to the vault door, saying, "Open." The vault door opened and revealed a box with a letter on top. Cross took the box and the letter before closing the vault door and walking to the desk. He opened the letter and read the contents. It said the password for the Chamber of Secrets. Cross didn't know what that was, but he kept the letter in his storage bag for later usage before opening the box. Cross felt his eyes twitch fiercely. Inside the box was a full set of snake-themed jewelry. Earrings, bracelets, necklace, rings, a pair of glasses, and a belly piercing. Cross really wanted to pull Salazar's soul back and give him a good slap. How could this be useful? Cross looked at the jewelry and noticed they all had different effects, increasing magic comprehension, increasing magic absorption, etc. Every one had a different effect, but they were all useful. Unfortunately, Cross wouldn't be caught dead wearing any of these. Apparently, it wasn't his choice, as 2 earrings shot out of the box and morphed into snakes, melding into earrings running along the top of his pointed ears. They looked like 2 coiling snakes, crawling on his ears about to pounce from the edges. Cross closed the box before any other jewelry started flying towards him and waved his hand, making a mirror in front of him. He twitched his ears, and they felt the same. Just now, they had snakes on them. He didn't like them at all, but he felt more magic flowing towards him and a magic in his body being stimulated. He got increased magic absorption and increased magic power. Cross looked at his miserable self and mumbled, "Is it worth it? To look like this?" He sighed and touched the snake earrings. Suddenly, they disappeared. Cross almost jumped for joy as the earrings became invisible. He calmed down and put the box of jewelry in his storage bag before going back to the bookshelf. He was basically free until tomorrow morning, so he could get comfortable in his new room. He started setting his room up with all the stuff from his storage bag. He took out the incubator and placed it carefully on the desk. He looked at the egg and mumbled to himself before taking off the case and biting his finger. He dipped a drop of blood on the egg before putting the case back. The egg sucked up the blood and trembled a bit before getting even colder than before and gaining a reddish tint. Cross flicked a drop of blood into Carl's mouth and then licked his own finger, closing the wound. Carl fell to the ground and twitched slightly before a blood cocoon enveloped him. Cross picked the cocoon up and put it on the desk next to the egg and started reading about advanced magic from the bookshelf while practicing his strings. The next day, Cross appeared in the common room and sat in a chair, reading the French book. It was much more simple than the Parseltongue book. As a matter of fact, he was already almost done. Daphne came down and saw Cross reading in a chair. She bounced over happily and said, "Were you waiting for me?" Cross nodded and said, "I have something for you. Let's go." Daphne smiled, and they left the common room. Cross spread out his strings and cleared the area before pulling out a box from his storage bag. Daphne was curious and said, "What is it?" Cross smiled mysteriously and opened the box. Daphne saw the beautiful jewelry inside and was confused. The 2 bracelets flew out and turned into snakes before wrapping around Daphne's wrists and biting their own tails. Cross closed the box and put it away. Daphne was stunned and looked at the bracelets, saying, "They're beautiful. I love them," as she hugged Cross. Cross was stunned and looked awkward as he hugged her back, saying, "Yeah, you're welcome." Daphne pulled back and said seriously, "Cross, we need to talk." Cross was startled and said, "Okay, but let me just tell you something." They started walking again, and Cross explained, "The bracelets are artifacts. In particular, your bracelets will increase your magic control and comprehension, basically turning you into a genius. Also, they can turn invisible if you want them to." Daphne looked at the bracelets and thought for a moment. The bracelets disappeared, and Daphne said, "So cool." Cross smiled, and Daphne said, "You have some on you too? Can I see?" Cross' face turned ugly, and he said, "I'd rather in dash." Daphne said, "Show me." Cross sighed and let the earrings appear. Daphne looked at Cross' ears, and she said quickly, "Enough, disappear. Go back." Cross made them invisible again and sighed, "Ugly, right?" Daphne almost died. "What do you mean ugly? My heart is still beating fast. More like too handsome." Cross didn't know that Daphne had told him to put them away because he looked too good and she didn't want anybody else to see him. They sat down for breakfast and started eating. A while later, Hermione and Draco sat down as well. Daphne finally remembered, right? "I almost forgot," she elbowed Cross, who was reading the French book. Cross almost dropped the book and quickly caught to before looking at Daphne, bewildered. Hermione bit her lips and looked down, giggling slightly. Draco chuckled as he ate, and Daphne said seriously, "You need to relax." Cross was confused and said, "What do you mean?" Daphne explained, "You weren't all serious all the time before. Ever since we got here, you've been all serious and studying." Cross was silent for a second before saying, "It's dangerous here. You can't let your guard down." Daphne rolled her eyes and said, "We're not in danger right now, are we? Just relax. You're too serious. Look, your uniform is all perfect and neat. Where's the goofy Cross from before?" Cross was speechless and Daphne put the final nail in the coffin as she said, "Do you want me to tell Dad that you're not actively making friends?" Cross said you wouldn't. "He'll kick my ass." Daphne chuckled evilly. Cross grumbled and said in Elven change. His robe changed to the golden flower robes. Daphne nodded and said, "Just chill. You're too high-strung." Cross sighed and went back to reading, cursing Daphne for basically blackmailing him. Hermione and Draco were stunned. Draco was stunned that Daphne actually showed so much emotion, and Hermione was stunned that Cross used to be a goofy kid. The rest of the meal went by without any more surprises. Another few weeks later, Cross finished learning French, Spanish, Russian, Italian, and gobbledygook. He returned all the books he finished and kept the Draconian language book. He kept his golden flower robes, but kept doing the same he was doing before. It wasn't that he was ignoring Daphne's advice, but he felt it was better to be safe than sorry. He practiced in his room every night. He had become even more proficient in his strings and was developing a special spell. Cross stood in the middle of his room and spread out his hands. Strings flew out and slowly came together to form another cross. He perfected all the details and enchanted it with elven magic. Cross named it String Clone. It could move, talk, and do everything Cross could do, but only worked with Cross giving it instructions. It didn't have a mind of its own, but everything it did, learned, and saw could be sent back to Cross, either telepathically or by returning to his body in string form. Cross made this clone so that it could go to classes while he went other places. He was thinking of going to the room of requirement soon, and skipping class would obviously shine attention on himself. So the solution was to create a clone that could send him feedback and be a stand-in for himself. Cross looked at the string clone in satisfaction before going to sleep. The next day, Cross sent the string clone to class and went to the 7th floor. He had tested the clone at breakfast, and it worked perfectly. Nobody suspected anything. Cross walked through the 7th floor before finding the dancing orc painting. He covered the painting with a mass of strings, covering its sight before he paced back and forth thinking about wanting to get into the room. After the 3rd time, the wall in front of him changed into a door. Cross smiled and walked into the room, dispelling the strings as the door disappeared and leaving the orc confused. Cross looked around in the room of requirement, noticing that it looked just like a normal room. There were mirrors on the wall, but other than that it was bare. Cross spread out his strings, scanning the entire room, but finding nothing out of the ordinary. Cross said, "I want forbidden magic." Books appeared out of thin air, piling up on the ground. Cross was surprised that it actually worked and started checking the books. To his surprise, they were actually forbidden magic books. Cross sat down and started reading the forbidden dark magic books. He quickly realized that all magic classified as dark magic was forbidden, but it didn't make any sense. Some of the dark magic described were barely able to be used as pranks. Like, for example, the slipping jinx. It caused the target to slip constantly and wore off after 5 minutes. Strangely, it was classified as dark magic. Cross kept researching and really thought he needed some dummies to practice on. Sure enough, dummies appeared in the room. They even had wands and everything. Cross smirked and started reading through the books after a few hours. He had read through all the forbidden books. He memorized them all, so he didn't need them anymore. The room understood, and the books all disappeared. Cross stood up and dusted off his robes before starting with the most basic dark magic spells. He pointed with his finger and said in Elven, "Slipio." The dummy he was pointing at started to fumble around and slip on the floor. Cross laughed and continued to practice all the dark magic spells in the forbidden books for the rest of the day. The string clone teleported to the room of requirement when everyone went to sleep and merged back into Cross, giving him the memories of the day. Cross noticed that he also got the training the clone learned. This gave him an idea. He brought out a new clone and threw him a pile of books, advanced spells, beginner's potion making, beginner's charms, beginner's transfiguration, and advanced legitimacy. The string clone sat down and started reading as Cross started practicing again, completely without a wand. For anyone else, this feat would be amazing, but for Cross, it was only natural. The wand, for him, was only a cover-up and used in front of others. Even just his fingers were enough to cast magic. he noticed that his strings were capable of casting magic and were in fact stronger than just using him fingers. Since Cross was an elf, really he didn't need a wand at all. While wand could make his magic more stable than when he was using his hands, he felt that it wasn't natural. Basically, to him and other magical species, magic was an innate trait, capable of being performed flawlessly with the use of a crutch, such as wands. The days passed like this, with Cross occasionally going to the kitchen and stuffing his bag full of food before teleporting back to the room of requirement to practice. Very quickly, a month and a half passed. Cross merged with the string clone and stood up seriously. The string clone had finished memorizing all the books. Cross had gained all the knowledge of the books the clone read, as well as the events of the passing days. To his surprise, nothing really happened. He was just the same as before, but he was closer with Daphne, Draco, and surprisingly Hermione. Tonight was the last night Cross would practice in the room of requirement for a while. He was getting bored of practicing constantly, while himself, that is, he would still send a string clone here to keep gaining knowledge and practicing while he would go to classes. Something to note was that the string clone had learned Draconian during the month and a half. If Cross were to put his power on a scale of 10, he estimated he would be at a 6. This was among the entire student body. He was already way ahead of the first years. It was not even a fair comparison. Cross stood in front of 3 dummies and had a serious expression on his face. He pointed to the dummy in the middle and said in Elven Imperio. The dummy turned around and destroyed itself by smashing into a wall. He turned to the dummy on the left and said Crucio. The dummy had no scale of pain, but it crumbled to the ground and stopped moving. He looked at the last dummy and said Avada Kedavra. A bright green light shot out of his fingertips and blasted the dummy to dust. Cross took a deep breath and said in Elven, Cleanse my soul, light of the divine tree. A golden green aura surrounded his body and seeped into his skin. Cross felt refreshed and happy. He had learned all of the dark magic in the books, with the unforgivable curses being the last ones. He was ready to take a break. While the dark magic didn't take too much of a toll on him, as the book said, he was mentally exhausted. Practicing without rest for a month and a half gave him excellent results, but the toll on his mind was a lot. He made a string clone and gave it instructions before teleporting out of the room of requirement to the founder's room in Slytherin and going to sleep in his bed. The next morning, Cross woke up and wore his Slytherin-themed uniform before looking over at the egg and Carl's blood cocoon. He was perplexed. Even after a month and a half, nothing changed, except the egg was a lot colder. Even the glass was frosted. Carl's blood cocoon was slowly dimming and shrinking, but it didn't look like it would disappear anytime soon. Cross actually missed Carl a bit. He hoped that Damn Badger would hurry up and come out so he didn't have to talk to other people. He cracked his neck and exited the room to the common room before sitting down and entertaining himself by playing with his strings. Strings shot out from his fingers and latched onto 2 skeleton dolls. Cross manipulated the skeletons to fight each other with his fingers, constantly moving them and creating a fight scene. He sighed at the fact that he had no music. Shortly after, Daphne came down and saw Cross playing with 2 skeleton dolls. She tilted her head and looked at the 2 skeletons fighting to the death, while they were already dead to the destruction. She shook her head, losing her thoughts as she walked over, and said, "What are you doing here?" Cross looked up and smiled. "Waiting for you, of course." Daphne smiled beautifully and said, "Let's go then." Cross waved his hands, and the 2 skeletons flew back to the place they were at before. Then he left with Daphne. The 2 skeletons looked at each other, and one of them said, "Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." The other skeleton snorted and turned her head away, saying, "Just like you didn't mean to go see that other girl." The other skeleton said, "Honey, I love you, no one else." The female skeleton said, "Humph, tell that to your mistress," before walking away, leaving the other skeleton heartbroken. A while later, Cross was sitting in class with a half-goblin teacher who kept looking at him strangely. Cross rolled his eyes and felt he really needed to find something to read. These classes were too boring. He had already mastered the Leviosa spell. It clicked. Cross knew what path he should take. He quickly communicated with the string clone. He excused himself and left the classroom before disappearing. He walked back into the class with a thick book in his hands and a straight face. He sat back in his chair and started reading with one hand and fake practicing with the other hand. He looked over at Hermione, perfectly making the feather float in the air. Cross felt a little evil today and secretly pointed his wand at the feather before whispering spark. The feather caught fire and the class was startled. Hermione was the most shocked and looked at Cross, who was chuckling on the side. She really felt like crying. It's hard enough trying to compete with him, and now he set her feather on fire. For an 11-year-old Hermione, this was too much, and she ran out of the room, with tears in her eyes. Cross sighed and mumbled, "It was just a joke, for fuck's sakes." The class ended shortly after, and everyone went to the Halloween banquet. There was tables full of candy and junk food. Cross sat down in a bad mood. He wasn't expecting Hermione to lose control of herself and start crying because he lit a feather on fire. He looked around and saw that Hermione was missing. He sighed and started to eat from the insignia-labeled plates while shooting his strings into the ground and shooting around the school. He found Hermione crying in a bathroom. He sighed again and left the table, going to the bathroom, saying, "Need to go." The prefect nodded and said, "Just come back fast." Cross nodded and left. He walked through the halls and heard a loud crash coming from the bathroom Hermione was in. He frowned and walked into the bathroom and saw Hermione hiding under the sink with a giant troll, smashing things and making a racket. Hermione looked at Cross and shouted, "Run." Cross ignored her and dug his finger in his ear as he said, "Noisy." He waved his hand and extremely fine strings came out, slashing at the troll. The troll turned around, only to be cut in 6 pieces, the flesh falling to the ground and splashing blood all over the place. Hermione was stunned silly. She couldn't even understand what happened. Cross waved his hand, and the troll turned into deli meat. Hermione looked at Cross with her mouth open, so wide you could fit an egg in it. He sighed and mumbled, "I going to have to obliviate her now? Why did I even come here?" He scratched his head in frustration and was about to say something when he heard footsteps. He looked at Hermione and said, "Keep quiet about what you saw. I will find you later," before teleporting away, but to Hermione it looked like he disappeared into thin air. Not even a second later, Ron and Harry ran into the bathroom shouting, "Hermione, are you okay?" before seeing the troll deli meat and gasping. Hermione said softly, "I'm fine." Harry pointed to the troll meat and said, "What happened?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know. There was a flash of light and then this." Ron poked at the troll and said, "Blimey, that's some light." Hermione smiled a little and McGonagall rushed into the bathroom with Snape and Quirrell. She immediately said to Ron and Harry, "Explain yourselves." Hermione interrupted and said, "It was my fault, Professor. I read about trolls and thought I could take it. If it weren't for someone saving me, I would have died." Ron and Harry helped. McGonagall said, "And this is—" as she looked at the troll meat. Hermione added, "All I saw was a flash of light." The teachers were silent, and Snape said, "This is not something a first year can do." McGonagall nodded and asked, "Did you see anything else?" Hermione shook her head and kept silent. McGonagall nodded and said, "Return you 3," and the trio left the bathroom. McGonagall touched the troll corpse and frowned, as she said, "Seems like a very controlled severing charm." Snape frowned and said, "Severing charm? How could that be? None of the first years could do this." McGonagall frowned and said, "No matter, the danger is gone. Professor Quirrell, clean up," before leaving with Snape. Cross was already back at the table eating. He got back a while ago. Completely impossible for anyone to even suspect him. The feast ended, and everyone went back to the common rooms over their houses. Cross was talking with Daphne in the common room when an older Slytherin student came down and said, "Anyone good with a broom? Our seeker is sick, and we need a new player." Cross was silent and ignored him, but obviously he wasn't getting away that easily. Daphne said, "Cross is good with a broom." The guy looked at Cross and said, "Good, get ready to play Quidditch tomorrow," before leaving, not even giving Cross the chance to refute. Cross sighed and said to Daphne, "This is attracting unnecessary attention." Daphne giggled and said, "You can use some attention. You sit and read all day." Cross rubbed his eyes and said, "If I play, will you let me go?" Daphne said, only if you win. Cross groaned and said, fine. Daphne cheered and said, good luck, before skipping up the stairs in a happy mood. The next morning, Cross was eating breakfast at the table. Daphne and Draco were sitting next to him, talking excitedly about the Quidditch game. More like they were proud their friend was playing as a first year. Cross was reading a new book he got yesterday. It was titled Elements for Beginners. Cross had an idea yesterday. Since the strings came out separately and not clumped together, if he had more than one elements, couldn't he just use them all at once? He didn't know if it was possible, but he was going to try. Plus, it relieved his boredom during the day. Hermione walked over and dropped her books on the table, looking at Cross. Daphne and Draco looked at her in confusion. Cross looked up and said later. Hermione nodded and sat down, reading her books silently. Cross looked at her with interest. He wasn't bothered last night, so he assumed she must have said something else. This improved his opinion of her by a lot. Cross smiled a bit at the thought, thinking it wasn't a waste to go save this girl. Though while he kept thinking it was her fault he even had to make a move in the first place. It was also his fault for making her cry. He didn't really know what to think. He decided to stop fooling around with people. It creates too many variables, just like what happened with Hermione. If Daphne knew his thoughts, she would sigh and say 1 step forward, 2 steps back. As a result, Cross didn't really speak with anyone during breakfast, reading his book like usual. After a while, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team came over and said, Cross, let's go. Cross stood up and left with him, leaving the school towards the Quidditch field. Cross found out the captain's name was Marcus Flint. He was in his 6th year, and he explained the rules to Cross. Cross interrupted him and said, just tell me what I have to do. Marcus smirked and said, get the golden ball. Cross nodded and said, okay, and they got changed in the dressing room after meeting the rest of the team. A few dozen minutes later, Cross held his Brook Indy read from his book, uninterested with the Quidditch game. Marcus was helpless with Cross. It was like the book was glued to his body. Cross looked up and saw the doors. He put the book away, and the doors opened. He got on his broom and shakily followed the rest of the team. They all sighed at the shakiness of his broom. But he was already here. They couldn't just tell him to leave. Next time they would have their seeker back, so it was fine. Cross couldn't care less what they thought and continued his act, getting into position and shaking every so often, looking to be off balance. Daphne's face turned black, and she cursed, what the fuck is he doing? Draco said what? Daphne explained, he's probably better at flying than anyone on the field right now. Draco was stunned, and Daphne added, my stupid brother likes to stay low-key. But this is too much. People are going to make fun of him. Sure enough, a girl from the Gryffindor team laughed and mocked Marcus. Couldn't find someone who could even use a broom. Marcus was silent, and the girl looked at Cross, adding, hey, Greengrass, maybe you should go back to your sister and study while she comes to play. Wouldn't want you to get hurt, after all. Oh, wait, she probably can't handle a broom either. It must run in the family. Cross' face turned dark, and he said coldly, I think you should apologize. The girl sneered to you? A nerd who can't even handle a broom. Another guy chimed in, maybe if you let your sister stay with us, we might apologize. They started to laugh. Marcus looked at Cross, who was glaring at the whole Gryffindor team, and he said to Marcus, if I get the snitch or whatever, we win. Marcus nodded, and Cross looked at the teacher, saying coldly, start the game. Daphne gulped and said, oh no. Draco was confused, and the teacher started the match, letting all the balls loose. Cross let go of his broom and spread his hands, invisible threads shooting out from his fingertips and grabbing the Gryffindor brooms. He secretly made a fist, and all their brooms flew out from under them as he shot forward towards the snitch extremely fast, not shaky at all. The Slytherin team couldn't react. They were just too shocked. Cross dispelled the strings and ignored everyone else as he chased after the snitch. He secretly flicked his finger, and the snitch stopped in midair. Cross flew over and grabbed the snitch before flying back and stopping in front of the ref, holding out the snitch with his fingers. Not even a minute passed. The entire arena was silent. Cross flicked the snitch at the ref and walked away, saying, maybe you should go back to flight training. A pesky thing, those brooms. The Gryffindor team was stunned, and the announcer finally came to his senses as he said, Slytherin wins. The Slytherin section started cheering wildly, and the rest of the team was shocked. They didn't even move the entire time. The Gryffindor girl shouted angrily. He cheated. He used magic, pointing at Cross. The ref looked over, feeling he was a bit suspicious. Cross turned around and said, Did you see me chant? Did I use a wand? Did I even make a hand gesture? The girl was stumped and Cross added, Ask the teachers if they saw anything, or better yet, ask Professor Dumbledore. Cross looked up at the teacher's booth and said, Well, the teachers were also stumped. Snape stood up and said no magic was used. I can confirm. Dumbledore added, I also didn't feel any magic. Snape nodded and looked at the Gryffindor team, saying, Perhaps you really should go back to flight training. The girl refused and got on her broom again. She flew into the air, but then her broom shot out from under her. The same thing happened to the rest, and they were all confused. The ref looked at Cross the whole time. Seeing he didn't make any movements, she directly called the game Slytherin wins. There was no use of magic. The entirety of Slytherin cheered madly, and the Gryffindor team and fan section was dumbfounded. Cross left directly. He made a big movement because of anger. This was not a good thing. The conspiracy going around here might just drag him in now because of his performance. He cursed himself and decided to not play anymore. It was too suspicious. Plus, he would much rather just sit in his room and read, advancing his magic. He left the arena by himself, not wanting to be bothered by all these crazy Slytherin kids. He changed out of the game gear and read his book as he walked back to the castle. He stopped and looked in front of him to see Nymphadora. He smiled and said, Haven't seen you in a long time. Nymphadora smiled and said, Good job on the match. Cross kept walking and said, Too much attention. I don't like it. Nymphadora walked next to him and smiled. Breaking the record for the fastest game, and you don't want to play anymore? You think this is a one-off? Cross smiled wryly and said, It isn't. Nymphadora laughed and shook her head. Cross sighed and muttered, Maybe I should lose on purpose next time. Nymphadora burst out laughing and slapped his back, saying, After that performance? Good luck. Ha ha ha. Cross grumbled, and they walked back to the castle while talking. Cross turned the corner and spread out his strings before touching Nymphadora's head and feeling her barrier. He took his hand back and said, Your first use is waning. Have you been eating the food? Nymphadora said, You actually put a barrier on me? Cross felt his mouth twitch and said, Do I look so unreliable? Nymphadora nodded with a smirk and Cross coughed as he said, Anyway, don't eat the food in the castle. It's filled with potions. Nymphadora nodded and asked, What do you know? Cross scratched his neck and said, Something strange is going on here. As for who or what, I don't know. Nymphadora smiled and said, You don't trust me? Cross smiled in return and said, Should you be trusted? Nymphadora chuckled and said, Fair enough. Take care of yourself, Cross. Cross watched her walk away and said, You too, Dora, before going in his own direction. Of course, he wouldn't tell her what he found out. Who knew if he was a person to be trusted? Cross didn't know, so he kept his distance. If they became more distant from each other because she was offended he couldn't trust a stranger, then he probably shouldn't be anything other than that, a stranger. Cross went back to his room and sat in his bed, reading his elemental book by himself, occasionally looking at the egg and Carl's blood cocoon. The next day, Cross was eating breakfast while his clone was studying in the room of requirement. Daphne and Draco came over and said, That was amazing. Ha ha ha. Those Gryffindor punks got what they deserved. Daphne and Cross looked at Draco, who was laughing by himself, and just shook their heads. Daphne smiled and said, It was amazing, though. I'm proud. Cross smiled and said, And never again. Daphne and Draco froze, and Daphne said, Why not? You're so good. Draco added, We'll never win again. Cross shook his head and said, I don't like attention. Too much. If that girl didn't make me angry, I wouldn't have done anything. Daphne complained, You have to. Please. Cross just shook his head and Draco sighed, We're finished. Marcus walked into the cafeteria and saw Cross. His eyes lit up and he walked over. He stopped in front of the table and said, Good job yesterday. You missed the celebration. Cross asked, You celebrate after every win? Marcus smirked and looked towards the Gryffindor table as he said, Nah, just when we win against Gryffindor. He looked back and said, So you're on the team permanently now. Cross said, I don't want to play. Marcus was apparently deaf and added, great. We have no more games until the break ends. Glad to have you on the squad. See ya, before leaving. Cross was stunned and said, I said no. Marcus waved his hand over his shoulder and said, don't worry, we don't practice much. Plus you have no choice, house head's orders, before disappearing. Cross grinded his teeth in anger and looked at Daphne, who put him into this mess. She giggled and gave High a thumbs up for encouragement, while Draco directly laughed and cheered as if he was the one to win the game. Cross really wanted to smash his head into the table, but decided not to since it would hurt his beautiful face. He didn't know when, but he started caring about his looks. He assumed it had something to do with his bloodline and forgot about it. The day passed. Cross was going back to his room when Hermione stopped him and said, can we talk now? Cross led her to a spot and searched the area with his strings before saying, what do you want to know? Hermione started, how did you do that to the troll? That was crazy. Plus he didn't even chant or use a wand. I dash. Cross covered her mouth and said, honestly, can you speak any louder? I don't think the teachers heard you clearly enough. Hermione looked at Cross, who took his hand back and said, these are my secrets. You think I would just tell them to a little girl like you? Hermione's expression dimmed, and she said, it's because I'm a mud-blood, isn't it? Cross was confused, and Hermione almost cried. He smacked her head and said, you could be a literal dog, and I still wouldn't care. Muggles, mud-bloods, wizards, they're all the same to me. I couldn't care less. Even my family doesn't know. Why would I tell you? Hermione's expression brightened up, and she said with a smile, you don't hate me because I'm a mud-blood? Cross rolled his eyes and said, honestly, tell me the truth. Are you deaf? I just said I don't care. Hermione teared up and hugged him. Cross was stunned and pushed her away, pressing on her forehead with his hand. Hermione had a cute look on her face with her arms stretched out. Cross coughed and held her back as he said, no hugs. Hermione pouted and dropped her arms. Cross added, just don't tell anyone what you saw, okay? Hermione said, you have to be my friend, though. Cross looked to be struggling internally before he finally sighed and said, fine, but no hugs. Hermione smiled happily, and Cross added, no kisses or hand-holding either. Hermione felt her eyes twitch, and Cross continued, no love letters, amorous glances, dubious sentences, or admiration from afar either. Hermione's face was black, and Cross thought for a moment before finishing, just stay a meter radius away from my body. Hermione shouted, then what's the difference between friends and acquaintances? Cross rubbed his chin and said, you're right. Hermione smiled, but her smiling face froze when she heard him speak again, then just a half meter will do. Time came and went, and the time to go home for Christmas break came. Cross left Hogwarts with Daphne and returned back home to the Greengrass family, excited to see Astoria again. He quite missed that little fox girl. Cross and Daphne got back to the house and opened the door. Cross was immediately tackled to the ground by Astoria. Daphne looked over and said, I'm back too. Astoria stuck out her tongue and said, hey, before going back to Cross and saying excitedly, you're back. Daphne's face turned black and Cross laughed. He felt completely at ease at home, finally allowing himself to relax. Though he still kept his clone in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. He was gone for a week. That was precious learning time that couldn't be missed. Marcus smiled and said, welcome home, you two. Cross and Daphne smiled. Cross got back up, and Astoria clung to him like a koala as they walked into the house. Marcus asked them about their time at Hogwarts, and Daphne went on a long rant about all her classes and friends, either forgetting or keeping quiet about the potions and the food and the mind-intruding hat. Cross, however, mentioned that he was being cautious at the school because he thought something was up. Though he didn't go into details, Marcus understood that something must be happening for Cross to be this cautious. Daphne, surprisingly, didn't out Cross for his loner behavior at school. Cross looked at her, and she giggled with a smile as if to say, why would I say anything? Cross immediately knew he was fooled and decided to clamp her mouth shut next time when someone asked if anybody wanted to be in the spotlight. He was a bit angry with her, but then again she was, first of all, his sister, and second of all, she didn't know about his elf origins. To her, Her brother was changing for the worse, and she just tried to help him come out of his shell, so to speak. Although he was angry, he didn't blame her. She didn't understand the constant danger he was in, and he wouldn't tell her either. The strongest strength was his own, and the less people who knew, the better. If him telling her his secrets and her getting targeted because of him were to happen, he wouldn't even have time to cry. Throwing this to the back of his mind, he had fun with his family, finally relaxing his nerves after being on guard for months. It was a well-needed break. He played with Astoria, talked with Marcus and Alyssa, and helped Daphne practice her spells. Christmas arrived, and Cross got picture of Astoria from Astoria in a new top-of-the-line broom. Daphne chuckled, and Marcus said, "I heard you're an amazing Quidditch player." Cross held the new broom and smiled wryly as he replied, "I'd rather not be." Marcus laughed and shook his head before whispering, "Make sure you don't cheat next time." Cross turned green, and his smile became forced as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Marcus laughed again and shook his head with a knowing smile. Cross scratched his cheek. He had already been found out. Maybe he should openly cheat next time? Then he would be banned from the game. Thinking he just had an amazing idea, Marcus immediately shot it down, saying, "Don't even think about it." Cross choked and looked at Marcus, completely aggrieved. Time passed, and the duo went back to school. Cross separated from Daphne, who went with her friends, and went back to his room. His clone teleported to him and merged back. A whole week of memories and information flooded into his mind. He felt refreshed and happy, summoning the clone back and telling it to keep reading, moving on to the advanced books. The clone nodded wordlessly and disappeared. Cross sat on his bed and looked over at the egg in Carl's blood cocoon once again. Carl's cocoon was noticeably smaller now and looked like it would seep back into his body at any moment. Then Cross turned his attention to the egg. Cross was surprised to see the egg shaking and cracking. He got up and walked over, taking the glass case off and holding the egg in his hands. The egg kept shaking, and a beak poked through the egg. The rest of the egg crumbled, and a blue bird, the size of a squirrel, was revealed. It was completely light blue with a long tail at the end, its whole body covered in soft, crystal-like feathers. The only part of its body that wasn't blue were its bright red eyes that shined like rubies in the night. The ice phoenix chirped and flapped its wings, but ultimately fell flat on its face. Cross laughed, and the bird got up before jumping on a Cross head and slumped down before falling asleep and snoring. Cross smiled to himself, then his smile turned wry. He realized he had no idea how to take care of an ice phoenix. He rubbed his chin and decided to go see Hagrid. Maybe he knew something, seeing as he was the magical beast caretaker of the school. Cross took the bird off his head and held it in his hands. The bird woke up and chirped again. Cross looked into its eyes and said, "Your new name is Blue." Blue almost chirped out blood. If it could speak, it would most likely say, "What kind of fucking name is that?" Cross chuckled and couldn't care less what Blue thought. He directly left the room and walked out of the Slytherin house common room, going to Hagrid's. Though it was completely pitch black outside, Cross had no problem seeing. His eyes really were too convenient. He made his way to the shack where Hagrid lived. He was about to knock on the door when he heard voices saying, "Hagrid, where did you get that?" Cross was confused. Why was Harry here too? Did he also have a magical creature to take care of? With that thought, he walked into the shack and was surprised again. Hermione, Ron, and Harry were in the shack as well as Hagrid. They all looked over, and Cross looked back before focusing on the little lizard on the table. Blue popped his head up and chirped at the lizard from Crosshead. Cross twitched his ears and said, "A wyvern." Hagrid said, "What are you doping here, little fellow? Don't you know that you're not supposed to walk around at night?" Cross was about to speak when Ron said he's probably with Malfoy. Cross ignored him and pointed to Blue as he said, "I hatched an ice phoenix." Hagrid almost fell off his chair and shouted, "You what?" Cross said, "Blue." As he held out his hand, Blue jumped down and landing on his hand, looking graceful and elegant. The little wyvern roared cutely at Blue, and Cross said in Draconian, "Shush, little wyvern. Next thing you know, you'll end up in a pot." The little wyvern was frightened and barreled into Hagrid's hair, hiding from the big devil who said he was going to cook him up. The rest were shocked, and Hagrid said, "You can speak Draconian?" Cross nodded and said, Do you know how to take care of an ice phoenix? Hagrid calmed down and said, Of course, may I see her? Cross walked over and put Blue on the table. Blue looked around and chirped angrily at Ron, who was dumbfounded. Hermione said, Did you train all your pets to hate Ron? Cross shook his head and said no. Blue just hatched not even half an hour ago. Hagrid looked Blue over with glasses on, occasionally touching her feathers and nodding, saying she did just hatch. Extremely healthy for a hatching too. Boy, where did you find her egg? Cross looked to be in a difficult position and just said, I got it as a gift from a friend. Hagrid understood that Cross didn't want to go into details and didn't push it. He looked at Blue and said, Perchance, do you still have the eggshell? Cross nodded and took the remains out of his storage pouch. Hagrid took the shells and gave some friendly advice. Don't go showing people that bag. It's illegal. Cross asked, Really? What? Hagrid shook his head and said, Ministry things. I could never understand them. Cross just nodded and smiled, saying, Thank you, Hagrid. Hagrid smiled and explained the eggshell of the blue wand can help its infancy period if you stew it up and feed it to her. The other three looked at Blue, and Ron said, Beautiful creature, ain't it? Harry nodded and said, What does it do? Hermione said, I read that some magical creatures can bond with a wizard or witch and give them boosts as well as affinities with whatever element they excel in. Hagrid was surprised and said, That's right, little girl. This cute little girl can share her ice affinity with her bonded wizard. As he scratched Blue's neck, Blue chirped happily, and Hagrid smiled. Cross smiled and asked Hagrid, What does she eat? Surely the egg isn't supposed to last forever. Hagrid sighed and replied, That's the tricky thing about them. They haven't been around for so long many people don't have their food anymore. Lad, my best advice is to leave her with me, but I can tell she won't like that. He got up and threw the egg into a pot as he continued, So I can make the food for you. Unfortunately, you can't just feed her bird seed. They need ice element herbs in their food to grow. You're very lucky it was just snowing. I have lots of materials to make food with. He crushed the eggshell into dust and mixed in with other herbs using his wand to cook the food into a birdseed-looking food. He continued to make the food for Blue until a big bag was full. He handed the giant sack to Cross and said, That should last you a while. Come back if you need more. Also, if you ever need a babysitter, I'm more than happy to help. Hagrid smiled and rubbed Blue's neck feathers. Cross put the food in his storage bag and thought for a moment before saying, Hagrid, would you like to own a basilisk? Hagrid almost died as he said, Why would you ask such a question? Do you know how dangerous basilisks are? Cross nodded and said, I can't just take your food for free. Hagrid shook his head and said, It's illegal by the Ministry of Magic. Cross rolled his eyes and said, What isn't illegal by the Ministry? Hermione and the other two laughed, and Hagrid shook his head, saying with a smile, You young ones be wary of breaking the law. Azkaban is a terrible place, and they won't think twice before throwing you in there. Hagrid shooed them out of the shack and said, Go back before you get into trouble. Cross smiled and said quickly, Hatch a chicken egg under a frog, before turning around and leaving with Blue sitting on his head. Hagrid smiled and shook his head before closing the door. Cross looked at the other three and said, So, what are you guys doing there? The three were silent, and Cross shook his head as they walked back. You guys are going to get in trouble if a teacher a voice startled them all by finishing Cross' sentence. If a teacher what, Mr. Greengrass? Cross looked up at McGonagall and cursed his bad luck. Why was she here? This was attracting too much attention again. McGonagall snorted softly and said, Too late for regrets. Follow me, you four. They all followed McGonagall into her office. Cross looked at Draco and slapped his forehead as he said aloud, I was shot in the crossfire. Draco coughed and turned away, while Hermione looked down and giggled. McGonagall was amused but still said coldly, You four were out after dark. As such you will be sent to detention. She turned her head to Draco and added, You as well, Mr. Malfoy. Don't forget you were also out night. Draco turned green, and McGonagall waved as she said, Go. Detention is tomorrow night. Cross scratched his head and wondered they weren't allowed out at night, but they were punished to go out at night anyway. This didn't make any sense at all. Still, he didn't say anything and left, going back to the Slytherin house with Malfoy. Cross looked at Draco, who said, Sorry, I didn't know you were there. Cross shook his head and said, "Why bother? Are they really worth going out of your way? Seems like it's more trouble for you." Draco shrugged and said, "I just don't like him." Cross shook his head again, saying, "Can't argue with that, I suppose." The next night, the five were walking with Filch, who was talking about the old detention in the dungeons, but Cross' attention was on his cat. The cat looked at him curiously, and Cross patted his shoulder. The cat jumped onto his shoulder, and Cross whispered, "Why do you stay like that? Do you just not want to be human again?" The cat meowed in shock, and Cross whispered, "So strange. All these maledictus don't cure themselves." The cat meowed a bunch, and Cross whispered the way to turn back into a human right in her ear. The cat meowed in doubt, and Cross said, "That's the way. Believe it or not. I don't really care either way." The cat tilted her head and patted Cross on the cheek before jumping back to Filch and meowing. Filch grunted and said, "Go on then." The cat licked his face and meowed happily before running off towards the castle. Filch brought the five to Hagrid's shack and said, "Enjoy," before cackling and walking away with his lantern. Hagrid came out of his shack and sniffed. Harry said, "What's wrong, Hagrid?" Hagrid wiped his eyes and said, "They took Norbert away. Shipped him off to Romania to live with a colony." Hermione questioned, "Isn't that good?" "He'll be with his own kind." Hagrid retorted, "But what if he doesn't like Romania? He's only a baby, after all." Blue popped her head out of Cross' robe, and Hagrid said, "Well, anyway, let's go." Draco said, "Wait, we're going into the forest. Students aren't allowed." Cross rubbed Blue's head and said, "Well, technically, we aren't allowed to be out right now anyway." He paused and mumbled, "Kinda makes you wonder." Draco looked at him and said, "There are werewolves." Cross shrugged and said, "Maybe we can hunt some down," displaying a rare excitement. Draco slowly stepped away from him, and Hermione slowly shuttled next to Cross, believing the safest place being next to Cross. Hagrid laughed and shook his head before saying, "Come on then," and walking to the forest. Cross followed along with a straight face, but his eyes bright. Blue perched herself on Cross' shoulder and looked around curiously. Hermione quickly followed Cross, and the rest followed after them. A few minutes later, Hagrid stopped and touched a pool of blood on the ground. Harry asked, "Hagrid, what is that?" Hagrid sighed before replying, "Unicorn blood. I found one dead a few weeks ago." He looked at the blood and said, "This one's been hurt bad by someone. So it's our job to find the poor beast. Ron, Hermione, look, come with me. The rest will go together." Draco immediately said, "Then we get Fong." Hagrid nodded and said, "Fine, but just so you know, he's a bloody coward, he is." Draco gulped, and Cross immediately walked away, feeling a spirit of adventure in his blood. Draco ran after him, saying, "Wait." Harry followed along while Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione kept moving forward. A while later, Draco kept complaining as they walked until the group stopped. Draco screamed and ran away with Fong. Harry looked at the cloaked figure that was drinking the blood from a unicorn. Cross tilted his head and looked at the figure in doubt. Why would he be here? With his eyes, seeing in the dark was a simple matter. The person Cross was looking at was Professor Quirrell. Quirrell slid over to the two-line of snake, and Harry stepped back. Cross sneered with his eyes, but put on a frightened expression and stepped back with Harry. Suddenly Quirrell stopped, and a centaur jumped over the boys and forced Quirrell to flee. Cross walked past the centaur and touched the unicorn with his hands and sighed. The unicorn was dead. Cross looked at the centaur, who was speaking to Harry, seemingly ignoring him. He wondered why that might be. Cross had an extremely narcissistic thought. Maybe he's ignoring me because I'm more handsome than him? He shook his head and sighed. It's a blessing and a curse. As he kept looking over the unicorn, inspecting the bite marks and feeling the blood, Hagrid and the rest turned up and said, "Harry, Cross, you both all right?" They both nodded, and Hagrid said, "Firenze, I see you've met our young Mr. Potter." Firenze, the centaur, nodded and said, "You are safe now, Mr. Potter," before turning around and glancing at Cross. Cross looked at Firenze curiously. Firenze said in Elven, "What yourself, Prince? Not everything is as it seems at Hogwarts." Cross replied with a smile in Elven, "I know these things very well. I assume you also know of the creature lurking within that boy." Firenze nodded and said, "These things we cannot interfere with. it is beyond our reach. Be careful in what you meddle in, Elven Prince. Not everyone can be trusted. Cross frowned and replied, Are you referring to yourself as well? Firenze shook his head and said, The plots and plans of humans will never reach into our creature kingdom. I await your rise, Prince. As it once was, it will be again. This path is inevitable for you. Tread carefully before running back into the forest and disappearing into the darkness. Cross watched him go with a serious expression, trying to think of the meaning behind Firenze's words. He felt a crisis. If he didn't get stronger soon, he would be in grave danger. Hermione walked up to him and said, What was that? Cross went back to a straight face and said, Nothing. I'm surprised the centaur speaks gobbledygook as well. Hagrid said in surprise, You speak gobbledygook? Cross nodded and said, I like languages, spouting out bullshit once again. Hagrid shook his head and Cross changed the subject. Can we harvest the unicorn parts? Hermione said angrily Cross. Cross was confused and replied, What? It will become dirt like this. At least its corpse will be useful after dying for nothing. Hermione was stunned, and Hagrid sighed as he said, He's right. Though Hogwarts doesn't need the money. I guess you lot can split the spoils. Cross nodded and turned to Hagrid as he said, Can you do it? Hagrid nodded and handed Cross the lantern before dissecting the corpse for the useful parts. A few minutes later, Hagrid handed the parts to each of the five and taking the lantern back. Cross looked at the unicorn horn in his hand and revealed a small smile before putting it in his bag before looking at the unicorn's corpse. Really, he also wanted the meat, but he assumed that would be a bit too far. Well, at least in front of other people, or else there might not have even been bones left. He stopped looking at the complete waste of good unicorn for fear he might not be able to control himself. Hermione looked at the unicorn hair in her hands with a slightly pale expression, while the rest were looking at their parts curiously. Hagrid stood up and said, All right, let's go back. I think that was enough excitement for one night, before walking back to the castle. Cross and the rest followed him. Harry gave his part to Ron, knowing that he needed the money more than he did, as did Hermione, out of sheer disgust. Draco kept his part. Even if he didn't want it, he definitely wouldn't give it to a Weasley. The group arrived back at Hagrid's shack and parted ways towards their houses, going to bed. Cross got back into his room and took out the unicorn horn while looking at the blood cocoon. A thought floated into his mind, and he created a bowl of spinning strings that were extremely fine. He places the bowl over Carl's blood cocoon and dropped the unicorn horn into the bowl, shredding it to powder and sprinkling into the cocoon, changing it from blood red to a darker shade of red with stars twinkling in it. The blood cocoon expanded and Cross places his hand over it as his eyes glowed gold, and he chanted in Elven, Divine tree, hear my call. Bless the beast for which I have chosen. Nature's gift. A gold aura surrounded the blood cocoon and seeped into it, blending the colors together, forming into a golden red with bright star-like twinkles glittered along the surface. Cross nodded in satisfaction and teleported into the room of requirement. He absorbed his clone and then sent him out again before practicing all the spells it had learned. He was going to grind for the rest of the year, while sending his clone to classes and everything else. The warning from Firenze made him a bit nervous. So he immediately started practicing with high-intensity training all day, every day, until the school year was over. His goal was to practice at least 3 advanced things from every category he had learned. Time passed slowly for Cross. It was almost torture, but he kept motivating himself with the thought of pain today, freedom tomorrow. He had made his clone go to class, studying books constantly, and display his mediocre talent with a cold and aloof attitude. He only spoke with Daphne, Draco, and Hermione, and even then it was only a few sentences, truly not wanting to be bothered. He also made the clone keep tabs on Carl every night to check his progress, and to his surprise, Carl was doing quite well. The new blood cocoon was condensing much quicker than before, and Cross estimated that, by the end of the school year, Carl would be out. Cross Clone also brought him food every night when he teleported to the room of requirement. During the night, Cross Clone would train Blue and feed her as Cross practiced spells and the like. Blue made significant progress and even learned how to fly and blow out ice breaths. Cross was shocked at her progress and felt like she would actually be stronger than him very soon. Not only that, but she was also growing at an astonishing rate. She was already the size of a dog. Thankfully, Blue was able to control her size and shrink down to a small bird once more, or else he wouldn't be able to bring her around anymore. Just like that, day by day, 5.5 months passed. Cross merged with his clone and let out a turbid breath. He reached his goal and still had a ton of information in his mind, but it was truly time to take a break. Not just a week this time, but the whole summer. He packed his things, and Blue shrank down before sitting on his shoulder as he teleported back to his room. Cross measured his strength and felt that in terms of pure strength, he was around 5th years. But in terms of knowledge, he was definitely at the top of the school. All he had to do was keep practicing, and he would get stronger. Unfortunately for him, the training session, although helpful, wasn't as helpful as he thought. His strength increased, of course, but it wasn't a significant increase like before. Obviously, this was due to the fact that Cross had learned dark magic before, which was stronger than normal magic. He also trained up in his dark magic this time. However, he focused more on normal magic along with the other subjects taught at Hogwarts. He didn't want to fall behind in school studies despite being much more powerful than his peers. Wouldn't he look like a joke then? Indeed, in the class he showed average talent, but outside the school, he was a super genius. Cross was happily surprised that he hadn't caught any heat or attention from any teachers or students during the entire school year. He made sure to command his clone to pay close attention to all the teachers during class, meals, and even when he was walking around. The clone was basically a well-oiled surveillance machine, and the strings helped immensely, constantly checking everywhere, even places he had already been to. Cross wasn't going to let himself destroy everything he had worked so hard for by becoming arrogant. It really wasn't worth it at all. Though he couldn't truly tell if any teachers were paying attention to him in the dark, his assumption that he was in the clear was 90% accurate according to Cross himself. He had done his best. Besides a few hiccups, there was nothing else for him to do. If someone still had their eye on him, then he was helpless against it, and maybe that person had a problem. Constantly paying attention to a specific child was a bit strange, especially a completely average child. He had also rectified his Quidditch problem by performing normally. The whole incident was chalked up to beginner's luck, and his celebrity status was forgotten by the students. Cross really wanted to laugh at these ignorant humans. If you're exceptional, they flock to you, but if you're mediocre the next day, they will ruthlessly abandon you for someone else. And so, Cross was removed from the team and recommended to try again next year. After an extremely sad talk with Marcus, Cross accepted that he was off the team. Cross had to say that was probably his best acting performance yet. Currently, Cross was stretching his back in his room and looked over to see the blood cocoon glowing. He walked over to the cocoon as it shrank, revealing Carl's body. Carl didn't change too much. His fur was the same, just much shinier and more beautiful. His eyes were golden red with white star-like speckles, and he had a small pure white horn in the middle of his forehead. Carl slowly opened his eyes and yawned. He turned his head to see Cross' face looking at him. Carl was excited and leapt towards Cross as if to say, "Master, how I've missed you so." Cross laughed and slapped his head before grabbing him and looking at Carl closely. Carl was aggrieved. He had evolved. He became the only badger to ever do it. He changed from a badger to a magic badger. Even his parents would be proud. And yet Cross still slapped him all the same. Secretly, Carl was happy. He knew Cross only slapped him when he was happy. Cross, completely oblivious to the masochistic tendencies of his pet, said, "Carl, you took too long. Blue is stronger than you now." Carl was confused. Blue? Who the fuck was Blue? Before seeing the blue bird on Cross' shoulder. Carl almost cried. While he had been changing from the inside out, Cross had gotten someone new. Cross rolled his eyes at Carl's abandoned wife, and put him on his other shoulder before leaving his room with a smile. He was happy Carl was back, but more importantly, he had heard something from his clone and wanted to see exactly what happened. And so, he went to breakfast after waiting for Daphne. Cross ate breakfast with Daphne, Carl and Blue on his shoulders. Daphne looked at him funnily and said, "Are you trying to look like a zoo?" Cross chuckled and said, I'm not going to leave them alone. Daphne shook her head and said, Are your things packed? We leave tomorrow. Cross nodded and said, Everything is ready, you? Daphne smiled and said, Me too. Draco came and sat down next to them, saying, What's up? Cross and Daphne shook their heads, and Draco said, You guys want to come to my house over the summer? We can go get our school supplies for next year together. Daphne nodded and said, Okay. Cross looked at her and said, Isn't Astoria coming next year? Daphne nodded and said, Yeah, but we don't need Dad to come with us this time. We could go by ourselves, that would be fun. Cross smiled softly and looked at Draco before saying, How are we supposed to contact each other? Draco said, By owl, of course. Cross shook his head and said, Honestly, for wizards you're all so far behind. Draco and Daphne were confused, and Cross smirked as he said, Listen, a company made these phones. They're for instantaneous communication anywhere. Draco frowned and said, A muggle company? Cross nodded and said, Muggle, wizard. What's the difference? If they can make things more convenient, it's better, no? Daphne said, What is this phone? Cross took out a piece of paper and drew 2 squares before saying, So you're the first square and Draco is the second square, right? He drew a line connecting the squares and continued, Wherever Draco is, if you call him with your phone, and he has a phone as well, he will receive your call, and you can talk to each other. Daphne was startled and said, Anywhere. Cross nodded and said, Anywhere. Draco was doubtful and said, If these are so amazing, why haven't we heard about them before or better yet using them? Cross knocked on his head and said, Remind me what you think of muggles. Draco said, Hate him. Cross replied, That's why. Draco had a thoughtful look on his face. Hermione came and sat down at the table saying, What are you guys talking about? Cross said, Perfect example. Hermione, your parents are muggles, right? Hermione dimmed and nodded. Cross asked, They have phones in their house, right? Hermione was confused and said, Of course. Cross looked at Draco and said, These muggles have faster communication than people who use magic. Why would we not use them? It just doesn't make sense. Draco rubbed his chin and said, How much are these phones? Surprisingly looking at Hermione. Hermione was startled and said, I'm around 900 pounds. Cross calculated and said, So like 180 galleons. Daphne and Draco were dumbfounded and said in shock, 180 galleons. Cross tilted his head and twitched his ears as he said, Before tax, so probably around 250 galleons. Draco almost spat out blood and said, For a single item. Are these muggles mad? Hermione giggled and Cross retorted, These are very powerful items. Imagine having instant information circling around without even being anywhere near each other. We could talk like this while being on opposite ends of the country. Daphne was startled as well, and Draco quieted down as he thought about it. The bell rang, and Cross left, saying, Maybe we should get some when we go back. The other two nodded, and Hermione smiled. The day passed slowly. Cross attended classes before slipping away to the infirmary to check what he heard about. Sure enough, Cross walked into the infirmary and saw Harry laying on a hospital bed. He walked over and looked at all the candies and gifts. He looked at Harry and said, Quite the celebrity, Mr. Potter. Harry said, What are you doing here? Cross picked up some candy and handed a bit as he said, To confirm the rumors for myself. I was quite curious, you know. I hadn't seen Quirrell since. Well, anyway, I didn't see him since that day. Though I am curious, what exactly did you kill Quirrell over? Harry said, I didn't kill him. Cross tilted his head and kept his blank face as he said, I think Quirrell would disagree with you. Harry was silent, and Cross said, If you don't want to tell me, I understand. I merely came to see for myself. The boy who lived. Twice, in fact. You are very interesting. Harry said, What does that mean? Cross smiled and said, Come now, Mr. Potter. If I tell you everything, where's the fun of you finding out for yourself? Not to mention we're barely acquaintances. Why should I tell you? Harry looked at Cross in confusion, and Cross waved as he said, Anyway, hope you get well soon, and all that nonsense. Before he turned to leave, Harry looked at his back and said the Philosopher's Stone. Cross stopped and frowned as he looked back and said, What? Harry said, Quirrell wanted the Philosopher's Stone. Cross frowned even harder and said, And the stone? Harry shook his head and said, Destroyed. Cross twitched his ears and said a pity. Harry said, "Why? You wanted to use it," getting a bit confrontational and accusatory. Cross shook his head and said, "No, I wanted to see if it was real or not." Harry frowned and said, "It was real. I held it in my hand." Cross raised a brow and said, "Oh. And what did it look like, Mr. Potter?" Harry said, "Like a piece of glass. Not circular like a broken stone." Cross lost interest and shook his head, saying a mere replica. Harry said, "Replica?" Cross didn't say anything else about it and looked at Harry before saying, "Mr. Potter, for your stellar information, I will give you some in return." His strings spread out from the ground, checking the room and walls. He found a few wards and charms that shouldn't be there. Cross frowned and wrote something on a paper before throwing it to Harry and walking away. Harry read the note before it burst into flames and disappeared. He frowned and thought about what it could mean. The note said, "Be careful whom you trust. Not everything is as it seems." Suddenly unable to remember who he had just talked to, Cross walked away from the infirmary. He kept the contents of the letter extremely vague and also charmed it to obliviate himself from Harry's memory of today's events. The only thing left was a mysterious letter given to him by someone. Of course, Cross didn't erase Harry's memories of himself completely. Just today's conversation. It required an extremely strong control over legilimency and the Obliviate spell. It wasn't a coincidence that Cross was proficient in Obliviate. He had practiced this spell the most during his training session, feeling it was better to obliviate certain events after getting information. Looks like he made the right choice. Cross was still thinking about the Philosopher's Stone replica. He would love to get his hands on it and find out how it worked. He knew what the Philosopher's Stone was, but the one in his memories was different from the one Harry described. The actual Philosopher's Stone was a circular blood-red orb that didn't reflect any light whatsoever. The stone's purpose was against the laws of nature. Basically, in alchemy, to acquire something, it requires the same value of materials on the other side. This was called equivalent exchange. It was a fundamental law of the world, but the Philosopher's Stone ignored this law. Whatever you wanted, you would have. Alchemists would be able to transmute without having to give anything in exchange. Not only limited to alchemical uses, the stone was able to turn metal into gold, produce the elixir of life, and even bring people back from the dead. The last use was the primary reason why the stone was so highly sought after. Imagine bringing back your loved ones or friends. It was against the rules of the world. The stone also had the capability to vary between how it brought the dead back. For example, you could bring your family and friends back easily and without consequence, but you could also bring back your enemies as zombies or slaves. The stone had the power to imprint a soul brand on the revival subject if the owner so chooses to use it. Imagine that, an army of zombie slaves. That was the reason the stone was destroyed in the first place. It was deemed far too dangerous to be kept by anyone. Power and greed could turn even the most faithful monk into a demon. The original Philosopher's Stone was an artifact made from the earth, impossible to recreate. The replica maker must have found a shard of the original and used his own means to recreate his own Philosopher's Stone. Surely he was hunted down when people found out, though Cross wasn't sure if anybody still knew the original Philosopher's Stone, but he was sure that the replica didn't even have a fraction of the original power of the original. A while later, Cross walked the hallways, going back to his room to sleep before leaving tomorrow to go back home. Surprisingly, nothing happened during today. Dinner was fine. Cross paid attention to everyone and found that other than Hermione and Daphne, nobody was even paying attention to him, which made him happy. It seemed like the Obliviate decision was the right one. Gryffindor won the House Cup, and the entirety of Slytherin was enraged. Gryffindor had gone from last place to first and won the House Cup right out from under them. The only one who didn't really care at all was Cross. He was confused as to why everyone else did, but he kept the act and cursed just like everyone else. The next day, Cross got all his stuff and boarded the train back. Draco was still angry next to him. Cross looked at him and said, "Why does the House Cup mean so much to you?" Draco said, "It's the House Cup." "What do you mean?" Cross shook his head and sat in a train cart as he said, "You realize that all you get is your banners hung in the dining hall and an announcement, right? What's the appeal?" Is this exciting? Are there other rewards? Draco was unable to reply. It was indeed just that. Cross shook his head again and added, "Is there really a need to get so riled up? It's like you were going to die if you didn't get the house cup." He looked at Draco and frowned. Cross reached out his hand and touched Draco's forehead. Cross eyes opened wide in shock, and he pulled back, looking at Draco with a frown. Draco was confused and said, "What?" Cross shushed him and spread out his strings, covering the entire room, blocking the door and windows. There were no wards, charms, or spells. He even checked for living creatures, not a single one. Cross grabbed Draco's head and said in Elven, "Cleanse." A green aura shrouded Draco and wiped away all the harmful intruders in his mind. Cross kept checking and found another one. He shouted angrily in Elven, "Ultimate purge of the divine tree." A gold aura swept through Draco's entire body, getting rid of every charm, spell, ward, etc. Cross closed his eyes and said again, "Nature's protection," putting the barrier back in place. Cross leaned back and took his strings back. Draco blinked and said, "What happened?" Cross said seriously, "All my barriers were broken." Draco trembled and said, "How is that possible?" Cross shook his head and said, "Who have to been with since I put it up?" Draco thought for a moment and said, "You, Daphne, the Mudblood, Potter, Weasley, Snape, Hagrid, McGonagall, Filch, and my parents." Cross said seriously, "If it has only been these people, then one of them has to be the one to destroy the barrier. We can rule out the first years, Filch and Hagrid. The rest are suspects." Draco said, "Even my parents?" Cross nodded and said, "Even them. Perhaps they did in fact do it. If you saw a barrier on your child and didn't know where it was from, would you let it be?" Draco shook his head and Cross nodded again as he said, "Exactly. Perhaps the intent is not malicious, but the effect afterwards harmed you." Draco was silent for a moment before saying, "What about this time? If it was my parents, then they would just find out again. If it happens twice, it's a problem." Cross snapped his fingers and they glowed white. He tapped on Draco's forehead and said, "I hid it. Only you and me can see it now. Do not, under any circumstances, mention that it was me who helped you. This will put you and me both in extreme danger, understand?" Draco nodded seriously. He was still curious about Cross and asked, "Are you like a house elf or something?" Cross shook his head and said, "It's better if you don't know. Maybe you will find out in the future. For now, focus on keeping your mind secure. I have no idea if the person who took down the barrier has read your mind. If they did, we may have a problem." Draco got super serious and nodded. Cross nodded and laid back, letting out a breath as he said, "Good to be going home." Cross finally arrived home and started relaxing on his summer break. The only thing he did was make his clone practice all the spells in his room, while he went out and played around with Astoria and the rest of the family. Cross had bought a phone and met up with Draco to get the number of his phone before going back to his house. These phones were too convenient. Getting one wasn't an issue either, as his ears weren't visible to muggles, and anybody who saw him that wasn't a muggle just assumed he was a metaformagus. Cross had to say his excuse was pretty convenient, especially since his hair changed with the seasons and was currently blood red, adding a strange flair to him. Though different colored hair was almost never seen, that didn't mean that it didn't exist. Muggles simply looked at his hair in shock before continuing along on their way. Cross was wearing normal clothes he had bought before, consisting of a white t-shirt, jeans, and black sneakers. If one were to look at him, he would seem like a punk, though this helped him keep people away, which was a plus. Cross explored the Muggle world by himself, and sometimes went with Astoria or the entire family. Cross had a wonderful time just walking around and seeing the Muggle world. It was impressive how they made things without any magic. He didn't really understand why the wizards didn't like Muggles. Their devices could be useful and even improved upon with magic. It seemed like they had their own way of advancement, just like wizards did. Electricity instead of candles, toys that used the electricity to move by themselves, and many more. Cross felt like a whole new world had opened up to him. Everything in a Muggle world was so novel and different. He had bought a ton of different things, toys, gadgets, books, clothes, etc. When he came back from his trips, Marcus' face turned black. Cross was wearing a hat that said, "I love football," and a shirt that said Blackpool football for life. Cross was confused and looked at Marcus, who said, "Get those muggle clothes off." "What are you doing?" Cross shook his head and said, "These humans are truly interesting. Have you seen the things they have? It's impressive they got so far without magic." Marcus rolled his eyes and chided, "All right, muggle boy, go change." Cross smiled happily and went to his room with all his bags, making Marcus' mouth twitch. Time passed, and 2 months later, Cross was walking in Diagon Alley with Astoria and Daphne. Cross smiled and carried Astoria on his back. She looked like a little doll. Cross turned his head and saw Draco waving at them from a bookstore. Astoria looked over and slid down Cross back before fixing her posture and blushing a bit. Cross didn't notice, but Daphne did. She smiled a little. The trio walked over to Draco, who took a quick glance at Astoria before looking back at Cross, and Daphne saying, "Come on up," as he went back into the bookstore and walked up the stairs. Cross followed along, and Daphne nudged Astoria, who was in a daze with a thick blush. Astoria yelped, and Daphne laughed as she pulled Astoria with her, following Cross. Cross and Draco were on the second floor, looking over the railing down at the crowd of people. Cross was confused and said, "What are all these people doing here?" Draco pointed down and said, "Some fancy writer is doing a book signing. Sound like an asshole to me, though." Cross chuckled and shook his head as he looked down and saw Ron, Harry, and Hermione standing in line. He smiled to himself and heard someone say, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gilroy Lockhart." Cross saw a red-headed man with a cloak come out and smile for a camera. Cross leaned over the railing and muttered, "What's so special about this guy?" Draco informed him he does all these amazing things and writes about them. Cross looked over and saw Draco looking nervous, trying to seem macho. Cross was confused and said, "Draco, are you okay?" Draco coughed and said, "Oh yeah, of course." Cross shook his head and said, "Keep your wits about you. Honestly, you never know what might happen around here." By the time he started paying attention back to the book signing, Harry was walking away with a bunch of books. Cross lost interest in this guy and went down the stairs of the bookstore. Draco followed along, talking more to Daphne than Cross, but his focus wasn't on her, strangely enough. Cross finally noticed, even if he was an idiot, he would understand. This boy was crushing on Astoria. He didn't really know how to feel. Astoria was his sister and Draco was his friend. He needed to look into this more. Draco saw Harry, Ron, and his family and snorted at Harry. They started arguing and cross-eyed this guy. Couldn't he just relax? So much energy expended on Harry Potter. Cross sat on the side, watching the whole show, until a blonde man stopped Draco, saying, Now, Draco. Play nicely." Draco snorted and walked to the side. The man looked at Harry and said, "Mr. Potter. Lucius Malfoy, we meet at last. Forgive me." He pulled Harry close and used his snake-head cane to part Harry's hair and see his scar. Lucius sighed and said, "Your scar is legendary, as is the wizard who gave it to you." Harry retorted, "Voldemort killed my parents. He was nothing more than a murderer." Lucius raised a brow and said, "You must be very brave to mention his name, or very foolish." Hermione chimed in, "Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself." Cross looked at Hermione and wondered why she was getting involved. He pulled her back, but it was already too late. Lucius looked over and said, "And you must be Ms. Granger. Draco has told me all about you and your parents." He looked over at Hermione's parents and said, "Muggles, aren't they?" Lucius looked at Cross and said, "Mr. Greengrass, how are you? I hope you are keeping Draco out of trouble." Cross nodded and said nothing. Lucius nodded and turned to Ron as he continued. Cross looked at Hermione and said, "Why even get involved? It's like asking to be shot for no reason." Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "I can't just let him speak like that." Cross was placid and retorted, "Why not?" Hermione was stumped for a moment before saying, "They're my friends." Cross sighed and said, "All right, just watch yourself. According to our agreement, I'm also your friend." Hermione smiled cutely and said, "Only the agreement?" Cross nodded and said, "Yeah." Hermione's smiling face froze, and she grumbled, "Bastard." Astoria looked at Hermione, and her eyes flashed a sly light as she said cutely, "Are you my sister-in-law?" Cross choked on his own saliva and Hermione was bewildered before turning completely red as she stuttered, "WW? And me? No, no. Cross pinched Astoria's cheeks and said angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting now? Do you want me to stop playing with you?" Astoria almost cried and said, "Wah, I'm sorry," cross-eyed and pinched her nose, saying, "Watch the nonsense, you little dunce." Astoria stuck her tongue out and nodded cutely. Cross smiled and decided to leave after being completely embarrassed. He said goodbye to Hermione and the rest before leaving with Daphne and Astoria. When they got away from the store, Daphne burst out laughing and gave Astoria a big thumbs up. Cross grumbled and kept going as they bought the things Astoria and they needed for school before going home. The next day, the three were brought to the train station and boarded the train with Astoria, so she wouldn't be alone. Cross sat in the train cart, looking out the window as Astoria swung her legs happily on the seat. Daphne smiled and leaned back. The door opened and Hermione said, "Have you seen Ron and Harry?" Cross just shook his head and Daphne did the same, but asked why. Hermione came inside and sat down saying, "They're not on the train. Maybe they got stuck somewhere." Cross said, "Well, it's too late to get on now. Just forget about it. I'm sure they'll be at school." "Well, at least Potter will be." Hermione was confused and said, "What is th-?" She was interrupted by a woman holding a card at the door, saying, "Fancy some candy." Cross said, "We'll take it all," as he passed her a bag full of galleons. The woman smiled and gave them all the candy on the cart before pulling the cart away. Astoria was drooling looking at the candy and quickly dug in like a little monster. Daphne laughed and had a bit, while Hermione just smiled. Cross picked up a box and said, "Chocolate frog," before opening it. A chocolate frog jumped in the air, but Cross caught it immediately. The girls watched as Cross just bit the head off and said, "Oh, it's good." Hermione gagged and Cross said, "What?" as he ate the rest of the twitching frog. Hermione covered her mouth and said, "I don't know how you can eat those. They look alive." Cross shrugged and said, "It shouldn't have been made of chocolate, and it wouldn't have gotten eaten." Astoria nodded and said matter-of-factly, "That's right. Stupid frog shouldn't have gotten caught and put in a box." Daphne felt her mouth twitch and Cross just rubbed her hair with a soft smile. This stupid little girl was his favorite. Hermione looked at Astoria speechlessly. She could tell that she wasn't joking. Wasn't this girl a bit too stupid? Astoria then said, "Plus they have enough population in the chocolate animal country to sustain the frog population decrease due to constant catching. Due to the chocolate frogs' spawning rate being extremely high, they can afford to capture thousands per trip." Hermione felt her head was going to explode. She had never heard of no chocolate animal country. Was Astoria tell the truth? Were the chocolate frogs not made? Her worldview was collapsing. Cross nodded and patted her head, saying, "That's right." Astoria smiled cutely, looking like a chipmunk as she stuffed her cheeks full of candy. Daphne smiled softly. Everyone loved Astoria. She was just too cute. It was a fact. The rest of the train ride went smoothly. Cross directly left out his robe, going for a wardrobe change this year. The robe was unnecessary for him. He just kept his white button-up shirt with a loose Slytherin tie, rolled-up sleeves, a black belt, and pants and sneakers. His hair had already gone back to black, and he had a breast pocket on his left chest, with Carl poking his head out while Blue was sleeping on his left shoulder. His wand was on his right wand leg, and he looked even more beautiful than before. Cross had also grown since the beginning of his first year. He was now 5 foot tall and 12 years old. He kept his hair short and messy. It looked messy, but it still looked strangely clean, giving Cross a wild but handsome charm to him. The train was close to Hogwarts, and Cross cleansed and placed a nature's protection on Astoria, Daphne, and Hermione, then hid the barriers. He definitely wasn't taking any chances after Draco's barrier was shattered. It was a good thing that Cross hid Draco's barrier, because it was still intact when Cross checked at the bookstore. Cross got off the train and waved at Astoria, who left nervously to the boats for her sorting system, while Cross, Daphne, and Hermione went to the castle by carriage. Cross looked at the strange, skeletal horses pulling the cart and was surprised. He didn't know Thestrals pulled carriages at Hogwarts. "Fancy." Cross stroked a Thestral softly, and Hermione said, "What are you doing?" Cross shook his head and got on the carriage, saying, "Nothing. You wouldn't understand." Hermione said, "Tell me." Cross sighed and said, "The carriage is pulled by thestrals, skeletal horses that can only be seen if you have seen death." Hermione was startled and said, "I've never read about those." Cross said, "They're invisible." Daphne was lost, and Hermione was just confused. Cross shook his head and leaned back, preparing himself, as the thestrals started pulling the carriage to Hogwarts. Cross got off the carriage and blue shrank down in his hair before walking into the castle. Daphne was surprised at the wardrobe change, and Hermione directly asked, "You're going in like that?" Cross shrugged and said, "I couldn't care less," with his classic blank expression. Daphne and Hermione looked at each other and sighed. "He's back," they thought, and followed him into the dining hall. Hermione went to the Gryffindor table, and Cross sat at the Slytherin table, before looking for the insignia plates and bringing them over, starting to eat. The first years came in and started getting sorted by the sorting hat. Cross watched with interest. He hadn't seen the hat from this perspective before. When he was coming in, he just looked around the hall at all the new things. Now he was used to this place and can focus all his attention on the sorting hat. Ron's sister went up and was sorted into Gryffindor. Astoria went up, and the hat obviously paused a second before sorting her into Slytherin. Astoria bounced over happily and sat next to Daphne before wolfing down the food. Cross kept a straight face and looked at the hat, keeping his expression as blank as possible. He felt the hat try and pierce Astoria's mind, but because of his barrier, it put her in Slytherin. He was getting the feeling the sorting hat itself was a conspiracy. The houses were there since the school's insemination, but now they were obviously being tampered with. Since his first year, he noticed Hufflepuff's presence was basically non-existent. Ravenclaw was filled with introverted, shy, and studious kids. They all almost never talked and only focused on studies. Gryffindor were the outgoing kids with confidence, and finally Slytherin was almost all pure-blood wizard families. Also, if the sorting hat couldn't get into the mind of a wizard or witch, it would send them to Slytherin 9 times out of 10. There was an anomaly as he was thinking. A girl with long and messy, almost white, blonde hair walked to the hat and sat down on the stool. Cross looked in her eyes and almost lost himself. He blinked and shook his head. Her pale silver eyes were as calm as water and looked almost as though they had stars in them. The hat fell on her head and was silent for a while. Cross looked at the girl with interest, and the hat said, "Ravenclaw." Cross unnoticeably frowned before quickly returning to normal. The hat definitely tried its hardest to enter her mind, but it didn't make any progress at all. So then why does she go to Ravenclaw? Cross examined the girl as well as the rest of Ravenclaw before seeing a strange trend. Almost all the Ravenclaw students came from a different family. He had already asked Draco about purebloods before. Each family had a different magic that they excelled in. These were familial magics and specific to each family. Yet in Ravenclaw, each of the different families' studious kids were there. Cross' mind started turning as he thought a strange thought. Could they be being raised for the slaughter like pigs? It would make sense. When each other, the students' individual families' magic matures, they would be stripped and sent back to make more. It was a breeding pen for familial magic. Cross calmed down and thought about it rationally, not ruling out the fact that he may be right. What was the end goal of the person behind all of this? Surely whoever had a plan for something better. Why take all this magic for yourself if you don't do anything with it? Cross put together everything he found out so far. First, the mind-piercing hat, then the potions in the food, and now the possible slaughterhouse that is Ravenclaw. Cross started thinking about possible suspects. Hagrid was crossed off the list immediately. Hagrid, first of all, didn't have a wand. Second of all, Cross didn't think Hagrid was smart enough to pull off something like this. Hagrid was extremely smart when it came to animals and beasts, but a carefully calculated plan like this? Not possible. Next, Voldemort. Cross didn't really care what the guy did before or whose parents he killed. The reason he didn't think it was him was because of Quirrell. If Cross got the story correctly, Voldemort was killed when he tried to kill Harry Potter. Obviously, he didn't die, but somehow became a soul, or else his name would already be long forgotten and there wouldn't be another soul fragment in Harry's mind. Quirrell was drinking unicorn blood. Obviously, Quirrell was just a normal human and didn't need to drink unicorn blood. Cross confirmed this after seeing Quirrell with his eyes on normal days. Because of the two people he felt when looking at Quirrell, Cross can only assume that Voldemort had attached his soul to Quirrell and made him do his bidding, which accounted for the unicorn blood and the need for the replica Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's soul is weak and needed constant magical life, extending items to continue living. Simply put, Voldemort had much bigger things to worry about. He just didn't have time to set up this plan. Most of the teachers were directly crossed off because Cross felt that they were just not suitable for something like this, which left him with a handful of people. Snape, McGonagall, the Rat, and Dumbledore himself. Cross continued on this train of thought, not forgetting outside sources. There was a possibility that the Ministry may be directly involved as well. But this strengthened Cross' suspicions that Hogwarts was definitely the heart of a nefarious plot against not only the students, but perhaps something bigger. Cross was getting really tired of these plots. He just wanted to be left out of them. Honestly, if the world burned down tomorrow, he really would only watch and keep his own family safe. He wasn't a saint or a hero. Fend for yourself. As Cross was thinking about what to do next, the pretty blonde girl with the silver eyes looked at Cross and her eyes turned, getting brighter and excited the more she looked. The banquet ended and Cross directly left the dining hall, getting somewhere alone, checking the surroundings and himself before teleporting into his room in the Slytherin house. He let himself relax and spread his strings around habitually, checking if there had been any changes. Noticing nothing, Cross let out a breath and let Blue and Carl run around and play. Something to note, Blue and Cross bonded during the summer, as did Carl and Cross, both giving him benefits. Blue's bonding directly gave him control over the ice element and purified his magic constantly, while Carl surprisingly gave him control over the holy, light element and strengthened his body constantly. Cross was amazed by the affects of Carl and Blue's bonding. They were both amazing. While not showing too much results now, little by little the effects would be very obvious. Cross was extremely satisfied with them. He let out 3 strings from his fingertips. Each was a different color. The first was blue, the second was pure white, and the third was red. They were ice, light, and fire. The fire string was the fruit of Cross' labors for the whole training session and summer. He felt like he had another one in his body, but he couldn't grasp it. He felt extremely close to understanding it, however. Cross sat on his bed and crossed his legs, summoning his string clone before giving it instructions to continue practicing in the room of requirement. He had to milk that place before someone else found it, and he couldn't go there every night. After sending the string clone away, Cross closed his eyes and started to feel the hidden element inside his body. The next day, Cross went to class with Carl and Blue in his shirt pocket. He was standing in front of a pot with a mandrake in it. Cross scratched his neck in frustration. Daphne looked over and said, "What's wrong?" Cross said, "These things are really annoying." Daphne was speechless, and the teacher walked in saying, "Good morning, class." The class returned, "Good morning, Professor Sprout." Sprout nodded and said, "Welcome to Greenhouse 3, second years. Today we'll be repotting mandrakes. Who can tell me what the properties of the mandrake root are?" Hermione raised her hand and said, "Mandrake cries can be fatal to anyone who hears it, and the mandrake can be used to return those who have been petrified to their original state." Sprout nodded and said, "Well said. 10 points for Gryffindor." "Well then, our mandrakes are still seedlings, so they aren't that dangerous. Everyone please wear your earmuffs." The class put the earmuffs on, and Sprout pulled out the mandrake seedling. The seedling started screaming hysterically, and everyone except Cross covered their earmuffs. Cross just frowned and said, "Noisy." Neville fainted, and the mandrake stopped screaming and started trembling in fear. Sprout was confused, but started showing the class what to do before telling them to do the same. Cross pulled out his mandrake, and it didn't even make a sound as it trembled. Cross ignored the trembling plant and threw it in another pot before pouring soil in it and stepping back. The rest of the mandrakes were also trembling. Sprout was even more confused as she said, "Well, that's convenient. Anyway, keep your earmuffs on just in case." The class started burying the mandrakes. Nobody heard Cross' voice over the mandrake screaming. so he was still safe. Cross-eyed, and felt that it was going to only get harder and harder staying low-key. He didn't even do anything, and there was a strange phenomena already. Luckily, nobody heard him, or else it was up for him. He decided to play it extremely cool from now on, performing even more average than before. A while later, Cross was eating at lunch, feeling like he was being watched. He didn't make any movements, but his eyes were narrowed, and he stretched his back, scanning the entire room, looking for any teachers but finding none. He was confused and looked up at the ceiling, spreading his strings up the walls, scanning the entirety of the room. Still finding nothing, Cross was confused. He finally looked around at the students to see the blonde girl with silver eyes looking down at her food and giggling. He looked at her for a second. His instinct told him it was her looking at him, but he wasn't sure. He couldn't see through this girl at all, but the same situation was happening to her. Cross didn't know this just yet. Cross eventually looked away from the girl and looked at the rest of the students, finding nobody that was looking at him. He glanced at the girl one last time before going back to eating. Suddenly, Cross heard screaming and looked over, seeing a letter turn into a mouth and screaming a Ron. Cross was annoyed and left the dining hall, not wanting to hear Ron get blasted by his mother. He walked out of the dining hall and turned his head to see nothing. He narrowed his eyes and turned the corner, disappearing. The blonde girl turned the corner and clicked her tongue, seeing Cross wasn't there. She looked around and went in another direction. A while later, Cross was sitting at his desk in class, reading a book titled Advanced Elemental Magic Control. Suddenly, the door swung open and a man walked in. It was Lockhart. Lockhart smiled, and the girls all awed. Cross looked up, and his face fell. Not this fucking guy. He promptly ignored Lockhart, who was talking about solely himself instead of teaching the class about defense against the dark arts. Cross was reading his book when suddenly a ton of pixies started flying around, creating havoc in the class. The students started evacuating, leaving only Ron, Hermione, Harry, Lockhart, Cross, and Neville, who was hooked onto the chandelier. Lockhart smiled sheepishly and retreated to his office as he said, "Right then, I'll let you all handle them," before slamming the door shut. Cross looked up and the pixies, and they all avoided him. He sighed and looked at the rest, thinking about his options. 1. Kill all the pixies and obliviate everyone in the room. 2. Kill everyone in the room and flee the school. 3. Do nothing and hope the others do something. And finally, 4. Try and help, but make things worse. Cross rubbed his chin in thought, thinking very carefully about what to do. Cross looked at the pixies, who were looking at him warily and unnoticeably smirked. He took out his wand and said in Draconian, "Grow," as he waved his wand at the pixies. The pixies started growing until they became as big as dogs. Hermione shouted, "What did you do?" Cross had an innocent look on his face as he genuinely said, "I was trying to help." Hermione was incensed. "Does this look like it's helping?" Ron and Harry's eyes widened and they ducked under a huge pixie. Ron popped his head out and cursed bloody hell. "Thank God he's not using my wand." Harry nodded, a bit fearful. Hermione looked at them speechlessly before turning to Cross, who had a cunning smirk. She realized what Cross did now, and she was a bit shocked. So far just to hide himself? She stood up and pointed her wand as she said, "Immobulus." All the pixies stopped in midair and just floated around. Hermione let out a breath and waved her wand again, shrinking the pixies back before throwing them in the cage and closing it. Cross put away his wand and walked out of the class. His job was finished, but the matter wasn't over yet. A while later, Cross was sitting in his room at night with a smile. He had already heard the other students talking about him accidentally making the pixie problem worse and mocking him for being a terrible wizard. He was happy. Looks like someone in that room did the job. Suddenly, he heard whispering. Cross frowned. The whispering was in Parseltongue, and it was saying "kill" over and over again. It was more annoying than anything. Cross left Carl and blew in his room before teleporting out of the room and walking through the hallways. It's not every day that you hear strange Parseltongue words floating around in school. Cross walked the halls before stopping at a turn and looking at a wall. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were there too. Big surprise. He ignored them and looked at the wall to see a message. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." Cross thought to himself. Salazar talked about the Chamber of Secrets, didn't he? That unreliable old fart didn't even tell him where it was, though. He just gave him a password and nothing else. While Cross was cursing the old fart, the rest of the students showed up to see the messages. Cross walked up and picked Ms. Norris off the hook. He held her in his hands and clicked his tongue. This silly cat still hadn't done her transformation. What was she waiting for? Christmas? He backed away to the Slytherin house as his hands flashed green and gold for a split second. Cross pet the petrified cat as the teachers started showing up. Filch came around and accused Harry of doing it, before looking for Ms. Norris. Cross waved at Filch and held out Ms. Norris, who was not petrified anymore. Ms. Norris meowed and snuggled into Cross' arms. Filch walked out and took Ms. Norris back while grumbling about the mess. Cross smiled and left Ms. Norris go as Dumbledore showed up. Dumbledore looked at the wall and said, "Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately. Everyone except you three." As he looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Cross left with the rest of Slytherin. He was lucky to get there when he did. Nobody else saw Ms. Norris yet, not even the other three. He also held her like she was alive as he unpetrified her. Maybe the only one who was suspicious was Hermione. Cross wondered if he should obliviate Hermione. Maybe later. The next day, Cross was sitting in class and reading as he ignored everyone else. Hermione sat next to him on their two-person desk. She looked at Cross and whispered, "Did you see what happened last night?" Cross looked at her and said, "Yes," before going back to reading. Hermione felt her mouth twitch as she asked, "What do you think?" Cross answered, "Obvious," before going back to reading again. Hermione was speechless and said, "Can't you just dash?" McGonagall said, "Ms. Granger, please pay attention." Hermione was aggrieved and nodded. McGonagall nodded and said, "Today we will be transforming animals into water goblets. 1, 2, 3, Faraverdo." The bird net to her turned into a glass goblet. She looked around and smiled as she said, "Now it's your turn. Who would like to go first?" "I'm Mr. Weasley." Ron tried the spell, but made a hairy cup with a tail out of his rat. Cross looked at the cup and felt an impulse to just kill it right now, but ultimately held back and started reading again. Hermione raised her hand and said, "Professor, I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets." McGonagall sighed and said, "Very well. As you all know, Hogwarts was founded by the 4 best wizards and witches of their age over 1,000 years ago: Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Godric Gryffindor, and Salazar Slytherin. Now, 3 of the founders coexisted quite harmoniously. One did not. McGonagall paused for a moment before continuing. Salazar Slytherin believed that the school should be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. Unable to sway the others, he left the school. According to legend, Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in this castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets, but before departing he sealed it. Until the heir of Slytherin returned to the school, the chamber would stay sealed. She looked around the class before adding, "Only the heir would be able to open the chamber and unleash the horror within and purge the school of all those who would be deemed unworthy to study magic." Hermione mumbled Muggle-borns. McGonagall nodded and said, "Well, the school has been searched many times. No such chamber has been found." Hermione asked, "Professor, what's in the chamber?" McGonagall was silent for a moment before replying. "The chamber is said to be home to only something the heir can control. It is said to be the home of a monster," before going to her desk. Cross rolled his eyes and thought about it. Someone is lying here. He had spoken to Salazar himself, who didn't mention anything about a monster which purged the school of Muggle-borns. Plus, to him, Salazar didn't seem like a bad guy. Then again, Cross didn't really know him that well, and he wasn't a mudblood, so maybe Salazar didn't like mudbloods? But then why was the information all wrong? Salazar said nothing about leaving the school, and he seemed to have a competitive relationship with the other 3. Judging by the fact he directly called them old coots like they were friends. Cross frowned. Seems like there's something else going on here. Maybe this was also a part of the Hidden Figure's plans? Only time would tell, but there was one thing Cross knew for sure. He wasn't strong enough to even interfere with these plans. Cross sighed and continued reading. A while later, Cross was in the stands for a Quidditch game. He was still reading, and Daphne said, "Put the book down. Draco's playing." Cross sighed and closed the book before saying, "Can't I just be left alone? Why did you drag me here?" Daphne shook her head and said, "You need to keep the limited friends you have. Look at Astoria." They both looked at Astoria, who was watching in a daze, her attention only on Draco. Cross' face turned black, and he said, "You're right. This is a problem." Daphne felt her eyes twitch, and Cross added with a sigh, "Where's my dumb and cute little doll?" Daphne looked at Cross' depressed look and stifled a laugh before shaking her head. Cross patted Astoria's head and said seriously, "Tell me if someone slipped you a love potion. I will kill them." Astoria was startled and said, "What?" Daphne burst out laughing, and Cross said seriously, "You heard me. Did Draco give you something to drink? I'll kill him," as he took out his wand, seemingly to kill Draco in front of the entire school. Astoria stopped him quickly and said, "He didn't." "Stop." Cross shook his head and said, "He must have. My poor little sister. Big Brother will protect you, don't worry," as he pointed his wand. Astoria shrieked, "Cross, stop. I just like him." Cross stopped and put his wand away, grumbling, "What like? You're 11. Dumb kid," crossing his arms and cursing in Elven without stopping. Daphne fell over laughing, and Astoria was embarrassed. Cross looked at the game and saw a bludger chasing after Harry. Cross raised a brow and thought it was strange. Why would there be house elf magic here? The cooks definitely wouldn't be here. Plus, why would they want to kill Harry? Cross watched as Draco and Harry disappeared under the arena. A few minutes later, Draco flew up and smashed into the dirt. Cross clicked his tongue, and Astoria almost cried. He rolled his eyes and grumbled. He looked around and secretly flicked his finger. The snitch started moving around erratically and flew around the arena, with Harry chasing it before slamming into Draco, falling into his hands. Cross clenched his fist, and the string disappeared as Draco held up the snitch in shock. Astoria cheered the loudest and jumped up and down like a crazed little fan. Cross shook his head and smiled. Astoria shook him, saying, "Did you see that?" Cross nodded and said, "He was lucky. That snitch must be broken. I hope he gets hit with a bludger." Daphne laughed, and Astoria pouted as Slytherin was announced the winner. Everyone clapped, and no one was the wiser for the cheating that just occurred. Suddenly, the bludger attacked Harry, who fell to the ground after getting hit by it before. Harry rolled and dodged the bludger that was aimed at his head several times before Hermione blew it up. Cross decided he had seen enough and left the arena, while Astoria went with Daphne to see Draco. What Cross didn't know was the blonde-haired girl watched him leave with a small smile on her face. She looked at Astoria, and her eyes turned before she walked over to her. Cross returned to the castle and started reading in the dining hall, waiting for dinner. He heard a cold voice say, "Sitting here alone, Mr. Greengrass?" Cross looked up and saw Snape. He returned the tone and said, "Is that a problem?" Snape waved and said, "Naturally not, but dinner isn't for another few hours." Cross looked around and said, "Would you like me to leave?" Snape shook his head and said, "No, I would like to ask what you were doing." Cross was confused and a bit alarmed as he said, I don't understand what you mean. I'm just reading." Snape looked at him and said, "Yes. Advanced Elemental Control." Cross kept a straight face and stayed silent as Snape continued, "Why would a second year like yourself be reading this book?" Cross asked back, "Are there restrictions on what I may and may not read?" Snape narrowed his eyes at Cross and said coldly, "Naturally not, Mr. Greengrass." However, his gaze turned sharp and Cross's fingers twitched, ready to strike. Snape continued, "Your performance in class does not allow you to slack off and read whatever you please. If you weren't in my house, I wouldn't care at all. But considering you are, and it's my responsibility for the students in Slytherin, I'd advise you to stop fooling around with interesting reading and start focusing on your studies." Cross fingers relaxed, and Snape added, "I expect you to improve, Mr. Greengrass, or I will expel you from Slytherin myself. The house doesn't allow for mediocrity. Understand?" Cross nodded, and Snape snorted before saying, "Good. I hope you will not disappoint," as he left the dining hall. Cross watched him go before letting out a breath and muttering, "Thanks for giving me a heart attack." Jeez, as he went back to reading his book, completely ignoring Snape. He did what he wanted. Who was this Snape guy anyway? Cross finished dinner and left the dining hall. He saw Astoria talking and laughing with a few girls. A red-haired girl, a black-haired girl, and the blonde-haired girl that Cross saw before. He spared her a glance before leaving, not wanting to interrupt Astoria and her new friends. The blonde-haired girl looked at his back and saw blue fly out and land on his shoulder before chirping. She almost ran over but held herself back before hearing Astoria calling out to her and turning back with a smile, joining the conversation again. Cross returned to his room and teleported to the room of requirement before merging with his clone and releasing another one. Cross gave him instructions before saying, "I require a way to the Chamber of Secrets." A door formed on the wall, and Cross walked through, coming to a bathroom. Cross was confused and mumbled, "The Chamber of Secrets is a bathroom." A light shot out of the door and shined on a sink. Cross looked at the sink and saw a small snake pattern. He frowned in thought and heard noise. He immediately teleported back to the room of requirement, and the door disappeared. He let out a breath and decided to go there tomorrow. He went back to his room and meditated, still trying to feel that element within him. The next day, Cross walked into the bathroom again. He found out nobody used this bathroom, which made things much easier, but apparently whoever told him that was a lying asshole. He walked in and saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione sitting in front of a cauldron. The air stilled. Ron said, "What are you doing here?" Carl and Blue popped out and growled/chirped. Ron was spooked and jumped back, hiding behind Harry. Cross walked over and sniffed before saying, "I could say the same. Polyjuice potion. Very dangerous." He looked at Hermione and shook his head, saying, "Isn't it better to study by yourself? Why are you always in every storm?" He looked at Harry and Ron, but didn't say anything, just sighed before looking back at Hermione and walking into a stall, actually using the bathroom. Hermione had an awkward face, and Harry looked at the stall Cross was in before saying, "What does that mean?" Cross walked out and washed his hands at the sink with the snake engraving as he said, "I don't understand what you're trying to say, Mr. Potter." Harry added, "Why shouldn't she hang out with us? Isn't that what you mean?" Cross shook his head and dried his hands as he answered, "I'm not Hermione's father. She can do what she wants." He looked over and said, "Don't you find it odd that you are the center of everything that happens here? Just some food for thought. Farewell." Before leaving, deciding to come back later tonight. A while later, Cross was standing in a crowd around a long platform with a bunch of other students. Cross was standing next to Astoria, her friends, Daphne, and Draco. Specifically, the blonde-haired girl was standing right next to Cross and looking at him occasionally. Lockhart came up on the platform and walked down with some strange clothes as he said, "Gather round. Gather round." Cross and the rest of the guys groaned in annoyance seeing this fucking guy. Lockhart continued, "Can everybody see me? Hear me? Excellent. In light of the dark events recently, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club to make sure you can defend yourself, as I myself have done on countless occasions. Check my published works for further details." As he threw his cloak into the crowd. Cross grumbled, "Against many pixies, I'm sure." Draco chuckled, and the girls surrounding him glared at Cross, except for the blonde-haired girl, who giggled. Lockhart said, "Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." Snape walked up on the platform, and Lockhart added, "He has agreed to help me with a demonstration. Now I don't want any of you to worry. You'll still have your potions, teacher, after I'm done with him. Never fear." Lockhart and Snape got into position as another round of annoyed groans rang out. Lockhart and Snape turned around before stepping 3 steps away from each other before turning around. Snape said, "Expelliarmus," and blew Lockhart away. Some of the guys started cheering. Snape felt his mouth twitch, and Lockhart got up off the ground saying, "Very good, Professor, but it was quite easy to tell what you were going to do. Had I wanted, I could have blocked easily." Snape quipped, "Perhaps it would be prudent to teach the students to block unfriendly spells." Lockhart said, "Right, of course. Let's get a volunteer pair." Potter, Weasley, how about you two?" Snape interrupted. "Weasley's wand causes devastation with the simplest spells. He would send Potter to the infirmary in a matchbox. Might I suggest someone from my own house?" Cross got a bad feeling and slipped into the crowd, but Snape continued, "Greengrass, perhaps? Cross cursed, and Snape pulled him up saying, "Don't disappoint me, boy." Cross grumbled and looked at Snape, who glared at him and walked down. Cross took out his wand and walked forward. Harry did the same, and they held out their wands before bowing and taking 3 steps away from each other and turned around. Cross' eyes flashed a tricky light, and he smirked a bit before saying normally, "Ducklifors." A yellow spiral shot towards Harry and hit him, making a cloud of smoke. The smoke cleared, and a small duck with glasses was revealed. The duck quacked, and Cross smiled with his eyes before heading off the stage. The duck kept quacking, and Snape flicked his wand, returning Harry to normal. Harry said, "Wait, I didn't get to do anything." Cross shook his head and said, "I can't block. Draco can, though," as he pushed Draco out to the platform, done with being anywhere near the spotlight. Honestly, the next person who forced him would catch an Avada Kedavra. Cross looked at Snape, who nodded, albeit a bit strained, but still a nod nonetheless. Cross let out a breath, as if he was relieved he did a good job, but really he was just glad to be cleared out of Snape's crosshairs. The blonde girl next to him giggled and looked at Cross with a smile. Cross felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by this girl. He wasn't shy, but the light in her eyes seemed to be a little fake, like she was also faking something. Cross didn't know who this girl was, but he didn't feel any malicious intention from her. That being said, he also didn't know her intentions. He felt like she was trying to get close to him. Strangely, his brain didn't go to maybe this girl likes me, but to maybe this girl is planning something. Perhaps his time at Hogwarts conditioned him to be permanently cautious. He sighed to himself and thought that this must be the case because he wasn't like this before. All for survival, he told himself, before ignoring the girl, ND, focusing on the duel in front of him. Draco summoned a snake, and it slithered towards Harry, but strangely Harry didn't do anything except start speaking Parseltongue to the snake. Cross was surprised he could speak Parseltongue. It wasn't something anyone could just learn. Cross was a special case, because he was naturally gifted, being a magical creature and all. But Harry was just a normal human. Cross was confused on how he even knew it, and thought of the soul in his mind. Perhaps it came from his soul? Cross didn't know, but the snake was about to bite another student from Ravenclaw. Ultimately, it was none of his business, and he watched him passively as the snake got closer and closer, while Harry tried to tell it to stop. Cross felt the scene was funny. It really did look like he was egging the snake on to bite the kid. Eventually, Snape incinerated the snake and looked at Harry with a strange gaze. Draco came back to the group, and Cross looked at him before nodding. Draco smirked and said, "Of course, I'm the best." Astoria cheered, and Cross felt his mouth twitch. The blonde girl looked at Cross deeply before smiling herself. Cross turned his head and stared into her eyes without a word, wondering what she really wanted from him. Neither of them spoke and just stared at each other for a while. The others didn't say anything. Astoria opened her mouth, but Daphne clamped it shut, whispering, "Shoo." Astoria was confused, and Daphne continued, "Maybe Cross will get a girlfriend." Astoria's eyes widened, and she flailed around in refusal. Cross and the blonde-haired girl didn't say a word until finally the blonde-haired girl smiled brightly and said softly, "I'm Luna. Luna Lovegood." Cross looked at her and said, "Cross," before walking out of the class, opening his book and reading again. Daphne was incensed and cursed, "Damn cement head." Luna giggled and didn't reply, knowing that that wasn't the case, thinking that she must try harder if she wanted to talk to her. Draco was just confused, and Astoria cheered happily once again. Later that night, Cross was in the self-study room with a bunch of other students when he saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Luna was sitting next to Cross and reading a strange book. Cross turned back to his book and kept reading. Soon after, Cross left the study room, going to the bathroom from before. He walked into the bathroom and heard whimpering. He looked around the corner and saw a ghost crying. Cross was confused and said, "Why are you crying?" The ghost girl turned around and said, "Who are you?" Cross said, "Cross." "You are?" The girl said, "Myrtle. What are you doing here?" Cross shook his head and didn't answer. Myrtle harumphed and said, "Fine. Don't tell me." Cross nodded and said, "Okay, I won't," before ignoring her. Myrtle started crying again and dived into the toilet, disappearing. Cross touched the snake engraving on the sink and turned around. He pointed to the door and magically locked the door before turning back to the sink and scratching his neck, trying to figure out how to open it. He assumed that since only the heir could open it, then the heir must know Parseltongue as a requirement, and spoke in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink started moving, expanding out before the sink with the snake engraving sank into the floor and revealed a big hole. Cross scratched his head and muttered, "Am I just supposed to jump in?" Well, whatever. He jumped down into the hole and slid along the side for a few seconds before landing on his feet. He looked up and saw the sinks closing back up as if it never opened in the first place. He looked down and saw a bunch of bones, but they looked to be animal bones instead of human ones. Cross couldn't care less what kind of bones they were. All he wanted to know was whether what he thought was in here was indeed in here. Cross started walking through the tunnels before coming across a large shed snake skin. Cross got a little excited and continued past the skin to a door with several snakes on it. Honestly, Cross was getting bored with the snakes. Couldn't that old man mix it up a little? Cross recited the password in Parseltongue to the door, and a snake slithered around the edge before the door swung open, revealing a giant area. Cross climbed inside and landed on a platform with water on the sides. There were snake heads rising from the water on both sides, leading to a giant head made of stone. Cross felt his mouth twitch as he looked at the stone head, this old man. Really? Cross sighed and looked at the mouth, which seemed to be able to open. Cross continued the trend and said in Parseltongue, "Come out, little snake. I won't hurt you. I have food." The mouth opened and a giant snake head poked out, looking at Cross and sniffing. Cross smiled and looked at it directly in the eyes before saying, "Come here," as he took out a big beast leg and waved it. The basilisk slithered out and slowly approached the meat before sniffing. Cross smiled and heard a voice in his mind. "Who are you, boy?" Cross smiled and said, "A friend. Whatever makes you comfortable." "I couldn't care less." The basilisk looked at Cross and asked, "Why aren't you petrified?" Cross shook his head and said, "A lower species wants to petrify me? Are you joking?" The basilisk was silent for a moment before glaring at him, saying, "What are you, boy?" Cross smirked and said, "An elf. Do you believe it?" The basilisk nodded and said, "No wonder. I'm Selena. What's your name, little elf boy?" Cross smiled and replied, "Cross. Nice to meet you." Selena hummed and ate the beast leg before saying, "What do you want from me?" Cross said, "Why are you tired of living? Isn't staying here very nice and safe?" Selena was amused and said, "An elf? Caring about humans?" Cross shook his head and said, "No, I don't care, but you're stirring up everything above. I unfortunately have to follow the rules to a certain extent, unlike you, and when you're petrifying all the mudbloods, etc., the rules and surveillance get tighter. You know what I'm talking about." Selena rolled her eyes and said, "Do I look like a garden snake to you? Of course I understand, but I'm helpless. Really, I don't want to leave as everybody always tries to kill me. I'm effectively being forced to move around." Cross tilted his head and twitched his ears as he asked, "By who?" Selena said, "Tom Riddle, the one who opened the chamber 50 years ago." Cross frowned and said, "Tom Riddle? Who is Tom Riddle?" Selena explained, "A former student of Hogwarts. Though I have no idea what happened outside of this chamber. He is currently a fragmented soul inside a book." Cross was confused and asked, "If he's a fragmented soul, then how can he even get here?" Selena said directly, "He is controlling a little girl to open the chamber and release me." Cross fell silent and rubbed his chin before asking, "You can't resist?" Selena shook her head and further explained, 50 years ago, he tricked me into signing a soul contract, forcing me to listen to his commands without question, though it's only that soul fragment that has the power over me." Cross said, "How did he manage that?" Selena was embarrassed and said, "I'd rather not say." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Very well." He heard the door behind him creaking. Cross frowned and made an eye out of string before throwing it into the ceiling as he said, "Well, Selena, we will meet again. Farewell." Selena waved her tail and Cross nodded before teleporting away as the door opened behind him. Cross went on with his daily school life, but now he had an extra person following him along everywhere without a word. It was Luna. She didn't disturb him, just staying next to him when he walked around without a word. Cross didn't mind as long as she did talk. It wasn't a huge deal, and he could feel that she didn't have any other intentions. Unless she could hide herself extremely well, but Cross didn't think she was that kind of person. Regardless, Luna stuck to him like dog plaster, occasionally looking at him happily and playing with Blue, who felt comfortable around her. Other than this, Cross wanted to talk with Selena every night. She was comfortable enough with Cross to let him pet her and hang around. Cross also brought food for her every night. Their relationship was progressing well. Selena felt like Cross has other motives, but her instincts told her that he wasn't malicious, so she allowed him to continue. Most of the time, Cross would just read and meditate in the chamber near Selena. It was nice and quiet in the chamber anyway, so it didn't bother Cross at all. He had also set up more invisible string eyes and a few wards. He had a constant view into the chamber, and he already knew who the culprit behind the attacks were. It was Ginny, Ron's sister. Cross didn't really care, though. It wasn't his business anyway. Plus, who would believe him? Was he supposed to accuse Ginny and then say, oh, I saw her when I was in the chamber also? Naturally, that wasn't going to work. So Cross just turned a blind eye to the attacks. A few people die, and he didn't really care as long as it wasn't him or his close loved ones who were in danger. And so, time passed like this. Crosshair changed with the season and turned white as a month passed. Cross was talking to Draco in the common room when Crabe and Goyle walked in. Draco called them over, and Cross looked over before entering a coughing fit. Draco said, "You okay?" Cross waved and nodded as he looked at Crabe, and Goyle saying, "How is your family, Crabe? I heard your dad got you a new." What was it called again?" Crabe sat down and said, "A new broom." Cross nodded and smirked a little as he said, Right, a broom. Silly me." He got up and waved to Draco before entering the fireplace and disappearing. Draco was used to it, but Crabe and Goyle, or rather Ron and Harry, were stunned. Cross just jumped into a fireplace? Was he tired of living? Cross didn't really get along well with Crabe and Goyle normally. Now that Harry and Ron were there, he wasn't going to interfere. So he left and returned to his room, sorting out his stuff before going to the chamber after checking if there was anybody inside. A few days later, Cross had heard that Hagrid got sent to Azkaban prison. Cross couldn't really understand why anyone would think Hagrid was behind the attacks. Hagrid was just a nice dumb guy. He was completely incapable of even getting to the chamber, much less planning it. Did they really think that Hagrid was the heir of Slytherin? What nonsense! Cross was walking the halls, a bit angry at the series of events. Hagrid was a nice guy, and yet there he was in Azkaban. What a joke. Luna walked next to him and finally spoke. "Why are you upset?" Cross replied, "Hagrid was sent to Azkaban." Luna smiled and said, "I think it's strange too." Cross looked at her and nodded before going about his day one again. Luna just smiled and went back to eternal silence. Time kept passing with nothing going on. Cross was suspicious. Everything seemed to calm down after Hagrid was sent away. Maybe there was something else happening? He hadn't seen Dumbledore either. This directly bumped Dumbledore up on the suspicious persons list. Right to the top, in fact. Cross continued to train with his clone in the Room of Requirement while mediating in the chamber with Selena. Months passed. Cross was sitting outside with golden yellow hair, reading a book in the garden. Luna was sitting next to him and reading her own book. He turned to her and said, "Why do you follow me everywhere?" Luna looked up and smiled. "I don't have any other friends. They call me Loony Lovegood." Cross asked, "We're friends?" Luna's smile widened as she said, "Of course. I happen to like you a lot." Cross said, "Huh. Well, when you stop acting, maybe they won't call you Loony anymore." Luna went back to her book and retorted, "And when you stop, maybe they won't call you a mediocre wizard anymore." Cross tilted his head and said, "I don't know what you mean." Luna looked around and said, "I can't believe the Nargles are infesting the castle." Cross' mouth formed an unnoticeable smile as he went back to reading his book, twitching his ears. Suddenly, Harry and Ron appeared in front of Cross, who looked up and said, "May I help you?" Luna added, "The Cribbleflocks are in the second-floor bathroom storage room." Harry and Ron looked at Luna for a second, and Harry said thanks, before turning his attention to Cross and saying, "We need your help." Cross tilted his head and twitched his ears as he said, "How could I possibly help you, Mr. Potter?" "Oh, the duck spell is Ducklefors, and you have to slash your wand down while you chant." Ron said, really? It's that easy. Cross nodded and said, it's in the advanced spell book. Ron replied sheepishly, I'm not much of a reader. Cross shook his head, and Harry said seriously, Cross, this is serious. We need to know what's in the Chamber of Secrets. Cross said, why would I know? Harry retorted, Hermione was the only other person I could think of that would know, and she's currently petrified. Please. Cross was silent for a few seconds before saying, a basilisk. Naturally. How do you think you can hear it if it was something else? Harry said, I should have known. Wait, how did you know I could hear it? Cross smiled and said in parcel tongue, did you think you were the only one who could speak parcel tongue? Harry was stunned, and Ron said incredulously, you're a parcel mouth as well? Am I the only one who can't speak another language? Cross kept his smile and said normally, I assume you have everything you need, Mr. Potter. Harry hesitated and said, do you know where it is? Cross twitched his ears and said, the chamber. Harry nodded and Cross shook his head. Harry nodded again and said, thanks, Cross. Let's go, Ron. Harry and Ron left. Luna watched them go and said curiously, you revealed your parcel tongue to him? Won't he tell? Cross smiled mysteriously and shook his head as he said, only you know now. Luna smiled and said, I guess I'm special. Cross went back to Ice Prince mode and replied, perhaps, before reading his book again. Luna smiled and went back to her own book. Cross had actually infused his parcel tongue words with an obliviate spell. According to his precision with the spell, Harry should forget who he asked information from in 1 minute. Cross made it so he got the information but forgot who he got it from. The same with Ron. Cross didn't think Luna would forget. He just had a feeling that she was special, but he couldn't quite put a finger on why just yet. Regardless, his secrets were still safe for now. The night rolled around. Cross was in his bed, about to go to the Chamber of Secrets when he saw that there were people inside. Harry, Ginny, and a soul apparition. Cross looked at Selena, who was severely injured and dying. He frowned. What did Selena do to you? He watched Harry destroy a book with one of Selena's teeth. The soul apparition exploded into light. Cross was stunned. A Horcrux? Who would dare even attempt a Horcrux in this day and age? A madman, that's who. Horcrux creation was fundamentally flawed because there was no way to repair the soul after it was torn off. You are basically crippling your future by making a Horcrux. There's always a price to pay for endless life. The consequences for making a Horcrux was just not worth the benefit. You live forever, but are unless to advance at all. What's the point? Eternal life was so great? Cross didn't think so. Cross kept watching, and Harry took Ginny and the book away. He waited until they left the chamber completely before teleporting inside. Cross walked over to Selena and stroked her head softly as he said in parcel tongue, Selena, are you okay? Selena's weak voice came through to his mind as she said, dying. Finally, I'm tired of being in here. Cross looked at her and said, if I save you, will you come with me? Selena let out a weak chuckle and said, fine. Cross brightened up and pulled Selena's body onto the ground before rolling her up and tapping the ground in a circle around Selena's body while chanting in Elven. Cross said, Blue, tears please. Blue shed a few tears, and they hovered in front of Cross, who bit his finger and dipped a few drops of blood, mixing it into the tears. The bloodied tears floated above Selena's body, and Cross shouted in Elven as he levitated in the air with bright golden eyes, divine tree of life, bless this beast with new life through your vassal. Reverse and rejuvenate. Blessing of the god of life. The runes on the ground floated up into the air, and 3 circles lit up on the ground before spinning quickly as the runes turned golden, merging with the bloodied tears and turning them golden red. The golden red tears shot into Selena, and the ring spun quickly, covering Selena completely as her body started to crack and wither before collapsing and releasing a blinding golden light in the middle. The rings shrank before disappearing into the golden light. The golden light dimmed down and disappeared as Cross fell to the ground and threw up a mouthful of blood, becoming extremely pale. Blue chirped anxiously and Cross said, I'm fine. A small snake slithered out of the basilisk corpse before stopping in front of Cross. Selena looked up at Cross and sighed. Are you okay, Cross? Cross smiled and nodded. Selena smiled and slithered around his arm before resting there. Her body glowed slightly before Cross stood up and smiled, saying, "I thought you'd be a harder sell." Selena hissed, "You gave me a new life, Cross. It's only natural, plus I feel stronger than before." Cross smiled and said, "Of course. You are. Your scales are black and smooth now. In addition, your eyes are gold, and you have two small little horns on your head." As he rubbed Selena with a big smile. Selena was shocked and said, why you?" Cross nodded and said, "Exactly." Selena was so shocked she couldn't even speak. Cross smirked and said, "Welcome to your evolution path. Perhaps one day you'll become the first Basilisk dragon," before teleporting back to his room, leaving the chamber in silence forevermore. Cross returned to his room and let out his strings, for came out, and the new one was purple for poison. He smiled and left blue in the room before coughing out more blood and slamming face first into the ground. Selena was alarmed and licked his skin anxiously. Footsteps were heard, and Selena acted like a bracelet, biting on her tail. Daphne came down and saw Cross, pale on the ground. She ran over and said nervously, "Cross, are you okay?" Cross was unconscious, and Daphne started panicking before bringing him out of Slytherin to the nurse. Selena followed along, looking around curiously, surprised that her petrification powers seemed to have vanished. Cross wasn't in any condition for questions, so she held her tongue as Daphne brought him to the infirmary. The nurse helped Daphne put Cross on a bed before looking him over, and a serious expression appeared on her face as she said, "Troublesome indeed." Daphne said anxiously, "What happened?" The nurse said, "Internal problems. Seems like he tried to cast a spell he couldn't control. It's not an issue, but he will have to stay here for a while." Daphne let out a breath of relief and thanked the nurse, who smiled in reply before administering treatment right away and sending Daphne back, promising Cross would be fine. The next day, Cross was still in the infirmary and healing, but he was unconscious. Astoria, Draco, Daphne, Luna, and Hermione were around his bed and talking to the nurse. Luna was particularly concerned, but when she heard that he got internal injuries due to practicing a spell that was above his level, she was angry instead, though she kept a concerned look on her face through the nurse's explanation. As the nurse left, she dismissed them, telling them to get to classes. Luna looked at Cross with an angry look before leaving with a vacant expression as usual. A few weeks later, Crosshair turned red, and he slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked around before hearing an angry voice say, "Is it fun to make other people worry?" Cross looked over and saw Luna. He said, "What are you doing here?" Luna said, "Obviously watching over you. Who knows what you will do to prove you're an idiot next? Maybe you'll chop off an arm." Cross was startled and said, "Why are you so angry?" Luna pulled out a mirror and showed him his hair as she said, "It's been 2 weeks. We leave school tomorrow. Everyone thinks you're an idiot for overestimating himself. Are you satisfied now?" Cross was silent and said, "Actually, this was an accident." He touched his arm and felt Selena before letting out a breath of relief. Luna frowned and said, "What accident?" Cross shook his head and said, "Not here." Luna rolled her eyes and said, "Whatever. Let the Wraiths have you for all I care," before stomping off angrily. Cross was dumbfounded. They weren't that close, were they? He didn't remember that they were at least. He stretched his back and said, "Selena, what happened?" Selena hissed angrily, as well as she said, "You're really just a madman, aren't you? Why go through all the trouble?" Cross smirked and said, "I saved you, didn't I?" Selena was speechless for a moment before retorting, "By severely injuring yourself. You should know that that girl has come every day, several times a day. I don't see what's so special about a fool like you. But regardless, the rest of the humans came by as well." Cross was surprised and said, "She did? We're not that close, though. What is her goal?" Selena was speechless and said, "Honestly, are you an idiot? This girl clearly likes you." Cross ignored her and mumbled, "It can't be so simple." "Why? My only physical quirk are my ears. Otherwise, I'm practically worse than average." He frowned and continued, "It doesn't make sense." Selena sighed and stopped speaking. This guy gets dumber by the day. Cross left the bed and walked back to the Slytherin house. He went into his room, and was immediately attacked by Carl and Blue. Cross smiled and fed them all before introducing Selena to them. Selena looked at Carl curiously and said, "What is this creature?" Carl said, "Humph, I am the Great Carl, the only honey badger to evolve past its normal limits. A little snake dares to speak to me this way." Selena was stunned and looked at Cross, who laughed and said, "Carl, she's around 20x stronger than you." Carl coughed and sucked up to Selena, saying, "Big sister, do you need anything?" Selena was speechless, and Blue landed on Cross' shoulder as she said, "He's like this. You get used to it." Selena said, "An ice phoenix, a strange badger creature, and a basilisk." Cross smiled proudly and said, "Amazing, isn't it?" Selena chuckled and said, "What are you trying to do, Cross?" Cross said, "Nothing. Carl was bought in a store, Blue was a gift, and hatched from an egg, and you were found in the chamber. I don't go looking for you all. You kind of just came to me." Selena was silent. Truly, that seemed to be the case. Very strange. Cross clapped and said, "All right, let's get ready to leave." Again, Carl shrank and entered his shirt pocket. Blue fixed her feathers and stayed on his shoulder, while Selena just coiled round his wrist. Cross packed up all his things in his storage bag and mumbled, "I need some kind of space magic," before teleporting to the room of requirement and collecting his string clone. Cross said, "I need space magic." 2 books fell from the air. Cross caught them and read the titles, Undetectable Extension Charms and Atmosphere Charms. Cross brought out his clone and started blowing through the books quickly, not having much time to read them, as when he leaves the room of requirement, he can't take the book with him. The next day, Cross looked tired but finally finished both books. He collected the string clone and left the room of requirement, going to his room before leaving and reappearing in the common room of Slytherin House. He dragged his tired body to breakfast and started eating lifelessly. He was ready to leave and experiment at home. Daphne, Draco, Astoria, Luna, and Hermione joined him and started asking him several questions, with the only exception being Luna, who still looked angry as she ate silently, only sparing Cross the occasional glance. Cross answered all their questions as he ate, looking like a zombie. His answers started getting sloppier, and they stopped talking to him, thinking he was still injured. The day went like this until they got to the train. Cross sat in an empty train cart and leaned his head on the window. Daphne, Astoria, Draco, Ginny, Ron, Harry, and Luna joined him. Cross looked over and thought this was definitely against Hogwarts Express Railways regulations. Too many in a single cart. He looked around with tired eyes. Didn't Draco hate Ron? Why are they friends now? Can't a boy just sleep? Was that so bad? Luna looked at him and scooted towards him, giving the rest more space as she graciously sacrificed her own space for the others. Sneaky Luna just wanted to get closer to Cross, who was looking at her. Luna looked back and snorted before turning her head. Cross was amused but too tired to say anything and just groaned before closing his eyes, falling asleep in the noisy illegal train cart with his head on the window. A while later, Cross woke up and left his shoulder was heavy. He turned his head to see Luna leaning her head on his shoulder and sleeping with a small smile. Cross felt awkward. They still didn't really know each other at all. Maybe when he was strong enough to protecting himself, they could talk. But even now, Cross didn't know who she really was. She acted just like he did and put up layers or barriers around herself, confusing people of her true self. Cross could see right through her, as could she. So there was a subtle competition of who will tear their mask off first. Until one of the masks came off, there would be nothing more than acquaintances, or even friends. Cross shook his shoulder gently, waking Luna up. Luna opened her eyes and blushed for a split second, remembering her actions, before snorting and turning away from him, getting off the train without a word. Cross felt his mouth twitch. What kind of attitude is that? He sighed and shook his head before leaving the train, going back home with Daphne and Astoria. Cross talked with Marcus, deciding to leave out that he now had a basilisk with him. Really, it wasn't something that needed to be said. It would just cause unnecessary panic, even though Selena was relatively harmless. Sometimes, Cross went directly to sleep after getting home. He was still tired from the night before. The next day, Cross went out and bought several dozen bags and started practicing his undetectable expansion charms and atmospheric charms with them. He was getting to many beasts. Soon as wouldn't have enough limbs to hold them all. He summoned his clone to practice with half the bags as he started the rest. A month later, Cross was ready to make his own bag. He went out once more and grabbed a 2-strap black school bag from a Muggle store before bringing it home. He set down a ritual and cast the undetectable extension charm before chanting in Elven protect and cleanse. A gold aura fell on the bag, and the extension charm integrated with the bag, as well as a blessing from the Tree of Life. Cross held the bag and nodded. It was untraceable, untrackable, and unnoticeable. Cross held his beast and stepped inside the bag, coming to a giant space. The Tree of Life blessing also expanded the extension charm by a large margin. Cross threw Carl out and cast an atmospheric charm on him. The part of the space Carl landed at transformed into a warm rainforest. Cross let Blue fly to where it wanted to be, which was far away from Carl, before casting an atmospheric charm on her as well. The place she chose was turned into a giant frozen tundra with ice mountains and some occasional snowfall. Cross smiled and let Selena choose her own place. She slithered to a nice place near Blue and far away from Carl, the mentality unstable masochistic badger, and Cross threw an atmospheric charm on her as well. Selena's habitat was revealed, a large mountain with a giant hole in it leading to a cave system underground. Cross looked under him and cast an atmospheric charm on himself. The entire space, except the already established habitats, turned into a beautiful plain populated with sparse trees. Cross smiled before leaving the bag after telling the three to keep practicing hard, and if he says their name, they should come out of the bag, or if they wanted to go out to telepathically call him. The three nodded and returned to their habitats as Cross left the bag. Cross zipped up the bag and left it to the side of his bed while he meditated on top of it, determined to unleash the hidden element in his body before he returns to Hogwarts. After 3 weeks, Cross finally got the element inside him, but it was more than that. As soon as Cross touched it, a wave of pure power exploded out from his body, encompassing the entire house. Cross roared and his body glowed green. Marcus burst into the room and said, "Cross, are you all right?" But as he got closer, it was harder and harder to breathe. Cross didn't hear him, and Marcus dealt with the pressure that was falling on him, tell him to get to his knees. He got in front of Cross and shook him, yelling, "Cross." Cross was shaken out of his thoughts, and the pressure disappeared as he looked at Marcus in confusion, saying, "Dad?" Marcus felt much better and said, "What were you doing, boy?" Cross told him the truth and raised his hand as he added, "I got a new element. It feels like life." Marcus was startled and said, "Cross, you are truly. I can't even imagine the heights you'll reach in the future." He looked to be a bit sad as he added with a sigh, "By then you'll be long gone from here." Cross felt sad as he shook his head, saying, "No, I won't. You're my family." Marcus made a small smile and gave him a hug as he said, "You're a good boy, Cross." Cross felt warm, and Marcus pulled back as he said, "Also, what was that pressure?" Cross was confused and said, "Pressure." Marcus explained what he felt, and Cross frowned before going back in his body and touching the energy he felt before. The pressure came back, and Marcus coughed as he said, through rough breaths, "That's it." Cross said, "Hold on a second, Dad." Cross wrapped around the energy and squeezed it. The bubble exploded and scattered into his body. He immediately felt that he could use it whenever, controlling it however he saw fit. The pressure disappeared once again, and Marcus sighed, "Already mastered it." "Just what kind of monster are you?" Marcus smirked at Cross and said slyly, "Looks like taking you in was the right choice." At Cross. Cross chuckled and joked, "You sure do think ahead, old man." Marcus turned green and twisted Cross' ear as he said, "Who's old?" Cross laughed, and Marcus smiled as he shook his head and said, "Damn kid," before walking out of the room. Cross watched him go before letting out his strings. 5 strings of different colors came out this time: blue, red, purple, white, and green. Cross smiled to himself and packed his things before slinging his backpack over his shoulder and saying, "Dad, I'm leaving." Marcus said, "Oh." Cross smiled and said, "I want to go out on my own for a bit." Marcus smiled and said, "Be careful." Cross smiled warmly and nodded before leaving the house, walking out on the streets. A while later, it was already nighttime. Cross was walking and whistling as he journeyed with his beast bag and storage bag. He suddenly heard screaming above him. Cross frowned and mumbled, "Which hag is disturbing my nice walk?" He looked up and saw a balloon floating by while screaming. Cross twitched his ears and waved his hand. Clearly annoyed, his invisible strings shot out and shredded the balloon to pieces. Cross smiled and continued on his way, completely missing the explosion of blood and guts raining down from the sky. When the police got there, they were confused. The blood and pieces were near a tall building, so they deemed it a suicide. Even a magic police couldn't identify the killer, but they deemed whoever it was to be extremely dangerous. The extremely dangerous killer walked into the leaky cauldron, paid for a room, and went to sleep in a good mood. The next morning, Cross brought all his stuff and went downstairs. He sat down at the table and ordered a coffee as he took a newspaper and started reading. The title was Sirius Black Strikes Again. Cross kept looking at the article, and it showed a floating balloon woman, then the article detailing what she looked like dead, proclaiming it to be Sirius Black's work. Cross scratched his cheek and mumbled "oops" before moving on, not caring at all. Whoever was floating like that wasn't a good person. After all, who floats in the air screaming like that? Only terrible, evil, bad people, that's who. Cross continued reading the paper, detailing Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban with a smile as he stirred the coffee with his spoon, when he heard loud shouting, "I'm warning you, Hermione. Keep that bloody beast of yours away from Scabbers, or I'll turn it into a tea cozy." Cross groaned in annoyance and looked over to see Hermione say, "It's a cat, Ronald. What did you expect? It's in its nature." Ron retorted, "A cat? Is that what they told you? Looks more like a pig with hair if you ask me." Hermione scoffed. "That's rich, coming from the owner of that smelly old shoe brush. It's all right, Crookshanks. Just ignore the mean little boy." Cross flipped the paper in front of his face, deciding that he didn't want to see these three. Not today. Something always happened when they were together. He was just trying to relax. The two saw Harry, and they all sat down at the table. Ron was talking about his trip to Egypt with Harry, while Hermione looked over at Cross and saw a twitching pointed ear from the side of the paper. She said, "Cross?" Unexpectedly happy. Ron and Harry looked over, and Cross said, "No, you have the wrong person." Hermione rolled her eyes and pulled down the newspaper as she smiled. "Hey." Cross grumbled and drank from his coffee. Ron suddenly said, "I didn't know you two were so close." He sounded almost jealous. Hermione said, "We're best friends." Cross spit out his coffee, all over Ron's face. Ron just closed his eyes and took it. Cross coughed and said, "Ah." Before waving his hand, a rag flew over and wiped Ron's face. The problem was the rag was already dirty. Ron spit out as he said, "Bloody hell. That rag was even more dirty than your coffee." Cross ignored him and said, "We're best friends? How come I didn't know?" Hermione giggled and didn't answer. Ron was wiping his face with his shirt, and Harry was taken away by Ron's father. Cross looked at Scabbers and narrowed his eyes as he said, "Your rat is really ugly." The rat tensed up, feeling extreme danger. It looked up at Cross only to feel like all its secrets were revealed. Ron said, "It's not your rat. Leave him alone. Like your little monster is any better." Cross looked away and whistled. Carl jumped out from his backpack and landed on the table, demonstrating his majesty in front of the world. Carl growled at Scabbers and glanced at Crookshanks before giving him the finger. Crookshanks rolled his eyes and waved as if shooing off a fly. Carl grunted and Cross slapped him in the head before throwing him back in a bag. He looked at Crookshanks and said, "Smart cat." "Very strange." Hermione said, "What's strange?" Cross said, "Your cat is just a normal cat, but it's extremely smart." Hermione laughed and said, "Other than you, who doesn't have normal animals?" Cross felt that was extremely ironic. He glanced at Scabbers and said, "Well, you'd be surprised." Hermione looked at Scabbers in confusion, but Cross stopped speaking, deciding to not get involved at all. If this rat was the mastermind behind everything, then they were all dead if he made a move. An older lady with long orange hair came by and said, "Ron, do you have everything?" Ron said, "Yes, Mum." Ron's mother nodded and looked at the table. She saw Cross and said, "Oh, this is your new friend." Before Ron could say anything, Hermione smiled as she said, "This is Cross." Mrs. Weasley smiled kindly and said, "Very nice to meet you, Cross. I'm Ron's mom. You can call me Molly." Cross was stunned and couldn't respond. This woman really went too fast. Molly clicked her tongue and licked her thumb before cleaning Cross' face, saying, "Sweetheart, you have a bit of dirt here. Have you got all your school supplies? If not, Ron and Hermione will help you. Where are your parents? You've still got a bit of time before the train. On you go." She grabbed Cross, Ron, and Hermione and pushed them out the door, saying, "Go get your school supplies. Ron, help him." Cross couldn't even get a word in. He just had his mouth wide open as he was dragged out the door to Diagon Alley. Molly went back inside shouting, "George, Fred, if you don't sit down this instant, so help me," before closing the door. Cross was in a daze. Ron was also stunned. Hermione, however, laughed. Ron looked at Cross and said, "Charming, isn't she?" Cross gulped, feeling scared for the first time as he replied, "Scary more like." Ron scratched his neck and said, "You should see her when she's angry." Cross said, "I'd rather not." He then sighed and said, "My coffee." Hermione laughed again and dragged them away, saying, "School supplies before we miss the train." Cross sighed and let himself be dragged by the overenthusiastic girl. A while later, Cross got on the train after Molly's urgings. He got all his supplies with Hermione and Ron before going to the train with Harry. Oddly enough, Cross was sitting in the same cart as Ron, Hermione, Harry, and another man who was sleeping. Daphne and Astoria went to school another way with Marcus, so he was alone. Cross sighed and heard Harry say, "I didn't do it on purpose. She just blew up." Ron laughed and said, "That's rad." Hermione chided him. He could have been expelled. Harry added, "or arrested." Cross tilted his head and said, "The balloon woman? You knew her." Harry said, "She's my aunt." Cross said, "Oh, sorry for your loss." Harry was confused, and Cross handed him the newspaper. Harry read it and said, "She died?" Cross shrugged and said, "That's what it says." Harry said, "Oh," before moving on as if nothing happened. Cross nodded on the inside. Seems like she wasn't a good person, and he was right. Harry started talking about Sirius Black for a while. After he was finished, Ron said, "Hold on. You mean to say Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban to come after you?" Harry nodded and said, "Yeah." Hermione said worriedly, "But they'll catch Black, won't they?" Cross rolled his eyes and wondered why Hermione was getting dumber. Maybe because she was with Ron all the time? He nodded to himself. That's definitely the reason. Suddenly the lights went out. Hermione jumped and grabbed on a Cross like a frightened rabbit. The lights flickered back on, and Hermione let go, embarrassed. Ron looked out the window and gulped as he said, "There's something moving out there." The lights went out again, and the glass started freezing over. Cross exhaled and saw his own breath. He sighed and thought something really does happen every time these three are together. Why am I so unlucky? He looked out the train cart into the hallway to see a tall, cloaked figure floating at the door. He tilted his head and looked at the strange creature, who lifted out its hand and pulled slowly, opening the train cart door and floating inside. Cross was surprised and said, "Never thought I'd see one of these." Hermione, Ron, and Harry were so scared they didn't say a word. The cloaked creature looked at the four of them. Cross twitched his finger, and a small white glow appeared. The creature immediately turned to Harry and started feeding off him. Cross' finger returned to normal, and he just watched. Hermione stuttered, "W, what is it doing?" Cross said, "It's feeding off his happy memories. He'll be fine, maybe a headache later." Hermione was stunned and said, "How can you be so nonchalant?" Cross said, "It's not feeding off me, is it? Plus it's just hungry." The man, who was actually sleeping, woke up from Hermione's yelling and saw the creature. He groaned and pointed his wand at it. A bright white spiral came out and scared the creature, sending it flying away out of the train. Harry fainted and slumped to the seat. The lights came back on, and Cross went back to reading his book, completely unbothered by the terrifying creature that just invaded his privacy. He was currently reading the Monster Book of Monsters. Honestly, Cross was quite upset with this book. It kept squealing at him, which was quite annoying, but after a few slaps it stopped. Unfortunately, it shivered in fear every time Cross touched it now. Debatably more annoying than before. The man looked at the three and said, "You okay?" Hermione and Ron nodded, while Cross looked at the man and said, "Who are you, mister?" The man smiled and said, "Professor Lupin. I'll be your defense against the dark arts teacher." Cross looked at him for a moment before nodding and going back to reading. Lupin wasn't bothered and tended to Harry. A few minutes later, Harry woke up and looked around. Hermione said, Harry, are you all right?" Harry sat up and said, "What was that thing?" Lupin stuck out some chocolate and said, "Here, eat this first." "Come on, it's chocolate." Harry took it and Lupin added, "It was a Dementor, one of the guards of Azkaban. It's gone now. It was searching the train for Sirius Black. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to have a little word with the driver." Lupin walked to the door and looked back as he said, "Eat. You'll feel better," before leaving. Cross watched him go. Asked Harry said, "What happened to me?" Hermione said, "You just passed out." She looked at Cross, who had a frown on his face. Ron added, "You sort of went rigid. We thought you were having a fit or something." Hermione looked at Ron in disbelief. Was this guy deaf? Didn't he hear what Cross said before? Harry said, "Did any of you, pass out?" Hermione and Ron shook their heads, and Cross ignored him, frowning in thought while looking at the door. Hermione nudged him, and Cross blinked as he said, "What?" Hermione pointed at Harry and said, "What happened?" Cross looked at her and said, "Are you deaf?" "I already told you." Harry said, "You knew what that was?" Cross nodded and said, "A Dementor. They feed off happy memories and emotions. What happened to you was the Dementor was eating your happy memories for nourishment. Most people can't even move when it happens." Ron was stunned and said, "Bloody terrible creature that is." Cross shrugged and said, "Meh, they're not dangerous unless there are hundreds of them feeding off you at the same time. They used to torture the prisoners in Azkaban. They're everywhere there." Ron was terrified and Harry said, "Then they hear voices too?" The three were confused and Hermione said, "Voices?" Harry said, "You didn't hear it? A woman?" The three shook their heads. Cross looked at his scar and touched his chin in thought. Cross decided to give his opinion, mainly because he felt a bit bad for not helping when Harry was getting fed off of. He was right there. Anyway, Cross pointed at his scar and said, "Pardon me, but might I ask why you're still alive since Voldemort tried to kill you?" Hermione elbowed Cross, but Harry said, "My mother sacrificed her life for me." Cross nodded and said, "Perhaps the voice you heard was your mother's?" During times of crisis, people are often known to have hallucinations of the things they'll miss the most when they die, or rather who they'll meet once they are dead. Cross paused for a moment and said, "Well, unless, of course, they become a ghost. But I don't see the reason for anyone to become a ghost. It's truly constant torture." Hermione clamped his mouth and said, "Honestly, I like it when you don't talk at all." Cross removed her hand and said, "Fine. It was just my opinion anyway." Before going back to reading, Cross removed his guilt for not helping. If he had to go out of his way to help, it was a different story, but Harry was right in front of him. Anyway, the event was over and Cross went back to being a stranger with Harry and Ron while being lukewarm with Hermione, the self-proclaimed best friend. Harry was lost in thought about crosswords, thinking that it could be plausible. A while later, Cross was sitting at the Slytherin table in the dining hall at Hogwarts. Daphne teased, "How was the train?" Cross looked up from the terrified book and said, "All right. I saw a Dementor. It was very ugly." Draco was sitting next to him and said in shock, "A Dementor?" Cross nodded and said, "Yeah, why? It's harmless." "Well, unless there's hundreds of them." Draco shivered and Daphne said worriedly, "Are you okay?" Cross nodded with his signature blank expression. The choir stopped singing and Dumbledore took the podium. He raised his hand and said, "Welcome, welcome to another year at Hogwarts." Cross looked over and frowned deeply. Dumbledore looked a lot younger. This wasn't normal. Cross looked at Dumbledore deeply. Dumbledore turned his head to him and his eyes twinkled. Cross' eyes went back to curious and nervous as he smiled dumbly. Dumbledore turned back to everyone else and kept speaking. Cross' eyes turned cold and he looked at his book, losing any expression he had and thinking frantically. His mind was just attacked. Cross didn't know if it was really Dumbledore or someone else, but Dumbledore's suspect level was already at 80%, while the rat fell to 40%. There was something wrong here, something very wrong. The resources required to extend lifespan was precious, but it didn't make the person look younger. The only way to have that happen was to advance in wizard ranks. Over the summer, Cross found a book describing the wizard ranks. Basically, there were 5 ranks. The first was the awakening of a wizard. The second was the first rotation of a wizard's powers becoming stronger. The third was advanced wizard. The fourth was grandmaster wizard. And the fifth was beyond that, and only in theory. Well, according to the book. The 4 ranks, if Cross were to explain them in simpler terms, would be: the first time a wizard uses his magic, when a wizard was in their 4th year, when a wizard was about to graduate, after a wizard graduates, teachers, and finally the level Dumbledore has reached. Cross knew that there must be more ranks because Salazar mentioned something like being half a step into godhood. Cross couldn't give an accurate statement on if Dumbledore has actually become something beyond a Grandmaster Wizard, but the resources to achieve such a thing would be immense, especially for someone as old as him. Every rank surpassed, the wizard's lifespan would increase. The first 3 ranks were only slight increases, but from advanced to Grandmaster was a big jump. The harder to advance, the more lifespan would be granted to the successful wizard. Hence, they are able to keep their young appearance for longer. The book Cross read wasn't very detailed. It was extremely vague. The requirements to advance weren't given at all. There wasn't even a clue. According to the book, it just happened. Cross rolled his eyes as he read it. Considering his own experiences, he classified them as such. When a wizard advanced to the 2nd rank, they had to gain an element. For the 3rd rank, they had to be proficient in enough advanced spells, charms, wards, etc. The 4th, however, Cross was clueless. He considered himself an advanced wizard, on par with graduating students. The level he displayed at Hogwarts was still at the 1st rank, which showed just how strong Cross was. Needless to say that he also had no idea how to even get to the 5th rank. He only assumed that it would be extremely hard and very costly. Cross came back from his thoughts when he heard everyone clapping for Hagrid, who had apparently become a teacher now. Dumbledore continued, finally, on a more serious note. The circumstances in the wizarding world may affect Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic has requested to station Dementors on the grounds, at every entrance and exit. Dumbledore got serious, and Cross felt like he was speaking directly to Harry as he said, "These Dementors do not discern between target or innocence. I must warn all of you, give them no reason to harm you. They are not forgiving creatures." He suddenly smiled and waved out a candlelight as he added, "But happiness can be found even in the darkest of times. One only has to remember to turn on the light." As he waved the candle back ablaze, Cross frowned and Dumbledore smiled kindly as he said, "Let us begin the feast." Cross didn't touch any of the food, preoccupied with his thoughts. The situation was getting worse at the school, but he wasn't going to run away. He sneered in his mind, 4th rank, 5th rank. If they wanted him, they should be prepared to lose a few limbs. But this didn't mean that he would start acting arrogant. He was low-key until the end. Unless Cross was truly forced into a corner, he wouldn't reveal himself. If he did reveal himself, he would obliviate any witnesses if possible. This is what he has been doing, and it was working so far. Why change now? Although, Cross felt more confidence in dealing with threats now, since he had 5 elements so far. He was going to continue his elemental collection while practicing his advanced spells with his string clone. The feast ended and Cross left directly, reading as he walked to the Slytherin common room. He was wearing the school uniform, except he ditched the cloak, hat, and shoes, opting for just a dress shirt and sneakers. He felt much more comfortable, plus he thought he looked better like this. His hair was also medium length and messy. It was currently black. Cross seemed to get more handsome as he aged, earning him look from all the female students. Well, until they found out he was a mediocre wizard. Then they lost all interest. He even heard a rumor that he was just a pretty boy that was dumb as bricks. Cross was ecstatic at the claim and said in his mind, yes, stay away from me. I'm bad news. Do my job for me." As usual, too much attention was a bad thing, plus Cross felt like all these students were truly the ones who were dumb as bricks. They believed everything someone else told them. Cross theorized that if someone said to jump off the Hogwarts bridge and you'll become a wizard as strong as Dumbledore, there would be a pile of bodies at the bottom the very next day. There was only one person who was different. Cross bumped into someone and dropped his book. He sighed and went to pick up his book, only to bump heads with the other person. They looked at each other, and the girl clicked her tongue angrily. Cross sighed again and went to pick up his book, but Luna picked it up first as she said, "Enjoying mediocrity?" Cross said, "Why are you mad still?" "I don't understand." Luna read a bit of the book as she replied, "You're an idiot, that's why. Do you know Dash?" A few students passed by. Cross' expression turned blank and dumb, while Luna looked to be in a daze, her eyes vacant as she stared at a corner of the hallways, mumbling something about invisible trophilumps. The students looked at Cross and Luna in disdain before laughing while whispering to each other as they walked away. The duo watched them go before returning to normal. Luna coughed and continued, "You hurt yourself just to hide yourself? Are you really not faking being an idiot?" Cross said, "I told you it was an accident. Why do you care anyway?" Luna was incensed and squeezed the book as she growled, "You." She almost swung the book at his head. This guy, was he really not faking it? Cross' bag opened and Selena slithered out. She hissed normally and said, "Cross, are you really stupid? I can't even practice because you're so infuriating." Cross sighed and said to Luna, "I'm not an idiot. If I didn't know, wouldn't I truly be retarded?" Luna held his book, knowing he wouldn't leave without it, as she said, "Then why?" Cross didn't answer and instead asked, "Why do you care so much? We aren't that close that you would be concerned with my well-being." Luna gripped the book tightly, and she looked into his eyes and asked, "Are you concerned for mine?" Cross was stunned at the question and thought about it seriously. She was interesting, but they barely knew each other. Plus, Cross answered no. Luna really did feel hurt, and she almost cried, but Cross spoke again, "Because I know that you don't need me to be. I don't know about your magical prowess, but I believe you are smart enough to not put yourself in situations where your well-being was in danger." Luna was stunned and looked into Cross' eyes deeply for any signs of falsehood. Finding nothing, she revealed a small smile and handed back his book as she said, "Thank you." Cross took the book and thought for a moment before saying, "Sorry for making you worry." After that, he went back to reading and walked away, leaving Luna staring at his back in a daze. When she recovered, he was already gone. She smiled and skipped away happily, thinking to herself, "My cold elven prince is warming up." Cross was walking back to the Slytherin house, and Selena said, "I didn't think you were so good with girls." Cross said, "What does that mean? I didn't even say anything to her." Selena hissed in astonishment and said, What? You basically just told her that there was no need to worry about her, because she was better than everyone else." Cross was stunned and said, "What are you talking about?" Selena burst into laughter and slithered back into the bag, saying, "Good job, Cross." "Ha ha ha ha." Cross was stunned and cursed in Elven, "Fucking unreliable animals." He walked into the Slytherin common room and ignored the crowd of first years as he waved his hand in front of the fireplace angrily, still cursing under his breath as he was engulfed in flames and disappeared. The first years were completely shocked, and the prefect said, "Not to worry, this is normal. Special rooms have special entrances." Cross told them that there was more than one and that he happened to find one by accident while he was reading. They ate it up and started looking for the others. What a joke, there was only one. These clowns have been searching for 2 years now. Despite knowing Cross had a special room, they never asked him for it. Well, if they could actually get a hold of him, they would. But they could never get him. He would always be missing, and they assumed he was in his room if he wasn't in class. Eventually, they gave up completely, consoling themselves that their rooms were even better than Cross. Cross teleporting to the room of requirement and tasked the clone to practice all advanced magic. Cross held out his hand, and the 5 element strings came out, fusing together and forming a new clone. The difference was this clone's eyes had 5 different colors in it. Cross inspected the and felt it was stronger than the previous one. Regardless of how strong it was, though, it couldn't compare to himself, so he forgot about it. Maybe they would be useful later, but right now, they were perfect for increasing training speed. Cross tasked the 5 elements clone to read about wizard ranks and everything concerning elements. Cross assumed that Hogwarts had more information about the ranks and elements than he could find outside. This was one of the reasons he stayed at Hogwarts. It basically had everything available to him. Why would he leave just because it's dangerous? First of all, he was still extremely cautious, And secondly, the greater the danger, the greater the treasure. The room of requirement was a massive advantage over the other students. Without it, Cross reckoned he would be far, far behind his current self. Not that any of that mattered because he had it and he wouldn't let it go. After giving the clones tasks, he teleported back to his room and started to meditate, feeling the elements in the air. His next target was lightning. Very fortunate for Cross that there was a storm outside tonight. The next day, Cross was sitting in divination class at an empty table. Hermione was supposed to sit there, but she was apparently skipping. A woman with giant glasses said, "Welcome, my children. In this room, you shall explore the noble art of divination. In this room, you shall discover if you possess the sight," as she smashed into a table. The students laughed, and the woman smiled. "I am Professor Trelawney. Together we shall cast ourselves into the future. This time we shall be focusing on tessemantia, which is the art of reading tea leaves. So please take the cup of the person sitting opposite you." Cross took the cup opposite him as Hermione was now sitting there. Professor Trelawney said, "You see, the truth lies buried like a sentence deep within a book, waiting to be read. But first you must broaden your minds. First you must look beyond." She shouted that last part, and Hermione said, "What a load of rubbish." Cross looked at her cup and said, "Actually, it's not rubbish. Divination is very powerful, is done correctly." Hermione said, "What would you know?" Cross said, "Read a book, girl." Hermione was offended. Cross continued, "Anyway, try not to pop in like that. I don't care, but someone else might notice." Hermione looked at Cross and said, "You dash." Trelawney took a cup from Ron and quickly put it back with a horrified expression as she yelped before saying, "My dear, you have tea the grim." Cross looked at the cup and whistled as he said, "Imichum, Tessemantia is right sometimes." Hermione complained, "How would you know? You can't see into the future as well, can you?" Cross said, "No, but the cup is an omen of death taking the form of a spectral dog. From what I've seen, this should come true soon." Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "I don't believe it." Cross waved and retorted, "Turn your necklace, you'll find out." Hermione gasped and covered her chest. Cross was confused and said, "What? Why are you acting like I just violated you?" Hermione whispered, "Have you been staring at my chest?" Cross was stunned and couldn't help but say, "Excuse me, but even if I was, there's not much to look at." Hermione gasped again, and she said, You. The bell rang, and Hermione stormed out of the class. Cross was stunned and sighed before leaving the class, going to the next one. A few minutes later, Cross was walking outside, reading from the monster book, when Ron came up and said, "What's up with Hermione?" Harry shook his head and said, "I don't know. She seems angry." Cross suddenly said, "I told her that her chest was nothing to look at," before continuing on his way to Hagrid's shack. Harry and Ron were stunned before looking at each other and bursting out laughing as they followed along. Cross arrived at Hagrid's shack, and Hermione glared at him before crossing her arms over her chest and turning away. It was a shame Cross didn't even look at her. Harry and Ron started talking to Hermione, who was basically a mad dog, biting at anybody who was near her at the moment. Hagrid waved and said, "Come over here, everyone. How about a real treat for you today? A great lesson. Follow me." He started walking into the forest and added, "All right, you lot. Less chattering. Form a line over there and open your books to page 49. Draco said, "Exactly how do we do that?" Cross passed by and slapped Draco's book hard. The book whimpered and opened without a fuss. Draco was stunned and followed Cross to the side. Hagrid chuckled and said, "Or you could just stroke the spine." Draco looked at Cross, who was already reading the book, and said, "Did you do that for yours?" Cross nodded and said, "Yeah. But the problem is that it shivers in fear now." "That's annoying." Draco felt his mouth twitch, and he said slowly, "Right." Cross ignored him, and Hagrid coughed, gaining everyone's attention as he said, "Tada," moving to the side as he revealed a horse-like creature. Hagrid smiled as he continued, "Isn't he beautiful? Say hello to Buckbeak." Ron said, "Hagrid, what is he?" Hagrid said, "This here is a hippogriff. They are very proud creatures. You do not want to insult a hippogriff. It might be the last thing you do. Anyway, who would like to come and say hello?" The class all backed off, except Harry and Cross. Harry was at the front and didn't know. and Cross wasn't paying attention. Hagrid smiled and said, "Good job, Harry. You first. Come on." Harry looked behind him to see only Cross near him. He was stunned at these people. Hagrid said, "Come on. Now, you have to let him make the first move. Give him a nice bow. If he bows back, you can touch him. If not, well, we'll get to that later." Harry walked over and bowed deeply. Hagrid said, "Good." Buckbeak wasn't having it and got a little angry. Hagrid immediately said, "Back off, Harry. Back off." Harry backed off, still in bowing position, and Buckbeak calmed down before bowing back. Hagrid laughed and said, "Well done, Harry," as he threw a dead possum at Buckbeak. He turned back to Harry and said, "You can go and pat him now, go on." Harry walked forward and patted Buckbeak with a small smile. Hagrid walked over and said happily, "He may even let you ride him now," as he picked up Harry, who said anxiously, "Wait." Hagrid ignored him and put Harry on Buckbeak's back as he said, "Don't pull out any feathers," before slapping Buckbeak, who immediately ran forward before taking off and flying away. The class watched him go and clapped. Cross looked in the air and twitched his ears, wondering if Blue could support him for flight. He needed to try one of these days. A while later, Harry came back and Hagrid helped him off before whispering with him. Draco was jealous and said, "Humph, proud creature my ass. Come on then, let me ride too." Cross looked at Draco and shook his head as he said, "Prepare to send him to the hospital." Hermione said, "Stop him." Cross shrugged and said, "I already told Draco to relax, but if he doesn't listen, it's not my problem." Hermione said, "Malfoy, do dash." But it was too late. Draco was standing in front of Buckbeak and the animal was nervous, so it defended itself and scratched Draco. Hagrid was stunned and said, "Buckbeak." Cross walked over and grabbed Draco's not-scratched arm. Buckbeak chirped and Cross glared at the beast. Buckbeak quieted down and backed off nervously. Hagrid threw a dead possum away and picked up Draco, saying, "I'll take him to the infirmary. Class dismissed." Cross closed his book and stood by the side, watching Hagrid walk away as Draco said, "You're going to regret this. Giant chicken." Cross shook his head and walked over to Buckbeak, who touched his head to the ground and trembled. Cross stroked his feathers while shushing him. Buckbeak calmed down and nuzzled against Cross' face. Harry was stunned and said, "What happened?" Cross said Draco startled him. Harry shook his head. That's not what he meant. Cross continued to stroke Buckbeak softly, not wanting to speak again. Hermione said, "This is not good. Malfoy isn't going to just let this go." Cross ignored her and scratched Buckbeak's neck, making him chirp happily and flap his wings. Cross smiled and mounted Buckbeak. Harry said, "You shouldn't without Hagrid." Hermione added, "Yeah, it's dangerous." Cross shook his head and said, "He won't leave unless I say so. Right, Buckbeak?" Buckbeak chirped and ran around, scaring the rest of the class. Cross whistled and Buckbeak stopped. Cross patted Buckbeak's neck twice and Buckbeak ran forward, flapping his wings before taking off into the skies. Cross smiled happily, feeling the air brushing on his skin. His hair blew in the wind as Buckbeak flew around the castle. He swooped down and landed near Hagrid as he said, "Hagrid, should I bring Buckbeak somewhere?" Hagrid shook his head with a smile as he said, "Cross, you shouldn't fly without supervision." Cross smiled and stroked Buckbeak's neck as he said, "Don't worry, he's good." Hagrid nodded and said, "Leave him near my shack, could you?" Cross nodded and whistled. Buckbeak took off again, leaving Hagrid and Draco, going back to the class. Cross landed near Hermione and Harry as he said, "Hagrid said go back to the castle," before taking off again, feeling it very fun to just fly around on Buckbeak. Harry and Hermione watched him go. Hermione said, "What a show-off." Harry chuckled and said, "Better than a block of stone." Hermione sighed and left with Harry. Cross landed in the pumpkin patch next to Hagrid's shack. He got off and stroked Buckbeak, leading him to a post before chaining him up. Buckbeak nuzzled him happily, and Cross smiled as he left, going back to the castle. He felt like riding Buckbeak made him feel free and happy. It was much better than constantly counter-scheming. Cross sighed and went back to his cold look as he opened his book and continued reading, walking back into the castle to continue his day. Cross was eating lunch in the small lunchroom. Draco was talking about how he nearly died with his arm in a sling and wrapped in bandages. Cross rolled his eyes and continued reading as he ate with one hand. Astoria was absorbed into Astoria. She gasped and said, "So dangerous." Cross choked on his food, while Hermione, Harry, and Ron chuckled at another table. Cross smacked her head and chided, "Don't listen to this goof." The bird was scared. He paused and looked at Draco before mumbling, "Maybe it's because he's so ugly." Draco turned green and Daphne burst out laughing, fell backwards and hitting the floor. Hermione and the other two turned to their food and laughed as well. Draco clicked his tongue and said to Astoria with a pitiful expression, "You don't think I'm ugly, do you?" Astoria shook her head and Draco added, "I'm more handsome than Cross, right?" The whole cafeteria went silent, and the students looked at Draco with expressions of disdain. Who is this guy? Cross might be useless, but there's no doubt that he is extraordinarily handsome. Some of the students would even go as far to say that he was beautiful. You had to really watch out for those students. They were dangerous. They'll do anything. Truly madmen. Astoria looked to be in a pickle. She finally lied and said, "Of course." The rest of the students booed and Draco felt amazing. He knew he wasn't, but what a girl. He thought he was in love. Cross shook his head and continued reading, ignoring the budding romance. This dumb little girl actually started paying more attention to Draco than him. Unacceptable. Draco smiled softly and started talking to Astoria more, strangely changing his tone to be gentle. Boom! That was a critical hit. Astoria blushed, and they started talking, ignoring everyone else. Cross looked at them and sighed. Daphne patted his shoulder and said, "She's too far gone." Cross looked up and said sadly, "There's no cure for being an idiot." He glanced at Ron when he said that before writing something down. Ron was offended and Hermione giggled, covering her face with her book, while Harry just chuckled as he ate. Cross threw a paper at Draco before picking up his book and walking out of the room. Draco read the paper, and his eyes lit up. A while later, Cross was standing in the defense against the dark arts classroom. There was a cabinet shaking in the middle of the room. Lupin walked around and said, "Intriguing, isn't it? Can anyone guess what's inside?" On Kid said, "That's a boggart, that is." Lupin said, "Very good. Can anyone tell me what a boggart looks like?" Hermione popped into existence and answered, "No one knows." Boggarts are shapeshifters. They take the form of what someone fears most. That's what makes them so turdash. Lupin finished terrifying, yes. There's a very simple charm to rid the boggarts. Let's practice it now without wands, please. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. The class returned ridiculous. Lupin nodded good. But this isn't enough. You really need laughter to finish it off. Let's have a volunteer, a Neville. Cross looked at Hermione next to him and said, "You know, you might kill Ron like that." Hermione waved and said, "Nonsense." Ron said, "No, he's right. I nearly had a heart attack, I did." Hermione snorted and paid attention to Neville changing a boggart of Snape. Cross sighed and shook his head. "She can't learn my low-key methods." Lupin laughed at Snape, who had Neville's grandmother's clothes, as he waved, "Weasley, you're next," before putting on some music. Ron stepped up and the boggart turned into a spider, before Ron made it have roller skates and slip on the ground. Cross stepped up, since he was next, and the boggart was the spider for a few seconds. Cross' face was completely blank. Lupin said, "You're not scared of anything?" Cross tilted his head, and the boggart changed into Molly Weasley. Ron shouted, "That's me, Mum." The boggart came over and started cleaning Cross' face and straightening his clothes. The students were stunned. Cross stepped back and waved his wand, saying, "Ridiculous." Molly turned into a gangster. She had a leather jacket and was smoking. Cross smirked and stepped away as Hermione stepped forward. Lupin was still laughing and Ron was aghast, while Harry was laughing along with the rest of the class. The boggart changed into Cross. Cross was stunned and the class was silent. Hermione was startled and the boggart said, "You're flat." The class was completely stunned and they looked at Cross, who was also dumbfounded on the side. Hermione glared at him, then turned to the boggart, saying, "Ridiculous." The boggart turned into Cross with cat ears and a tail, acting like a cat, licking his hands. Cross just had his mouth open wide in disbelief. So venomous? Hermione smirked and walked to the side. The class chuckled secretly, and the next girl walked up, the boggart turned into a snake. Cross looked at Hermione with his mouth open. Hermione snorted and smiled. Cross shook his head, and Ron said, "You're scared of my mom." Cross answered seriously, "She's very scary." Ron shook his head and said, "You haven't seen Angry." Cross replied, "You said that already." Cross looked back to the boggart, which had turned into a Dementor for Harry. Lupin got in front of him, and the boggart changed into a full moon. Cross rubbed his chin, and though that was very interesting. "A werewolf scared of the moon?" Lupin said, "Ridiculous." The moon turned into a balloon and flew around the room before Lupin threw it into the cabinet and locked it, saying, "All right, everyone, that's enough for today. Thank you. My apologies." The class started leaving the class, while Harry started at the cabinet in a daze. Cross left the class, reading his book, not really bothered by the class at all. Hermione puffed her cheeks, seeing Cross was still nonchalant about the boggart. She vowed to make him flustered one day. Cross didn't mind at all and continued back to his room. Cross teleported to the room of requirement. He merged with the two clones and absorbed all the practice and knowledge. He mumbled to himself and sent out the clones again, continuing their tasks, before teleporting back to his room and meditating on the lightning element. A few days passed. Cross was in street clothes and handed a permission slip to Filch as McGonagall said, "If you don't have a signature, you're not allowed to go to Hogsmeade Village." Ron and Hermione looked at Harry, who sighed and said, "Have fun, guys." Cross remembered that he killed Harry's aunt and said, "Professor, Harry's aunt died over the summer. It's very understandable that he couldn't get his slip signed due to excessive grief. Perhaps you could bend the rules for the circumstances." McGonagall looked at Harry's sad look and sighed as she said, "I truly cannot. My apologies, Mr. Potter." She looked across and said, "Mind your tongue, Mr. Greengrass. That is a sensitive topic." Before leaving, Cross clicked his tongue as he watched her go with his hands in his pockets. Harry sighed and waved as they left. Ron and Hermione waved back, and Cross ignored him. This was the last time he was going to help Harry for something insignificant. The debt of killing his aunt was dealt with. Now he was a free elf. Hermione and Ron followed Cross and the group as they made their way to Hogsmeade Village. Cross felt something rub his leg and looked down to see Mrs. Norris. He picked her up and said, "Did you do it?" Mrs. Norris nodded happily. Cross smiled and stroked her softly as they made their way, under Filch's guidance. A few dozen minutes later, they stopped at Hogsmeade Village, and Filch said, "All right, be careful, ye brats." Cross handed him Mrs. Norris, and Filch looked uncomfortable as he said, Greengrass. "Thanks fair help in, Mrs. Norris." Cross nodded and said, "No problem." Filch looked around and said, "Be careful around the school. Strange things go on everywhere." Cross stopped and said seriously, "I will." "Thank you." Filch nodded and awkwardly walked away. Cross walked around the village. He looked around at all the shops before walking along the road and pulling up a hood, putting his hands in his pockets as he walked into an alley. Hermione saw Cross disappear into an alley and frowned, but kept silent. Cross walked into the alley and spread out his strings everywhere. The strings went around the buildings and into the ground. He continued walking through the town, through the alleys, before coming across a dilapidated house. Selena poked her head out of the bag and slithered out to Cross' shoulder before slipping into his hood and hiding herself, only golden snake eyes visible. Cross walked into the house and dangled his right hand out of his pocket. The only thing visible in his hood was his glowing red eyes. The red was just black. Cross dragged his hand in strings by his side, scanning the entire house. He heard a noise and whipped his arm to the right. Strings shot out, digging into the wall like drills. Selena glared at the wall and was ready to petrify whatever came out. Cross pulled his hand back and tore the wall out. A black wolf snarled behind a wall. Cross spread out his fingers, his face still not visible, as 5 different colored strings shot out and sped towards the wolf. The wolf swiped his claws at the strings while jumping across, who jumped back and took his other hand out of his pocket, hiding it behind his back, letting loose, invisible strings into the ground. Cross twisted his other hand, and the colored strings spun together, forming a multicolored spike before shooting at the wolf from behind. The wolf jumped to the side, before getting caught by invisible strings coming out of the ground. Cross revealed his other hand and twitched his fingers. The strings blew out from under the ground and tied up the wolf's legs before lopping around the wolf's neck. The twisting spike zoomed and stopped right before the wolf's head, merely millimeters from its skull. The invisible strings on its neck tightened and drops of blood hit the floor. Selena was impressed and watched the wolf like a hawk or snake. Cross spoke in a hoarse voice. "Why are you here, Sirius Black?" The wolf was surprised and morphed back into his human form, still tied up. Cross split the spike into 5 different colored spikes, and they hovered mere inches from Sirius' head. He moved his other hand, and the invisible strings drilled into Sirius' clothes, taking out his wand and bringing it to Cross. Selena poked her head out and gently bit on the wand, threatening to snap it in half. Cross looked at the silent Sirius and remained in control. Sirius sighed and said, "Are all wizards nowadays so vicious?" Cross wasn't amused and said, "Answer me," as the strings around his neck tightened, drawing more blood. Sirius chuckled and said, "Well, you see, that is top secret." Cross replied, "You have a notion that I will not kill you? I have to say you shouldn't become a gambler," as he was about to clench his fist and end everything. Sirius let out a breath, feeling the strings getting tighter. He knew this boy was serious. He said, "I'm trying to find someone." Cross said hoarsely, "Harry Potter, I presume?" Sirius unexpectedly shook his head and said, "No, a rat. Goes by the name Peter Pettigrew." Cross frowned and said, "Missing a finger? A rat animagus? Buck teeth. Even looks like a rat in human form." Sirius was surprised and said, "You know him? Tell me where he is quickly." The strings tightened and Cross said, "Remember your situation, Black. What do you want with the rat?" Sirius said hatefully, "The rat is a traitor. He killed my godson's parents." Cross frowned. He seemed to have meddled in a big event. This wasn't good. Cross said, "And who is that?" Sirius answered, "Harry Potter. He is my godson." Cross nodded and thought about it. It seemed there's also a conspiracy here as well. Cross ignored the revelation and said coldly, "What is your relationship with Albus Dumbledore?" Sirius asked in confusion, "The headmaster?" "Why would Y dash?" The strings tightened, and Cross uttered in a tone as cold as ice, "Answer me, Black." Sirius said, "No relation." Cross frowned and said, "I don't believe you." Sirius said, "There really is no relations." Cross sneered and retorted, "And you just so happen to be in Hogsmeade, near Hogwarts. Dumbledore lord over the entire area around. I don't believe you haven't come into contact with him. Even the Dark Lord wouldn't directly come anywhere near Hogwarts if he wasn't sure Dumbledore couldn't sense him." Cross tilted his head and added, "Plus, I don't believe you truly escaped Azkaban on your own. The Dementors would snuff you out like a candle in the wind. This is your last chance, Black." Sirius' face was gloomy, and he said, "I am part of Dumbledore's hidden army to fight against Voldemort. The rat is one of Voldemort's followers. Being the headmaster, Dumbledore cannot take action, therefore I have become the executioner. Not that I mind, of course. I hate that filthy rat." Cross frowned. Something wasn't making sense. Who was the mastermind behind the school plot? He asked this rat, "Is he capable of reaching his hands out to the students of Hogwarts?" Sirius was confused but shook his head and said, "Impossible. Neither him nor Voldemort would dare to reach into the students of the school." Cross frowned and flicked his finger. A white, glowing string slowly penetrated into Sirius' head. Cross immediately backed out, and his expression was grave. Sirius was confused and felt something was wrong, so he asked what. Cross kept silent and took back the 5 spikes as he stretched out his palm, touching Sirius' head as he said, "Keep calm. I shall not harm you." Before speaking in Elven, ultimate cleanse, a golden green aura swept through Sirius, washing away everything in his mind and on his clothes. Cross eyes turned pure gold as he chanted, "Nature's protection." Condensed. A golden light shone on Sirius' head and sank into his mind, forming a golden barrier that slowly disappeared, turning invisible. Cross backed off and threw up the 5 spikes as he said, "Who are you?" Sirius's expression was unreadable as he said coldly, "Sirius Black." Cross nodded and said, "How do you feel?" Sirius' face turned grave as he said angrily, "I'm pissed." Cross nodded and took his spikes back as he said, "I don't want any part of the schemes at the school. I hope you can leave me out of it. That barrier is not impenetrable. Tread carefully, Mr. Sirius Black." Cross pointed his finger and said in Elven, "Selective obliviation." His finger glowed white, and his figure, voice, Selena, and strings disappeared, only leaving the words he said along with the barrier. Cross threw Sirius's wand back and dispelled the strings before teleporting out of the house, back to an alley, leaving Sirius there with his eyes closed and a grave expression on his face. Cross returned to the actual village and blended back into the crowd of students. Selena went back into his bag, and he took his hood off before slipping into a candy store, acting like he was there the whole time. Hermione bumped into Cross and said in confusion, "Where did you come from?" Cross returned her confusion and said, "I was here the whole time. You don't remember?" Hermione frowned and said, "Didn't you dash?" Ron came over and said, "We should get something for Harry." Hermione looked at him and said, "Okay, just a second." She looked back and Cross was already walking out of the store. She rubbed her forehead and followed Ron along, buying candy for Harry. Cross sat outside on a bench and watched the people walking by. He had his strings spread and looking for anyone approaching, while he thought about what Sirius said. The rat is off the list, then that means Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore are still suspects. Dumbledore's suspicious level raised even higher now. After hearing what Sirius said, it seemed Dumbledore was raising an army in secret to fight Voldemort. But why? Voldemort was extremely weak right now. If he moved himself and attacked, then he could finish off Voldemort with a mere flick of his wrist. Cross refused to believe Dumbledore couldn't find Voldemort if he tried. There had to be something bigger going on. He thought about it, and all his leads ended at Harry. Every single one. But what's so special about Harry Potter? His mother sacrificed herself, and he survived a killing curse. And what else? Cross knew that he had a soul fragment in his mind, connecting it with the diary Horcrux. Cross theorized Harry had been turned into a Horcrux by accident, which explains his parcel mouth and the apparent attraction to anything Voldemort. But how does Dumbledore factor into everything? What is the plan for the school? Who is behind it? He racked his brains trying to figure it out. He just didn't want to get involved. Honestly, he just wanted to study freely, but apparently that was impossible as he was constantly walking on a tightrope, with Voldemort on one side and an unknown schemer on the other. The only solace he found was that he had obliviated Sirius of his traces completely. Nothing against Sirius, but he couldn't take any chances. Indeed, unfortunately, he severely underestimated the person behind the scenes. Cross was in his thoughts when Hermione sat next to him and said, "Where did you go before?" Cross returned and said, "What are you talking about?" As he touched her forehead, his finger glowed from the tap, and it dimmed when he took it back. Cross kept the same expression, but his eyes were a raging fire. Hermione touched her forehead and said, "I saw you going into the alley." Cross changed the subject and said, "Hermione, have you met with any teachers privately?" Hermione was startled and said, "Why?" Cross smiled beautifully and said, "Just tell me." Hermione thought about it and said, "I did go see a teacher before." "Huh, I don't remember." Cross' smile was cold as ice and Hermione's eyes widened in horror as she almost started crying, "I don't remember." Cross pulled her in and stroked her head as he shushed her. Hermione was shivering, thinking of the implications. Cross held her and whispered in Elven, "Ultimate cleanse. Nature's protection. Condensed. Divine barbs." 3 different colored lights flashed in Cross' hidden palm. They were green, gold, and blood red. Hermione felt her mind being cleansed completely, as well as her whole body. Then a powerful barrier and blood-red thorns spread around the barrier. She could feel it all. She felt very comfortable and slowly fell asleep. Cross drew with his finger on the back of her neck before whispering, "Blessing of protection." Her skin and clothes flashed golden green for a split second before dimming. Cross moved her to the side and let her lean her head on his shoulder as she slept. Cross himself took out a book and started reading to pass the time. When he got back, he had to check everyone else's barriers. There was something brewing, and Cross was going to step out of the way to watch the world burn. A few minutes later, Ron came over with a big bag, full of God knows what. Cross spared him a glance before continuing reading. Ron said, "She's sleeping? Truly a mad woman. Works too hard, I reckon." Cross added, "Perhaps. What you got there, Weasley?" Ron smiled and said, "A ton of goodies for Harry. And well, myself." Cross chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I think you are the madman. How are you going to eat all that candy?" Taking a break for a moment out of pure amusement, the bag was truly too big. Where did he get the money to buy all that candy? Did he rob the store? Ron smirked and said, "I've got a bottomless pit for a stomach, I'll have you know." Cross smiled and shook his head, deciding not to respond to that absurd statement. Filch shouted, "Brats, let's go." All the students started heading towards Filch. Cross shook his shoulder, waking up Hermione, before walking towards Filch silently. Hermione looked at his back and remembered what happened. She took a deep breath and followed after him with Ron. Cross followed Filch back to Hogwarts, returning to the Slytherin house and his room. He laid on his bed and compiled his thoughts, coming to the conclusion that he needed to quicken his pace of advancement or he will only be putty in others' hands. With that in mind, he sat up and meditated immediately, trying to grasp the lightning element while his clones focused on advanced magic. A few days later, Cross was sitting in Snape's class. The Gryffindor house had been sleeping in the Great Hall because their house door was attacked by Sirius. Cross was confused. Why would Sirius attack the Gryffindor door? Regardless, it was, and Sirius was nowhere to be found, but Hogwarts was on high alert. Snape stormed into class and closed every window with a loud bang. He stopped in front of the class and said, "Turn to page 394. Cross opened his book, and Harry said, "Excuse me, sir. Where's Professor Lupin?" Snape stood next to a projector as he replied, "That's not really your concern, is it? Suffice to say, your professor finds himself incapable of teaching at the present time. Turn to page 394. Hermione popped into existence next to Cross as she said, "Sir, we aren't supposed to learn about nocturnal creatures for weeks." Cross nudged her and shook his head. Hermione was confused, and Snape said, "Quiet." Ron said, "Where did she come from?" Snape ignored Ron and asked, "Who can tell me the difference between a werewolf and an animagus?" Hermione raised her hand, and Snape said, "No one." How disappointing. Cross put his hand up and clamped Hermione's lips. Snape said, "Yes, Mr. Greengrass." Cross answered, "Werewolves are not by choice, and animagus is voluntary. Also, animagi can transform into any animal, while werewolves can only become wolves and only on the full moon." Hermione put his hand down, and Snape hummed before saying, "Correct, 5 points Slytherin." Before he went on a rant about werewolves, Cross tuned out and read his own thing. Hermione whispered, "Why did you stop me?" Cross said plainly he's not in a good mood. He'll give us extra homework if you keep speaking when he doesn't call you. Hermione said, "How did you know?" Cross joked Tessamantia. Hermione laughed, and Snape said, "Ms. Granger, is there a problem? 5 points from Gryffindor and 2 parchment essay on werewolves by Monday morning." Hermione was stunned and cross-eyed before mumbling, "For fuck's sake." Snape threw a book at him, saying, "Mr. Greengrass, watch your tongue." Cross caught the book and put it down, keeping silent with an ugly expression. Snape went back to lecturing, and Cross glanced at Hermione, who smiled. Cross clicked his tongue and went back to reading his book. The next day, Cross was sitting outside at the Quidditch game. It was heavily raining, and there might even be a storm after. Cross was wearing a rain slicker and meditating outside. He was going to have to take drastic actions if he wanted to learn the lightning element. Cross clicked his tongue and left the arena when he saw Harry falling from the sky. Cross was walking outside in the rain when someone stopped in front of him and smiled. "Need a rain, pal? I heard raindrop ticks are very dangerous this time of year." Cross looked at Luna and said, "Haven't seen you for a while." Luna walked to his side, saying, "Oh, I couldn't talk to you without my heart feeling like it was about to burst." Cross continued walking and said, "Is that a bad thing?" Luna said happily, "I don't think so." Cross looked up and said, "Is that so?" Luna looked at his face and smiled warmly as she said, "You're crazy." Cross mumbled divination. Luna corrected, more like accurate predictions. They'll only come near the weeping willow. Cross opened his mouth, and Luna added with a soothing smile, I'm coming, of course. Magic termites colonize near weeping willows. Cross smiled and let the rain hit his face as he thought about it for a moment. He sighed and said, Let's go then. Luna happily skipped along. Cross looked down and said, No shoes? Luna said, The others hide my shoes, so I go without them. Cross asked, Doesn't that hurt? Luna's smile dimmed a bit before going back to normal, as she said, Not anymore. Cross stopped and bent down, throwing Luna on his back before continuing along. Luna rested her head on his back and closed her eyes with a smile. The rest of the journey was spent in a comfortable silence. The duo arrived near the weeping willow, and Cross put Luna down, saying, Stay back. Luna already moved a fair distance away from the weeping willow and Cross. She had a smile on her face, but her fists were clenched as she watched Cross closely. Cross sat down and crossed his legs as he meditated, attracting the lightning elements in the air towards him. The clouds above him rumbled, and Luna tensed up as a lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck Cross. Cross growled, and the lightning surrounded him before turning purple and sinking into his skin. More bolts fell from the sky one after the other. Luna shouted, Enough! Cross! Stop! Cross wanted more and raised his hand in the air, exploding purple lightning out as it turned bright yellow. Another bolt fell and struck Cross' outstretched hand. Cross yelled, and the yellow lightning flooded his skin, going into his muscles and organs. Luna took out her wand and waved it, putting up a barrier over Cross as she ran over. She kneeled in front of him and said, Idiot! I told you no more. Cross coughed out black smoke, and Luna pointed her wand as she said, Episki. Cross felt much better and smiled, a personal healer. Luna knocked on his head and smiled lightly as she said, Finally lost it? Cross chuckled and stood up. His entire body made cracking sounds as he said, Not yet. How much do you know? Luna smiled and said, If I say everything, will you believe me? Cross looked into her eyes and said, I would. Luna smiled and said nothing. Cross spread out both his hands, and there was a new color, bright yellow. Now there was 6. Cross thought about it and reckoned 10 was a maximum. He already had fire, ice, poison, life, light, and lightning. He could substitute ice for water, life for wood, and poison for earth, which meant that he needed metal or a metal substitute, which took up a slot. Cross planned out his next elements: metal, death, shadow, and wind. He took his strings back and looked at Luna, saying, Let me see. He moved his face close to hers as he said, Double-eye ritual? I'm sorry for your loss. Luna was startled and asked, How did you know? Cross threw Luna on his back as he walked back to the castle, saying, Double-eye transformation ritual requires a human sacrifice, wisdom, and true sight with the side effect of future sight. No wonder. Luna tightened her arms around him as she rested her head on his back, as stayed silent. Cross said softly, I'm sorry. Luna said, It was my mother. Cross was silent for a few seconds as he kept walking before saying, She must have loved you a lot. That ritual, it was lost for a long time. Luna just hummed and listened to his steady heartbeat as they both stayed silent for the rest of the walk back. A few minutes later, Cross entered the castle and let Luna down softly. He turned around, and they locked gazes for a moment before Cross turned away, saying, Be careful. Luna smiled softly and said, You too. Cross opened his mouth, but closed it, deciding to say nothing more as he walked away with conflicted thoughts. Luna watched him go as a gentle smile slowly sprawled across her lips, and she walked away, her vacant expression returning, but her mind filled with Cross' figure. Cross sat down in his room and blew out all the candles, closed the curtains, and sat in the darkness. He let out a breath and felt the darkness around him, trying to turn it into his own as time flowed by. Crosshair changed with the season and turned pure white. Surprisingly, darkness was easy to understand. Cross was confused, though. Every other element were much harder to control and understand. He shot out a string, and it was dark gray, not completely gray, but not black either, just cool dark gray, almost illusionary. Cross was silent as he looked at the dark gray string, He twitched his finger, and the string wrapped around his body. He disappeared, blended into the darkness, becoming invisible. Cross was stunned. He looked into the mirror and saw nothing. He waved his hand and turned on the candles. His figure wrapped in gray strings appeared. He nodded to himself. Seems like he could only blend into the dark. He took off the strings and wrapped himself in light strings, but nothing happened. This gave Cross a good idea on what the light and dark strings did. With a success in his palm, he teleported to the room of requirement, merging with his clones. Cross processed the information before sending his clones out again and giving them both tasks to practice advanced magic. Cross watched over them for a moment before teleporting back to his room and dressing in a hoodie, t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. He nodded at his reflection and grabbed his backpack before leaving the castle, going to Hogsmeade. A while later, Cross was sitting on a rock near a cliff, cross-legged, feeling the cold wind brushing against his face as he meditated on the wind element. While he was meditating, a voice interrupted him. "Cross, what are you doing over there?" Cross' ear twitched, and he turned his head to see Hermione and Ron. He replied, "What are you doing here?" Hermione was stumped. Was she supposed to say she was here with Ron, just because? Cross shook his head and turned back to the front, focusing on meditating. Ron looked across back and said, "A madman, that lad. Sitting on a rock like that. What if he falls off?" Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "How is he going to fall off? He's not moving at all." Ron shrugged and said, "I don't know the wind." Hermione was speechless, looking at Ron, who scratched his cheek. Hermione finally replied after a few seconds, "Might strong winds, eh, Ron?" Ron blushed in embarrassment and didn't reply. Suddenly they heard a voice. Well, look who's here. You two shopping for your new dream home? Quite a grab for you, isn't it, Weaselby? Doesn't your family sleep in one room? Ron said, "Shut up, Malfoy." Draco clicked his tongue and said, "I think you should respect your superiors." Hermione said, "I hope you don't mean yourself." Draco said, "I hope you're not talking to me. You filthy dash." Cross sighed and said, "Draco." Draco looked over and said, "Oh, Cross, you're here too." Cross waved and said, "Come here." Draco walked over and Cross touched his forehead before saying, "So that's why." Draco frowned and said, "What happened?" Cross said simply, "Your mind has been infiltrated. Have you been feeling angry and more aggressive lately?" as he cleansed Draco's mind. Draco's eyes widened and he said, "Yeah." Cross frowned and looked behind him before whispering, "Just leave those three alone." He pulled Draco close to him and whispered in his ear, "Something extremely fishy is going on here. They're at the center of the storm at Hogwarts. If you don't want to get involved, stay away," before placing a new condensed barrier in Draco's mind, along with a counterattack. Draco got serious and nodded. Cross asked, "Who do you think took down your barrier?" Draco's face turned ugly as he said, "The only person I've been alone with is my godfather." Cross raised a brow and said, "Snape?" Draco nodded and Cross frowned as he said, "Just act normally." Draco nodded and left without a word. Hermione and Ron were stunned, and Harry appeared out of thin air as he said, "Hey, guys." Hermione and Ron jumped in shock, and Harry chuckled as they started talking. Cross ignored them and continued to meditate while thinking about what Draco told him. Snape? Was he the mastermind behind everything? Cross frowned in thought. It wasn't impossible, but Cross still had his doubts. Dumbledore's physical change was just too suspicious. Why did he get younger? How did he get the resources necessary to advance ranks? Plus, why would Snape care about Ravenclaw kids? All houses seem to be specifically placed, not only based on their personalities, but also background. For example, the Hat didn't even touch Draco before placing him in Slytherin. Based on cross deductions, Snape should be proficient in potions, not legilimency. Then again, Cross was slowly becoming proficient in everything, so he couldn't rule out Snape being a legilimens wizard. Cross sighed to himself. Things just kept getting more and more difficult. Snape went up by 30%, while Dumbledore stayed at 80%, with Snape being a close second at 70%. McGonagall was last with a 30%. After speaking with Sirius, the Rat was completely out of the running. There was no way he had enough time to plan something like this while working for Voldemort. There was just not enough time. Cross looked up at the sky and let out a breath, mumbling, Why can't they all just die? Then I can sleep peacefully at night. He was about to go back to meditating when Hermione shouted, "Cross, we're going into town. Do you want to come?" Cross waved his hand, making a gesture or no, before continuing to meditate peacefully as the trio left. He sat on the spot and didn't leave until it was dark outside. Cross continued to meditate every day, and it seemed like the commotion was dying down, but it was only the calm before the storm. A while later, Crosshair was golden yellow as he sat on the fountain, with his legs crossed. Luna was sitting next to him, reading a strange book. Tilted Nargles, could you be next? Students passed by and laughed at them behind their backs, but obviously neither Cross nor Luna cared at all, continuing their acts without even a frown. Luna suddenly said, "Oh, congratulations." Cross ignored her, and the wind picked up near him, wrapping around his body, blowing through his hair, making him seem majestic. Cross opened his eyes, and they flashed as the phenomena stopped, returning him to normal. Cross smiled at Luna, who smiled back. He let out a breath as he said, "The last two will be much harder." He hooked his finger, and all the students who made fun of Luna and him were blown to the ground with a gust of wind. Luna smiled and said, "Petty." Cross smiled and said, "They get what they deserve." Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked past, and Ron said, "I haven't lost anything. Your cat killed him." Hermione retorted, "Maybe you should take better care of your pets." Cross watched them pass by and said, "We can only hope the cat killed him, eh?" Luna tilted her head and said, "Don't you find it odd? They didn't even look in our direction." Cross looked at the trio and said, "Maybe they are too busy with something else." Luna just hummed, staying silent. They looked at each other and followed the trio. Luna and Cross came to the edge of a lake and saw Hagrid skipping rocks as he said, Lucius Malfoy got up. Well, you can imagine. He said Buckbeak was a dangerous creature. That'll kill you, his son, as he looked at Yeth. Hermione said, "And then?" Hagrid replied, "Then he asked for the worst." Ron said, "They're not sacking you." Hagrid sniffed and said, "No, I'm not sacked. Buckbeak's been sentenced to death," as he threw a rock in the lake instead of skipping it. Cross was shocked, and Luna whispered, "Who's Buckbeak?" Cross replied, "A hippogriff, very gentle creature. Just a little scared of the world, that's all." Luna asked, "Why are they killing it?" Cross replied, "Because Draco startled it and it scratched him. His father didn't like that, I guess." Luna shook her head and her eyes turned before she smiled at Cross without words. Cross guessed what she did and didn't ask. Instead, he said, "Let's go." Luna nodded and they left. Cross and Luna were walking back to the castle, and Luna asked, "What do you think?" Cross looked at her and said, "What do you mean?" Luna smiled and said, "About the school. What did you think?" "I was asking you what you thought about me." Cross twitched his ears. He was indeed thinking that. But he answered, "School's fine. I wish there wasn't so many things happening, though. People getting obliviated left and right, mind barriers being broken." He sighed and added, "I just want to be left alone." Luna smiled and said softly, "You're not alone," as she grabbed his hand, her face heating up for a brief moment. Cross was startled at her small hand in his palm and looked at Luna, only catch a smile. He sighed and a small smile escaped his lips as he said, "I guess not." Luna smiled gently, and they continued in silence as they walked into the castle. Cross took his hand back awkwardly and said, "I'll see you later, I guess." Luna hummed and nodded, a red hue covering her ears. Cross chuckled nervously before directly teleporting away. Luna giggled and walked back to Ravenclaw common room. Cross sat on his bed and took a deep breath, stabilizing his emotions. It was the first time he has had such intimate contact. He didn't count Daphne, Astoria, or even Hermione at all. First of all, Astoria and Daphne were his sisters, and Hermione was like a sister as well. He didn't think of any of them as anything more than that. Obviously, he could tell that they didn't feel the same. He might act dumb and cold, but he wasn't actually dumb, maybe a little cold, but not dumb at all. How could he not see that Hermione looked at him differently, or that Daphne looked at him the same way? He just wasn't interested. They were like sisters, so he played dumb. Eventually, they will forget about it and move on. If they didn't, then too bad. He couldn't care less. He wasn't going to return their affection anytime soon, so they're only hurting themselves. However, Luna was different. He only thought of her as interesting at the beginning. As time went by, she slowly got closer to him. Even now, they weren't that close, but something more than friends, even if just by a sliver. She knew his real self, and he knew hers. There was an unspeakable trust that had developed between them. Honestly, Cross could safely say that out of everyone at the school, including his actual family, Luna was the only one who made him not feel alone. He let out a breath and rid his head of any more thoughts as he meditated on the death element. A few days later, Cross was walking towards Hagrid's shack. Today, Buckbeak was supposed to be executed. He wanted to see if he could get some insights into death by watching it happen as a bystander. He walked out of a stone exit to see Hermione and Harry sneaking down the hill. He looked further down and saw Ron, Hermione, and Harry walk towards Hagrid's shack leisurely. Cross' mouth curved upwards, and he mumbled, "Interesting." Cross appeared behind Harry and Hermione, who were hiding behind pumpkins. The two didn't notice him until he squatted behind them and whispered, "Don't scream unless you want your past selves to find you." Hermione and Harry jumped, scared out of their wits. Hermione whispered angrily, "What are you doing here?" Cross said, "I was going to watch Buckbeak's executions for." "Well, anyway, I saw you two in your past selves, so I thought I'd tag along. I have nothing else to do, and staying in the castle is really getting boring." Harry quipped, "I thought you were just a nerd." Cross retorted, "Coming from you?" Harry turned back, saying, "Fair enough." Cross smirked and felt it was fun to act out every once in a while. Harry said, "That's petty Gru." Hermione stopped him, and Cross said, "Oh, you know." Harry looked at him and said, "You knew." Cross nodded and said, "I knew the first time I saw the rat. I only knew he was an animagus, though." Harry turned back, and Hermione moved to the side before throwing a rock and breaking a vase. Cross looked at Hermione in confusion, and Hermione threw another rock, hitting Harry in the head. The Harry and Hagrid shack looked out the window and saw Dumbledore and two other men before moving. Hermione said, "They're coming. Go into the woods." The three went in the woods and hid behind a tree as the past Ron, Harry, and Hermione hid behind the pumpkins. Hermione looked at herself and mumbled, "Is that really what my hair looks like from the back?" Harry pulled Hermione out of the way, and their past selves looked back, before running back up the hill towards the castle. Harry, Hermione, and Cross moved towards Buckbeak, and Cross asked, "You're saving Buckbeak?" The other two nodded, and Cross snapped his fingers as he cooed, "Come, Buckbeak. Here, boy," smacking his lips together, making kissing noises. Hermione and Harry looked at him strangely, and Buckbeak chirped before walking towards Cross, nuzzling against his face happily. Harry took the chain off the post, and they escaped into the woods, disappearing from Hagrid's shack. A while later, Cross was sitting on Buckbeak's back as they walked through the forest. Hermione and Harry were talking and stopped when they could see the weeping willow. Cross stroked Buckbeak's neck and said, "Lupin's here too? Oh, and Snape." His eyes narrowed on Snape, and Hermione sat down as she said, "Now we just wait." Cross asked, "What were you guys doing before?" Harry explained, "Sirius Black is my godfather, and they were trying to kill Peter Pettigrew because he betrayed my parents, giving out their location to Voldemort. When we got out of the Weeping Willow, Lupin transformed into a werewolf and attacked us. Sirius fought him off and almost died from a Dementor attack, but we were saved by an unknown wizard, which I believe to be my father." Cross nodded and said, "And then?" Hermione said, "And then? Are you not surprised at all?" Cross replied, "I knew Lupin was a werewolf. As for Sirius Black, I'm mildly surprised, lying through his teeth." Harry continued, "When I woke up in the hospital, they had already taken Sirius and were about to give him to the Dementors. So we're going to save him." Cross nodded and said, "Oh, good luck to you then." Harry said, "Thanks." Hermione was speechless and said, "You're not going to help?" Cross looked at her and said, "Why would I help? I owe someone a favor, but it's neither of you. Speaking of which, you still owe me a favor." Hermione suddenly remembered and said, "Right?" After which she mumbled softly, "How can I ever return your favor when you keep saving me?" Cross heard her, but said nothing. He looked at Buckbeak before waving his wand and shrinking him down, placing him in his beast bag and walking to the side. He was out of sight and jumped into his bag, disappearing before landing on the ground. Buckbeak looked around curiously, and Cross said, "Find a nice place, Buckbeak." Buckbeak chirped and flew off to an empty space, under the watch of Blue, Carl, and Selena. Cross threw an atmospheric charm at him, and the area Buckbeak was changed. Tall, grassy mountains sprouted from the ground, and the trees in the arena vanished. Buckbeak was thrilled and nested on top of the mountain before resting. Cross fed all the beasts before leaving the bag and putting it back on his back, walking back to the other two. Harry was talking about what he saw at the lake. It was a massive dragon. I really think it was my dad, Hermione. Hermione said, but Harry, your dad is Dash. Harry cut her off and said dead. I know, but I just felt like it had to be him. Cross only came when Hermione spoke and didn't hear the first part. Hermione looked over and said, here we come. Harry pointed at his past self and Sirius as he said with a smile, you see me talking to Sirius there? He's asking me to come and live with him. When we free him, I won't have to go and live with the Dursleys anymore. It'll just be me and him. We can live in the country, some place you can see the sky. I think he'll like it after all those years in Azkaban. Cross looked at Harry and felt pity for him. Poor kid, didn't know his parents, and from the sound of it, his uncle's family are real assholes. Cross forgot that he didn't know his parents either. Hermione said, let's go. Harry nodded and they left. Cross followed them at a leisurely pace, wanting to see where this goes. They stopped in a bush, and Hermione startled howling. Cross was alarmed by this clearly mad woman and covered himself in dark element string, disappearing into the darkness. Harry said, what are you doing? Hermione replied, saving your life. Werewolf Lupin turned around and bolted towards Hermione and Harry, who immediately started running for their lives as Lupin chased them. Cross stood by the side, invisible, as he watched Lupin go before going in a different direction. Cross came to a frozen lake with Sirius and Harry on the other side. He looked at Sirius and felt that he could repay the favor of the information by saving his life. Not a bad trade for Sirius. Cross was still invisible as he pointed his finger out and whispered Expecto Patronum. A bright silver swirl formed and a giant dragon flew out, flapping its wings and blowing away all the Dementors, saving Sirius and Harry's life. Past Harry slumped to the ground and passed out. Cross-ear twitched, and he heard footsteps behind him. He immediately teleported away while he was still invisible. Harry went to where the Patronum charm was cast, but felt nothing. He was confused, and Hermione said, what was that? Harry said, my dad, for sure. Cross brought Buckbeak with him and appeared behind Hermione as he said, what happened? Hermione looked back and said, where did you go? Cross said, I ran away as soon as you started howling. I found Buckbeak, by the way. Harry was still looking at the spot Cross was just at. Cross kind of felt bad, giving Harry false hope, but he wasn't going to say anything. Harry and Hermione got on Buckbeak, and Hermione said, let's go back. Sirius is waiting in the tower. Harry said, can't we just get him right now? Cross tapped Buckbeak twice as he said, if you got Sirius now, then you would have no reason to go back in time, which means that you both will cease to exist immediately. Harry was stunned, and Hermione nodded as she said, that's right, before Buckbeak flew off towards Hogwarts. Buckbeak landed on a tower. Harry and Hermione got off and rescued Sirius before getting back on Buckbeak. Cross looked at Sirius before tapping Buckbeak twice and flying off. Buckbeak landed in an old courtyard. Harry and Sirius got off. Cross and Hermione got off as well, but Cross held Hermione back and shook his head when she looked at him. Cross turned around and stroked Buckbeak softly, thinking about something. He brushed his hand against Sirius' head before. Everything he placed was gone, and there were new wards, charms, spells, etc. Cross didn't like that, not at all. Everybody's barrier has been broken already, which means that the mastermind, whoever it is, probably knows who he is. Cross eyes narrowed. Things are going to get bumpy in the future. They may not know he's an elf, but they surely know he's faking his talent. Cross calmed down and analyzed everything. This may not be a bad thing. Whoever it is may start making moves in the dark, pushing him to the spotlight to force out his secrets. There was also the flip side. They may just come after him directly. Cross was angry. All this work for nothing. He'll continue to stay low-key. He wanted to see how he was going to get pushed into the spotlight. A cold sneer slowly formed on his face. If they wanted him to show off, he'll show off. Sirius walked over and said, "Excuse me, lad. Can I borrow him?" Cross looked into Sirius' eyes and sighed before nodding as he said, "Bring him back someday. I'll keep him." Sirius smiled and said, "No problem." He paused before saying, "Do we know each other?" Cross shook his head and said, "Not anymore. Farewell," as he slapped Buckbeak's behind, sending Buckbeak soaring into the sky before Sirius could answer. Cross watched him go before seeing Hermione and Harry running inside. Cross sighed and followed them. He was in a bad mood, and maybe making fun of Ron would make him feel better. Cross trailed behind the duo as they pushed the door open to the infirmary and saw themselves spinning the necklace. Cross looked at the past Hermione and Harry, and his eyes turned vacant as he entered a daze. His hair turned red to black to white to yellow to red, in a cycle before an orange light burst out from around him, waving out from his body, fizzling out in a circle. Cross returned from his daze and blinked his eyes in confusion before remembering what just happened. Hermione shouted, "Cross!" Cross looked over and said, "What?" Hermione said, "I called you like 10 times. Your hair started changing quickly, and you looked like you were in a daze. Are you okay?" Cross looked around and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. That was weird." Harry nodded and said, "Extremely. Ron Chime, by the way, where the fuck did you three come from?" Harry and Hermione were right here. Then they were over there. Hermione said, "Ron, are you loopy?" Harry added, "Yeah. Are you sure you're all right?" Ron said, "Don't fuck with me. I know what I saw." Cross, you saw it too, right? Cross just shook his head. Ron started to doubt his own life. Maybe he really wasn't okay. Cross turned around and left the infirmary, going back to his room. As soon as he got inside, he teleported to the room of requirement and held out his hand. An orange glow appeared and he touched the ground. An orange bubble appeared and expanded, turning into a dome. Cross threw an apple from his bag inside the orange dome, and it started rotting before turning to dust. Cross was shocked and mumbled, "Time." He waved his hand, and the dome disappeared. Cross pointed, and an orange string came out. Cross was silent and took back the string before merging with the clones. He sent them back out and tasked them to continue as he went to his room and sat on the bed. He opened his palms, and an orange glow appeared in each palm. He started studying the element of time, slowly getting used to it, so he used it easier. This could be a deadly trump card if used correctly. It could also speed up his training significantly. And so, Cross spent the rest of the year studying his time element and occasionally seeing Luna here and there, while continuing to be on the lookout for any suspicious actions by the teachers or anyone at Hogwarts. Everything passed by suspiciously smoothly, and Cross' third year passed right by. The night before they left, Cross appeared in the room of requirement and placed a time bubble to slow down the time, so the clones could practice for longer while he was gone for 2 months. Cross' proficiency with handling time became somewhat better. He could slow time now, but only a little bit. Instead of 24 hours a day, if you were sitting inside the time bubble, you would have 36 hours. The reason why the apple rotted so fast when he first tried was because he just set up a fast-forward time bubble, set to an extremely fast speed. Even Cross didn't know how fast it was, but he was glad he threw an apple instead of testing it on himself. He might have been a shriveled old man if he stepped inside it. After arranging everything, Cross nodded and left the room of requirement, going to sleep and leaving the next day with all his stuff packed. Cross stayed in his room for most of the summer, studying his time element every single moment of the day. One day, Cross was sitting at the breakfast table, staring at a glowing orange orb in his hand while shoveling food into his mouth with the other. His red hair was all over the place, and he looked like a beggar. Marcus was used to seeing him like this. It's been a month since he started looking like this. Suddenly, an owl flew in from the window and landed on the table with a letter in its mouth. Marcus took the letter and looked at the name on the front before being bewildered. He looked up at Cross and said, "Cross, it's for you." Cross waved with his fork and said, "I'm not home." Marcus chuckled and waved the letter, saying, "It's from a Luna Lovegood." Cross turned his head to him, and Daphne lunged at the letter. Marcus lifted it up, and she fell flat on her face. Cross dropped his fork and hooked his finger. Marcus let go of the letter with a smirk and it flew over to Cross' hand. Marcus looked at Daphne on the floor and whispered, "Who is this Luna? Girl?" Daphne grumbled, "A loony bin at our school." Marcus chuckled and asked, "A loony bin?" Daphne replied, "She's loopy, out of it, not good in the head, strange." Marcus' face turned black as she went on and on. Cross opened the letter and read the contents. "Dear Cross, I got tickets to the Quidditch World Cup, so I'm bringing you along before the Nargles steal my tickets and sell them to the Flumplesnuffs. Oh, also, clean yourself up before you get here. Luna." Her address was included in the letter. Cross mumbled to himself for a few moments while Marcus read the letter and said, "Oh boy, what are you hesitating for? A girl who buys you tickets to the Quidditch World Cup? She's a keeper for sure." Daphne and Astoria were stunned while Cross sighed, "I don't like Quidditch." Marcus smacked him, saying, "Idiot, it's not about the Quidditch. Go clean yourself up. Go. What are you waiting for?" Cross rubbed his head and said, "All right, old man. Geez, I'm going." Cross crushed the time bubble in his hands and went to shower, change, etc. A while later, Cross came out with a black hoodie, white t-shirt, blue jeans, and blue sneakers. He was wearing his beast backpack and had his storage bag inside it. His wand was in his pocket, and he was ready to go. Alyssa looked him over and fixed his hair as she said, "What a good-looking son I have. He takes after me," while sighing happily. Marcus, Daphne, and Astoria looked at each other, seemingly thinking the same thing. "He's adopted. He can't look like you." Cross scrunched up his nose at Alyssa's care, and she laughed before pinching his nose as she said, "Bring home a daughter-in-law." Cross choked on his saliva, and Marcus coughed as he said, "Honey, he's only 14 years old." Alyssa snorted and replied, "We can find him a fiancé. I seem to recall someone else had one when he was born." Marcus turned his head away, and Cross said, "Anyway, I'll be leaving then." Marcus said, "I'll bring you." Cross smirked and replied, "No need," before whistling. Blue came out of the bag and grew to the size of 2 meters. Cross hopped on her back and waved to the rest as he said, "See you later. Love you. Bye." Blue chirped and took off, flying into the sky and disappearing. Marcus sighed, and Alyssa wiped her eyes as she said, "He grew up so fast." Astoria and Daphne were still standing there with black lines on their foreheads. Apparently, their own parents didn't think of them. A while later, Cross landed in front of a giant rook-like building. Blue chirped and the door on the house opened. Luna walked out and smiled as she said, "Did you rush over?" Cross coughed and said, "My dad sent me off." Luna smiled slyly and said, "Right. Of course." Cross chuckled and Luna stroked Blue's neck as she said, "Would you like to come inside?" Cross smiled stiffly and nodded. Blue nuzzled against Luna's face before shrinking and sitting on her head. Luna smiled and said, "Follow me," as she grabbed his hand and walked to her house. Cross followed along with a small smile as they walked into the house. Cross looked around and was amazed at all the paper, artifacts, drawings, and decorations. Luna said, "My dad likes to experiment with artifacts. Though he's gone a bit crazy, I hope you don't mind." Cross shook his head, and a man with long white hair popped out of the kitchen as he said, "Luna, where is my dash?" His words got caught in his throat as he saw a boy. His mind turned as he walked up to Cross and looked him up and down, walking around him and looking around carefully. Cross tensed up, and he remembered what Alyssa said at the house. His face heated up, and the tips of his ears turned red as both his ears twitched. Luna was also a bit embarrassed, and Tayman backed off as he mumbled, "Nargle free. No sugar plum, crookstacks. What do you want with my daughter, strange boy?" Cross, I turned thinking of an answer as he said, Luna stepped in and said, "Dad, we're going to the Quidditch game tomorrow." Luna's dad ignored her and looked at Cross deeply, his crazy eyes focusing and becoming sane as he stared at Cross. Cross blinked and said, he tilted his head and his expression frosted over, "I will protect her." Luna's dad's eyes widened slightly as he said, "Really? And how will you manage to do that?" Cross put his hand on Luna's dad's head and said in Elven, "Ultimate cleanse." Luna's dad backed off and shook his head. Luna stepped forward, but Cross put his arm in front of her and said, "Hold on a second." Luna stopped, and her dad straightened out as he said, "I see. Unfortunately, I have been this way for too long, lad." Cross-eyed and put his arm down, looking sad. Luna's dad smiled and said, "Fortunately for me, there may still be revenge. You have my blessing, boy. I'm Xenophilius Lovegood." Cross' sad expression was washed away, and he choked on his saliva. "What did I ask for you, blessing, you crazy old man?" Luna felt her eyes twitch and her face froze. A smooth pink blush ran across her face. Xenophilius laughed and sat down in a chair, letting out a breath. Luna pulled Cross to the couch, and Cross said, I'm Cross Greengrass. I'm adopted, and I have no parents." Luna looked at Cross, completely speechless. "Why don't you tell him what you had for breakfast, too?" Xenophilius chuckled and said, "There's no need to be nervous, Cross. I believe Luna will be safe in your hands." Cross scratched his neck and said, "She will be." As his face completely turned red, what was he supposed to say? No. Luna blushed and glared at her father. There was no need to talk about this at all. They weren't even that close yet. At least not close enough to marriage. Xenophilius nodded and said, "Good. Thank God. You don't have any lemon Twixies on you, which is a blessing." Cross was lost and looked at Luna, who said, "He's right. Those are really nasty," with a teasing look in her eyes. Cross let out a breath before saying, "It's good you don't have any Hortuck sprites in your house." Xenophilius' eyes lit up, and he said, "I used a crumplehorn snorkack horn to keep them away." Cross was shocked and said, "You have a crumplehorn snorkack horn?" Xenophilius dragged him away while explaining how he came across the crumplehorn snorkack, leaving Luna dumbfounded on the couch. A while later, Cross and Xenophilius were talking like old friends while Luna was sitting by the side with a sour face. The clock on the wall rang, and Xenophilius sighed as he said, "Time for sleep." "Excellent talking with you today, Cross." "You're welcome anytime." Cross smiled and said, "Thank you. Oh, and if you ever get infected by a short tonkel, you can come look for me." Xenophilius and Cross laughed, while Luna's face got even more sour. Xenophilius went to bed, and only Cross and Luna were left. Cross sighed and looked over, seeing Luna's sour face. He was confused and said, "What's wrong?" Luna snorted and said, "Have fun." Cross nodded and said, "Your dad is very knowledgeable." Luna said, "Of course he is. My dad is the best." Cross nodded and said, "Probably." Luna coughed, not expecting Cross to agree, before saying, "How have you been? Did you get that under control?" Cross sighed and said, "Barely. So far I can go 3x slower or 3x faster and everything under that." He waved his fingers over the table, and a bubble hovered in the air. Cross threw a peanut through the bubble, and it shot out of the bubble 3 times faster than before. Luna gasped and said, "That's so cool." Cross smiled and said, "Just barely. I don't know if it's safe to use on people. I don't have a test subject." Luna smiled and said, "What about Carl?" Cross chuckled and said, "Carl wouldn't even look at it when I told him what it was." Luna giggled and said, "You can try it on me." Cross frowned and said, "And if you explode? What do I do then?" Extremely serious. Luna was startled. She was just joking, but her heart felt warm, and she quieted down, a smooth blush running across her face. Cross rubbed his nose and blushed as well, listening to what he just said. How embarrassing. He stood up and said, "Oh, we have to wake up early tomorrow." "So," Luna agreed and said, "Follow me." She brought him upstairs and stopped in a room as she said, "This is my room." Her voice barely over a whisper as she said, "You can sleep here. I'm going to sleep in my mom's room," before rushing out and closing the door. Cross was stunned and looked at the room. He watched over and touched the bed. It was soft, and it smelled nice. Cross shook his head and sat down on the floor, opting to fall asleep on the ground instead of ruining the bed. But quickly found himself unable to sleep. He finally crawled into the bed and covered himself in the sheets before falling asleep. He wasn't the only one having trouble sleeping. Luna's heart was beating loud and fast in her small chest as she laid in her mother's bed, everything that happened today replaying in her mind. She turned around and looked at the phoenix sleeping next to her on a desk. A small smile unfurled on her lips, and she fell asleep thinking about the wonderful day tomorrow. The next day, Cross was sitting in the couch talking to Xenophilius. Blue was sitting on Cross' head as they both waited for Luna to finish getting ready. Xenophilius wasn't coming because he had other stuff to do and entrusted Luna's safety to Cross. Cross, naturally, would keep Luna safe. To be honest, other than a few people, he didn't think anybody could be a threat to him if he was on guard. Obviously, Cross would be making preparations for any situation. Luna finally came down. She was wearing a red and white scarf with a white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. She also had a necklace with a cork on the end of it and earrings with wings on the hooks. Cross smiled and Luna said, "Let's go." The duo bid farewell to Xenophilius and left the house. Blue grew to 2 meters, and Cross helped Luna on before getting on behind her. Luna stroked Blue's neck and got a chirp in response before Blue flapped her wings and flew up into the air. Luna gave Blue instructions, while Cross made sure Luna didn't fall off. He unceremoniously held her waist and pulled her close to him, but he wasn't even thinking about the close contact. He was paying attention to the flight direction and Blue's speed. The last thing he needed was Luna falling off and plummeting to the ground. Luna felt warm from his hug, but still gave directions, seemingly unbothered by the close contact as well. If she was looking at herself from another person's perspective, she would have to say that they were a good team. A while later, Blue was exhausted and landed on the ground before shrinking back and drilling in a Cross beast bag. Luna held Cross' hand and walked towards the Quidditch arena. She looked at him and said, "Unfortunately, the tickets are at the top," but she smiled brightly as she said that. Cross smiled and said, "Great seats." Both him and Luna had special eyes and could see the field clearly from anywhere they sat at, so the top was the best for them. Cross looked around at all the people and tightened his grip on Luna's hand, making sure she didn't get pushed around and separated from him. Cross threw his hood up and made his way to the arena. They got into the arena and passed by a ton of people towards their seats in the top stands. Coincidentally, the Weasleys along with Hermione and Harry were right next to them. Hermione was standing next to Harry, with Ron on the other side of Harry. Her position was right next to Cross. She looked to her left and saw Cross. She was immediately bewildered and said, "Cross?" All the Weasleys and Harry looked over to see Cross and Luna. Cross sighed and took off his hood before saying, "Are you following me? I know I'm handsome, but this is ridiculous." The Weasleys chuckled and Harry smiled. Hermione was offended and snorted as she said, "Follow you? You think too highly of yourself." But she was looking at Luna with an ugly expression. Cross just rolled his eyes and smiled as he said, "Hello, Mr. Weasley. How are you?" Arthur smiled and said, "Great. Yourself?" Cross smiled and said, "Not too bad." Suddenly, a team of Ireland Quidditch players flew over their heads and onto the field as they went into formation, throwing up fireworks that turned into a leprechaun that started doing the Irish jig. The crowd cheered, but the Bulgarian team smashed through the leprechaun and flew onto the field. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers, screaming wildly as they chanted "Crumb, Crumb, Crumb." Even the Weasleys chanted. Ron was going crazy, and Harry said, "Who's Crumb?" Fred replied, "He's the greatest seeker in the world." Hermione added, "He's handsome too." Ron and Harry looked at her, not expecting her to say that. Luna agreed and said, "I think so too." Cross clicked his tongue and kept silent as a feeling of hate started developing for Victor Crumb in his heart. Ron, Harry, and Hermione looked at Cross' hateful expression with their mouths open as shock. Cross said, "I can beat him. Do you believe it?" Ron burst out laughing, and Luna said, "Of course I do," as her eyes flashed an unreadable light, looking at his face. Cross smiled and squeezed her hand as the game started. A while later, the game was over and the groups separated, going back to their tents. Luna agreed to the Weasleys' invitation to their tent, and they started talking. Hermione was biting her lips the whole time, reading her book as Ron proclaimed his love for Victor Crumb. Cross shook his head and a loud bang was heard outside. He turned his head to see Arthur walking back in with a serious expression. Cross whistled and his bag opened as Selena slithered out, going into his hood, which Cross pulled up. Cross said, "I'll be going, Mr. Weasley." "Thank you." He paused as he pulled Luna with him. Just as he was about to leave, he turned his head and only his red eyes were visible as he said, "Good luck," before leaving the tent. Arthur's expression was grim, and Hermione said, "Good luck? Good luck for what?" Arthur didn't answer and said, "Get to the portkey now." The rest started scrambling. Cross walked outside and swung his hand, Dark strings covered him and Luna, making them disappear into the darkness as they ran out of the encampment. The fire from one of the tents shined on Cross, and a man with a skull mask stepped in the way. Cross threw his hand forward and said, "Avada Kedavra!" A green light blasted the skull-masked man to death. The skull-masked man was so shocked that Cross didn't even hesitate that he couldn't respond in time, resulting in his death. Another masked man shouted, "Tim's dead. Over here." 2 on the run. Cross threw Luna on his back and started running when he heard footsteps chasing after him. He jumped in the air and spun, holding Luna in one arm and pressing his other hand forward. Different colored strings shot forward, spiraling together and lighting up in several different colors as they shot forward, fully intending to kill. The skull-masked figures dodged the spikes, and Cross waved his hand to the ground in front of them as he shouted, "Bombarda Maxima." The ground exploded, creating a cloud of dust. Cross grabbed onto the strings and whipped them forward as he said, "Avada Kedavra." The several different spikes glowed green and shot forward, cracking like whips, sending out green beams into the cloud of dust. Cross swiped the strings, and they turned transparent, spinning around him in a circle, blowing air all over the place, extinguishing the fires, and allowing Cross and Luna to blend into the darkness once again as they escaped. When the cloud of dust cleared, there were 2 more dead bodies with skull masks, where the rest were injured and fled immediately. Cross whistled again, and Blue flew out of his bag as he ran. She grew as she flew alongside him. Cross jumped on Blue's back and put down Luna before turning around facing the tents and pointing forward as he said, "Expecto Patronum." A blindingly bright silver light erupted from his finger, and a giant silver dragon flew out, shining brightly and impairing everyone on the ground's vision. Cross said, "Full speed, Blue." Blue chirped and flapped her wings harder, speeding off into the night away from the Quidditch location. Cross sat on Blue's back and hugged Luna as he said softly, "Are you okay?" Luna smiled and nodded, saying, "Unfortunately, you didn't let me do anything." Cross smiled and said, "I'm here. If you made a move, it would have been overkill." Luna giggled, and Cross undid the dark strings surrounding them as Blue broke into the clouds. Luna leaned her head on his chest and said, "Unforgivables, eh?" Cross said seriously, "I would rather be safe and use them than use the disarming spells and have an accident happen." He paused and rubbed his nose as he smirked and said, "Plus, I told you, Dad, that I keep you safe." Luna looked up and smiled softly as she reached out her neck and kissed his cheek. Cross was stunned and rubbed his cheek with a dazed expression. Luna giggled and blushed as she looked away at the sky, saying, "Beautiful night." Cross woke up and said absent-mindedly, "Best night of my life." Luna blushed even harder and leaned on him, staying in a comfortable silence the rest of the trip. Selena hissed and slid back into the bag, thinking that Cross was getting much better at combat. She used to train with him, but she seemed to be no longer necessary. She had to get stronger if she wanted to help him. She slid to her habitat and started to train harder. Carl shouted from his forest, "What's it like?" Selena returned, "He didn't need me." Carl was startled and said, "What?" Selena just sighed, and Carl started thinking before he said, "Hey, big sis, can we train together?" Selena smirked and said, "Can you handle it?" Carl puffed out his chest and said, "I eat snakes for breakfast." Ah, he shouldn't have said that. A while later, Cross and Luna landed at Luna's home. Blue went back to the bag to rest, and Cross and Luna went inside before going to sleep. They had to leave for school the next day. Luna wanted to take the train, and Cross agreed. The next day, Cross and Luna boarded the train and found an empty train cart before sitting down. Luna was still tired and leaned her head on Cross' shoulder as she rested. Not even a minute later, Ron, Hermione, and Harry rushed in. Cross sighed and looked at them. Hermione let out a breath of relief and said, "Thank God you're okay." Cross smiled, and Ron said, "How did you get out?" Cross replied, "We just snuck out. I didn't even see who was attacking." "What about you guys?" Ron sat down and said, "They were Death Eaters, they were. At least, that's what my dad said." Hermione added, "There was a big battle between the Death Eaters and a powerful wizard. We managed to escape in the chaos." Harry said, "Surely you saw the giant dragon Patronus charm? I never thought of using a Patronum charm to blind someone like that." Cross said, "I saw the dragon." "That was a Patronus charm? How did you know?" Harry said, "I saw it before at Hogwarts." Hermione said at the lake last year. Cross pretended to be amazed and asked, "Do you think it was a teacher?" Ron quipped, "Bloody strong teacher to conjure something like that." Harry was silent, and Hermione said, "I don't know, but at least we survived. That was extremely dangerous." Luna smiled gently, and Cross nodded seriously as the candy trolley came past with the lady. "Sing. Anything off the trolley, dears?" Cross handed her a bag of galleons and said, "I'll take the lot." The woman smiled and placed a table in the cart before putting all the candy on it and leaving. Ron wasn't polite and took some. Cross also ate, and after a few seconds, Harry and Hermione took some. An Asian girl knocked on the door, and everybody looked at her. She smiled shyly and said, "Can I buy some off you?" Cross waved and said, "Take as much as you want," before stuffing his face full of candy. He really loved this stuff. He wondered how they made it taste so good without any potions. The Asian girl was ignored after that and reached for a candy, accidentally touching Harry's hand. They both blushed, and Harry said, "My bad." The Asian girl smiled and shook her head before taking the candy and running away. Ron watched her go and said, "Blimey, Harry, you scared her off." Hermione slapped his shoulder and glared at him, while Harry just scratched his cheek and laughed. Cross shook his head and waved a licorice wand in Luna's face. She smiled and bit it. Cross let go and went back to stuffing his face as the other three talked about last night. Cross was sitting in the Great Hall at the Slytherin table. It just so happened that Cross was sitting on the outer edge, and in between him and another table was the center of the room. The table on the opposite side was Gryffindor. Cross could have sworn this was done on purpose. Either way, directly opposite to him was Ron and Harry. Cross was sitting with his back on the table as he read a book titled Elemental Fusion. The dangerous art of mixing incompatible elements. Just so happened that Cross stumbled upon this book in the restricted section at the library before he came into the Great Hall. As Cross read, Dumbledore took the podium and coughed, getting the students' attention as he said, "Now that we're all settled in and sorted, I'd like to make an announcement." Filch came running in towards Dumbledore as he continued, "Hogwarts will not only be your home this year, but home to some very special guests this year." Filch whispered in his ear before running back as Dumbledore kept speaking. "Hogwarts has been chosen to host a legendary event, the Triwizard Tournament. For those of you who don't know, the Triwizard Tournament brings together 3 schools for a series of magical contests. From each school, a single student is selected to compete. Now let me be clear, if chosen, you stand alone. And trust me when I say, these contests are not for the faint-hearted." Dumbledore looked around looking at Harry and Cross specifically as he continued, but more on that later. For now, please join me in welcoming the lovely ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress, Madame Maxine. The door opened, and a group of beautiful girls walked in and did a little dance as they made their way to the front. The girls passed by Cross, and they all looked at him, every single one. Cross looked up at them and kept his cold face as he spoke in French. "You Vila have no effect on me. Keep walking." The girls seemed to be excited instead of offended and passed him, blowing birds towards him. Cross waved off the birds and kept reading, clicking his tongue in annoyance. All the male students glared at Cross, muttering, "Damn pretty boy." Cross just rolled his eyes and ignored them, not even bothering to clap. These Vila really annoyed him. Dumbledore smiled and greeted Madame Maxime before saying, "And now, our friends from the north, the proud sons of Durmstrang and their High Master, Igor Karkaroff." The door opened again, and a group of guys stormed in, smashing their staves on the ground and making a big show. Behind them, Victor Krum and the High Master walked in. Cross lifted his head and locked eyes with Krum. Cross slowly sneered as Krum passed by him, returning a sneer of his own. Cross closed his book and felt itchy. Daphne, Draco, and Astoria gasped, never seeing Cross do this. Cross cracked his fingers and chuckled evilly. The other 3 shivered. Dumbledore started the feast. Cross started eating. When he felt like he was being stared at, He looked over and saw the Vila from Bose Batten staring at him and talking amongst each other. He snorted in annoyance before ignoring them and eating, not even sparing a glance in their direction again. A while later, Dumbledore stood next to a tower of sorts and said, "I like to say a few words. Eternal glory. That is what awaits the student who wins the Triwizard Tournament. But to do this, the student must survive 3 tasks. 3 extremely dangerous tasks. For this reason, the Ministry has seen fit to impose a new rule. To explain all this, we have the head of the Department of International Magical Operations, Mr. Bartimus Crouch." The ceiling started to storm and thunder, when suddenly a red laser flew into the ceiling and calmed it down. A man with a fake eye and a staff walked in from a side door, hobbling. Dumbledore smiled and said, "My friend, you're here. Thanks for coming." The man nodded and said, "Stupid ceiling," before moving to the side. Cross looked at the man and tilted his head with a smile. He heard Oz from behind him, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance once again, muttering, "Damn Vila." Bartimus took the stand and said, "After due consideration, the Ministry has decided that no wizard under the age of 17 shall be allowed to put forth their name for the Triwizard Tournament. This decision is final." The students started jeering and booing. Cross leaned his elbow on the table and rested his head on his hand as he watched him passively. Dumbledore shouted, "Silence." He waved his hand, and the tower melted away, revealing a stone goblet with a blue flame hovering above it as he continued, "The Goblet of Fire. Anyone wishing to submit themselves to the tournament, merely write their name on a piece of parchment and throw it in the flame before this hour on Thursday night. Do not do so lightly. If chosen, there's no turning back. As of this moment, the Triwizard Tournament has begun." Before retreating to his seat, continuing the feast. Cross ate his food and left the Great Hall. Victor Crumb watched him go, as did the Bose Batten girls. Cross scratched his neck and yawned. Another boring year, another low-key performance. He couldn't wait. Cross entered his room and teleported to the room of requirement, merging with his clones before sending them back out and setting up a new time bubble with 3x faster time inside. He nodded and left. The next day, Cross was sitting in the dark arts classroom. Hermione was sitting next to him and paying attention as the new teacher introduced himself. "I'm Alastair Moody, Ministry of Malcontent, and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I'm here because Dumbledore asked me in his story, Goodbye, the End. Any questions?" The class was silent and Cross went back to reading. Alastair Moody threw a chalk at Cross and continued, "Now, when it comes to dark arts, I like to take a practical approach. But first, which of you can tell me how many unforgivable curses there are?" Hermione said, "3, sir." Cross caught the chalk and tossed it to the side as Moody replied, "And they are so named?" Hermione replied, "Because they are unforgivable. The use of any one of them will dash." Moody cut her off and drew on the chalkboard as he finished. "Will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. The Ministry thinks you shouldn't know what these curses do. I say different. You need to know what you're up against. You need to be prepared. You need to find another place to put your chewing gum besides under your desk, Mr. Finnegan." Seamus cursed and mumbled. Moody threw another piece of chalk and said proudly, "And here across classrooms." Cross coughed, and Hermione elbowed him. Moody licked his lips and said, "And so, which curse shall we see first?" "Weasley." Ron yelped and Moody said, "Let's hear a curse." Ron replied, "Well, my dad did tell me about one. The Imperious Curse." Moody said, "Oh yeah, your dad would know about that one. Gave the Ministry quite a lot of trouble a few years ago. Let me show you why." Moody hobbled over to his desk and took out a scorpion spider before saying Gorgio, Imperio, and flicking the enlarged spider across the room, laughing as he put it on students' faces as he laughed, and said, "Don't worry, completely harmless. Ha ha ha." He went around with the spider and said, "What should I have her do next? Jump out the window? Drown herself?" As he hovered the spider over a bucket of water, he brought her over to his hand slowly as he said, "Scores of witches and wizards have claimed that only did you know who's bidding under the influence of the Imperious Curse. But here's the rub. How do we sort out the liars?" Another. Moody walked towards Neville and said, Longbottom, is it? Tell me another. Neville replied, there's the Creatus curse. Moody said, correct. Correct. Come. As he brought Neville to the front and placed the spider on the table, as he said, Crucio. Spider started squealing in pain. Cross looked up from his book, feeling this man was different. Hermione shouted, stop it. Can't you see it's bothering him? Stop. Moody coughed and stopped. He picked up the spider and walked to Hermione, placing the spider on the desk, as he said, perhaps you can give us the last curse, Miss Granger. Hermione shook her head, and Moody said, no. He looked at Cross and said, how about you, Mr. Uninvolved? Cross looked at Moody and said plainly, Avada Kedavra. Moody said correct, as he pointed his wand at the spider and said, Avada Kedavra, killing the spider altogether, looking at Cross before hobbling away. Cross looked at Moody's back and tilted his head with a small smile. Hermione looked away, while Cross looked at the spider in thought, replaying the scene in his head. Ultimately, he failed to grasp the death element from it. He sighed and burned the spider to ashes with his wand. Hermione said, how could you? Cross looked at her and said, between dying and killing someone else, I will choose the latter every time. Do you not want to live, Hermione? Hermione couldn't reply. With that logic, the curses seemed necessary. The class ended and Cross packed up his books and left, not feeling bothered at all. He passed by Neville on the staircase and said nothing as he left him there. If he was scared of a Creatus curse, then he might as well never leave the house. A while later, Cross was sitting on the bench in the Great Hall, looking at the blue flames in the goblet of fire. Hermione was reading next to him, and Cross said, hey, how do you think they get the fire to be blue? Hermione looked at the goblet and said, I don't know. Cross clicked his tongue and said, I thought you knew everything. Hermione rolled her eyes and laughed as she ignored him. Suddenly, Fred and George ran and holding potions in their hands and cheering. The cheered and Hermione said, it's not going to work, Fred and George both said. Oh, and why's that? Hermione put her book down and pointed at the white circle around the goblet as she said, that's an age line set by Dumbledore himself. Your dim-witted idea won't work. Fred said, that's why it's so brilliant. George chimed, 'cause it's so pathetically dim-witted. As they stood up and drank the potions before jumping in the circle and cheering, they placed their names in the goblet before cheering again. The goblet went crazy and shot out 2 flames at Fred and George, knocking them away and making them age. They argued and started fighting. Cross chuckled as he went back to reading. He knew a way in, but why would he tell anyone? He rubbed his chin. Maybe if they paid him for it. His eyes lit up. A successful business idea? Cross said, if you want to get it. I may have an idea, but it'll cost you. The students waved their hands at him and pfted. Hermione said, you have a way in? Cross rubbed his chin and said, maybe. A Confundus charm could do the trick. Of course, the wizard would have to be much more powerful than the Weasleys. Hermione rolled her eyes and Cross smiled. Suddenly the door opened and Victor Crumb walked in, going straight to the goblet and placing his name inside. He looked to the side, passing over Hermione as he spoke to Cross in Russian. It's a shame you're not competing. Cross replied in Russian, good for you. You won't be embarrassed. Crumb laughed grimly and said, we'll see about that, pretty boy. Cross smirked and retorted, fastest seeker at Hogwarts. Probably better than a Russian meathead. Crumb stopped and said, are you challenging me, pointy ears? Cross touched his chin, and he sneered, are you the chicken to accept, Shark Boy? Crumb chuckled darkly and said, we shall see. Maybe a friendly scrimmage will be needed. As he left with his High Master, Igor, who looked at Cross deeply before leaving. Hermione said, I didn't know you could speak Russian. Cross looked at the door and said, there's a lot of things you don't know, as he got up and clenched his fist while leaving the hall.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.